Welcome everyone back to another week of EUSL. We're already in week 3, and there's already been a few games played. We have another few beautiful matchups for you ready today, as well as you can see below us. Those are not fully outdated. Those are actually too far ahead. I think these are next week's matchups. The current week matchup you'll see shortly, though. But anyways, with today's pre-show, we'll have a little bit of a prediction segment, and joining me in those predictions, I have 3 beautiful guests here. First one is SMG. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Prey, how you doing?
I'm lovely, mate.
And lastly, Atsu, you doing good as well?
Yeah, I'm doing amazing. I've never been better.
All right. Yeah. I mentioned it before. We're going to be chatting about the matchups that are going to be happening today. Going into some kind of predictions, getting a rough gist of it. So what I'll be doing is I'm going to be asking each and every one of you. Also, I'll give them my own prediction. Right, it can't be left out. Will be a bit unfair, I think. But we'll go through matchup by matchup, and I'll just ask you for your score and maybe a quick explanation of why you would think that. And to give a quick example of that, I think we can already swap to the first prediction, which is the prediction between Fish, Tripod Fish, and Eclipse, match 1 of the day. And I'll just start that off myself. Personally, I would just give that to Fish. That's mainly got to do with the fact that they just seem kind of a little bit more organized than Eclipse at times. Eclipse does have some pocket picks that definitely can show up and take enemies by surprise, but I feel like overall they're going to be a little bit more solid. The side of Fish, Tripod Fish, is going to be a bit more solid, and they should be taking home that victory. It is a matchup between the 2 teams that are 0-2, but I think that's a little bit fake due to matchup schedule. Either way, that's my take. SMG, what do you think?
I'm gonna have to agree with you there. I do think this match, or at least I did think this match would be closer than people expected. I was predicting a 2-1, but I've heard whispers of a roster change on Tripod Fish, which maybe will make it less close, I think. So I'm gonna go with 2-0 to Tripod Fish.
Okay, Cray, do you have anything to say about that?
To an extent, I agree. I think Fish are going to win, for sure. But I think if stuff goes perfectly correct, Eclipse could definitely take a map. It's very map dependent, though.
So still sticking to Fish, but you're keeping hope alive for this to be an entertaining series.
I think it would be, yeah.
And then lastly, Atsu.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree that it's probably a Tripod Fish 2-0, maybe 2-1, but I am hoping for the 10-man sweep.
All right, but in terms of predictions, the sweep does go to the side of Tripod Fish, so we do have a clear favorite going into that. But we'll see whether they can deliver, right? You never know. Again, score-wise, they're on the same level, and I feel like Eclipse has had a decent showing last week as well.
Tanman can turn up.
Tanman can lock in that Dubu, and he can throw some tofu at you for sure. He can get stuff done. But that's the first matchup. We have 3 more to go through. First one, or the next one in line that we are going to be having a look at is one that I might be a bit biased about myself, but I try not to be. It is TMCT versus Flames Kittens. I'm just going to say TMCT and not elaborate much further. SMG, do you disagree?
Yeah, you better choose your words wisely, stuff. Of course, I disagree. I'm gonna say Flames Kittens 2-1 TMCT. I think TMCT only beat Fish Fury because they suck at drafting, so they were definitely crippled. And TMCT are kind of all bark, no bite, so they can't beat the Kittens, I think.
Okay, first split decision so far. Cray, which side are you choosing?
Yeah, I think Lil Bro needs to relax. TMCT 2-0.
And then lastly, Atsu?
I'm gonna join SMG on this one. I think Flames Kittens, they've been improving a lot and they have what it takes for the 2-1 victory.
Okay, so overall, still a pretty contested series then with a 2-2 split in terms of predictions. So definitely one that could go wrong for either of the teams here. Also, what do you think would be kind of like the win con that Flames Kittens does have going up against TMCT?
I think Yuki gets the dice and you die for the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fair enough. That's pretty real, if you ask me. Cray, what made you go with TMCT? Why do you think they have the edge over Flames Kittens?
Listen, my team's the best in the league. They beat my team.
That's fair enough. You know, that's sometimes you don't need much more than that. But overall, definitely a contested series going into that. Then, SMG, do you have like anything you want to point out specifically, or is it just TMCT needs to be taken off of their high horse after last week?
Yeah, this Cookies guy, he's gotten too confident. I don't know. Cray only disagrees with me to disagree with me, and you're very
That's not
biased,
true.
unlike me. So me and Ads are the only ones with real opinions here as well, I'll say.
True.
Hey, everyone got their own opinions.
I'm actually the only unbiased player in this matchup, though.
That
Well, in theory, Cray is as well, but I'm not sure. I guess if you count Cray being biased against SMG, then that would, I guess, count.
That's a big factor.
okay.
Either way, so match 2 definitely going to be another interesting one that you don't want to miss out on. Match 3 might also be another pretty contested series between the Fridge and 3 Germans. Both of these teams, I believe, are sitting at a 1-1 score right now. So they are both looking to find their second win of the league. One of them is guaranteed to get it. The question is, who's going to be the one to actually find it? Who do you have winning the series, Atsu?
I think the 3 Germans are probably going to win this series. Again, it really just depends if Layfire is playing or not. And that's how it always comes down to when I look at 3 Germans as a team.
Is the Layfire coin flip gonna work out today or not? Cray, how do you see it?
See, I'm very split on this one. I really think 3 Germans could take it if Noobfire doesn't show up. But I think Lucas can also carry to an extent. I want to say 3 Germans, I think. 2-1. Because I think just how long attack and holding goal.
So another... can you say it again? Sorry, I just mentally wasn't here fully. You said Fridge or 3 Germans?
I said 3 Germans.
Alright, good. So the auto holdout is going to be a factor, but you think it's not going to be
I don't think he can hold
good
long
enough to take the series. Okay. What do you think, SMG? Anything do you disagree with Atsu and Cray so far, or do you see a different angle?
I actually am going to disagree, yeah. I think 3
Nice.
Gems is the better team on paper, but something about this day, I don't know. Today it just feels like it's Atta's day. It's his time to show up. I don't know. I think he's going to be the difference maker, of course. And I don't know. I don't think 3 Germans mental is there right now. I don't think they've got it in them for this series.
Okay, so given the edge to the Fridge, and I don't know, call me crazy. I feel like I would join you on that personally. I feel like Fridge just kind of has winning strategies against a team like 3 Germans that might be good enough to overdo him. So we'll see how well that's gonna go. I've also heard some rumors about maybe not the full 3 Germans roster playing today, but I'm not fully certain on that, so I'm not going to confirm nor deny anything. But still, generally speaking, a very important matchup. Another contested matchup. SMG, do you have anything you want to go in a little bit more detail about why you do think Fridge might have that extra bit of edge? Is it just Otos having a good day, or do you think there's anything specific that we as watchers want to look out for?
I think it's after having a good day. I'm unsure about. I don't know if 3 Germans is going to play the draft correctly, just because I haven't seen Nitron picking Kazan a lot, and I think it's a really good tool for them to play into the Fridge to deny Rune and Kazan at the same time. But they haven't really been utilizing the Kazan. I don't know if they're willing to pick it. And I've also heard some good things about hiding goal. So I'm hoping he can show up today. We'll see.
Okay. And Otsu, what gives you the needed confidence to say 3 Germans over Fridge? What do you think they just have over Fridge that might be too difficult for them to overcome?
I just think Lucas is the GOAT, and he can 1v3 that.
Real.
I'm not a big fan of Attu's character pool in the competitive setting.
I mean, that is
think,
fair enough.
You just ban either Kazan or Rune, and then probably the Rune. You pick Drek, you run at him. What's he gonna do?
He still has a pretty nasty Mako that he can pull out, so he always has a pick available. But it is very true, his character pool is a little bit more unconventional. And there's been series where that kind of came to bite him, but there's also been series where that unconventional character pool gave him so much more freedom in terms of draft, right? Because you can just take away a forwards Kazan, just slot it in goal, and it's fine. You don't have to worry again about playing into it anymore. But that's fair enough. Could be that 3 Germs is going to be taking advantage of that and take that series home. Could be that they're not going to be handling it properly and drop the series to the Fridge. But then I think that's that. Again, another split prediction, which is always nice to see. But we'll come to the last match of the day, being Fierce Fury against Retirement Home. Let's start off with the 2 probably least biased people on this on this specific matchup. SMG, what do you think if you're looking at this?
I'm gonna say Fierce Fury takes it 2-1. I think though it really depends for me on whatever map they're playing. I think both teams have distinct advantages. I think if they play like Taiko or something, Fierce Fury has a big advantage, but if they're on like only Village, I would give it to Home. So it really depends on the draft, and as we've seen, maybe Fierce Fury's draft is a bit shaky, so it's very possible that there's an upset here.
It is possible. I will kind of support what you've said so far. I do still favor Fury here. I feel like this matchup's mainly gonna come down to preparation levels, who's just more ready to match their opponents, right? Because looking at Retirement Home, they looked really strong last week as well. The question is, are they going to be able to bring that strength into this week and bring it up against Fury? And is Fury going to be able to show the level of play that they usually can show to overcome Retirement Home? So it can go either way, but I would still favor Fury most of the time. Retirement Home just has to, I feel like, find a good draft or a good map for them to play it out. And after a double Fury prediction, what's the easiest follow-up? I think the easiest follow-up would be for Otsu to say. What do you think?
Yeah. Okay, so first of all, quick 18-0. We're not gonna get scored on once. Fang, he's gonna be balking the whole game, and we're gonna score him and the core. Dash punch 1-2. So he's gonna get it done.
So a clean sweep for Retirement Home from your
Yes.
from your opinion. All right. And then lastly, last but not least, again, obviously another unbiased party. Just kidding, that's a sub for Fury. Cray, who do you think wins?
Well, my team did not lose a game Season 1. We only lost last week because Fang doesn't know how to draft. Since then, I've had a firm token to him, and we're not losing another game. 2-0, Fury.
The sub/coach from Cray coming into play here to make sure that Fury does not lose this series, of course. A little bit less contested. The series does have 3 Furies and 1 Home, but I think generally speaking, there are angles to pursue the victory here. Without leaking too much, Otsu, do you guys have anything in mind that you want to do? Or do you think it's just for you to win it, it's just going to be a perceived player death? Because you said that confidently you're taking the series.
Oh yeah, I just think all 3 of us are just better players on all levels, you know? Like, Zoe's the best brawler in EU and the best goal. You know, Lily, she's been practicing on her hidden smurf. She's actually like rank 1 EU right now. We've been scrimming 17 hours a day, like they're going down.
All right. Hey, I'm happy to see it. I'm happy for the series to be competitive. I'm looking forward to see it as well. And I'm generally speaking just looking forward to all the games today, as everyone watching this should be as well. Again, we have another week of EUSL ahead of us, and that's going to start pretty soon. With that, again, a quick reminder, first series predicted to be a win for the side of Fish as a 4-0 prediction sweep. Team CT Flames Kittens was predicted 2-2. In terms of the guests and myself. Same goes for Fridge 3 Germans, and now lastly, Fury against Home going in favor of Fury as a 3-1. But that would be basically it for this pre-show segment. Again, thank you, SMG Craynotsu, for joining me in this little bit of a yap session. We're going to get everything ready now to get match 1 going. Match 1, again, as a reminder, being Tripod Fish against Eclipse. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere, you don't want to be missing today's games in a bit.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to EUSL Season 2, Week 3. I'm here with Kurikan today. How's it going, man?
It's going fine. I think we both woke up late, so it was one of those days.
Yeah, that's true. I also just woke up basically an hour ago, but I am awake and ready to cast EUSL, right? So, the first two matches of the day, the ones we'll be getting to, we have Eclipse versus Tripod Fish first, and then TMCT versus Flames Kittens. I am definitely excited for both of them. Any thoughts on either of those two matches?
I mean, the first game, I think both teams are 0-2, so I want to see who gets out of the hole first. Like, who's going to be advancing to 1 and 2, sort of. It's going to be a kind of big deal, because we know both of these teams do have a lot of potential, so you see a big clash. And then the second game, like TMCT versus Flames Kittens, TMCT coming off like a really big win against Fierce Fury. So like we're gonna see if they can keep up the momentum against another like pretty good team.
Yeah, no, that's fair, right? Flames Kittens sitting at 1-1. We're actually pretty close to going 2-0 themselves, right? Because their game against the Fridge was also really close. And yeah, with maps, right? Gates of Obscura, Oni Village, and I think I missed map 3. But I'm definitely excited for Gates of Obscura, and looking at these comps, on the side of Tripod Fish, we have Aimi, Kai, Zentaro, and for Eclipse, we have Juno, Luna, Estelle. This will be a fun one for sure.
Juno Luna Estelle is interesting. I wonder who's gonna. I mean, I kind of wonder who's gonna be. I think it could be Luna Goalie into Estelle midfield into like Juno Brawler. Should be really funny.
No. This is Luna Brawler for Tan Man.
This is Luna Brawler gaming. I think it's even better, low key.
Yeah, no. This is Luna Brawler for Tan Man, right? And on top of that, Estelle probably goes to Whistle. I think that's what makes, at least in my eyes, I think Estelle going to Whistle makes sense, and the Juno going over to Narrow, because I think Juno was also piloted by Narrow last week as well. So not surprised if we'll see it again. And then on the opposite side, I think it makes most sense to give Fozy the Kai, and between Aimes and Taro,
I think Llama takes.
I don't know, because again, it's a situation of how Tripod Fish were before, Lamacraft subbed in for Donkers this week. It's still two midfield players, so I don't know who's taking the Zentaro. Okay, it is going to Venom.
Like Venom Yami is taking the Zentaro here. Llama going the Yami and Fozy going the Kai. I'm
interested to see how Venom will play on this Zen, because again, even before, we were more used to seeing Venom on the midfield with Donkers on the Brawlers. So with this shift up, it'll definitely be fun, that's for sure.
Yeah, indeed, and also like Gates of Obscura. We haven't even talked about the Awakenings yet. We're seeing Primetime at Rampage, so we're gonna be seeing a lot of size scaling, especially with I guess Zentaro, because I think Zentaro might be taking that, and then I'd be going Primetime, and then Kai also going Primetime.
Yeah, and I think this Primetime Rampage start just lends us more to a core control-y game inherently, right? It means that we probably won't be having too much to say about damage, and I guess I was wrong, right? This Estelle is going over to Narrow, with the Juno going over to Whistle.
Yeah, Juno, Whistle, gaming. And I kind of was right when Zentaro would take Rampage there. But Tam making the first barrier, pretty good.
Yeah, looking pretty good, but this strike war has to be won by the side of Tripod Fish if they want to keep it forward, and a great boost out by Tan Man secures the second barrier, but maybe Venom might answer back, takes one, almost gets the second, but he does with that slashing strike. Now Whistle tries to get it forward, Tan Man with a great nuke, and Lamacraft, he does his best to save it with the glitch pop, but it's not enough.
Yeah, Tan Man just doing all the work there, grabbing both barriers, and even though Venom did their best to also grab both barriers on the other side, and that just leads to Tan Man scoring on Fozy with a great win. And Venom with 2 stacks right now. He's also running Siphoning 1 too, which means he's going to be doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, inherently that is one of the best for Zentaro. While Slick Kicks can be good, you usually want this damage, especially in such a damage-focused region like EU, right? Another great barrier coming out by Whistle. You want that Slick right, to see if you can pump out more of that, especially with an IME on your side.
And with a great pass by Mahjong one day, thanks to Tan-Man getting it right past Fozy, who wasn't ready for the pass. I mean, right now it's looking sort of on the side of Eclipse here, even though they're on to actually having a good showing so far. Mahjong Monday with the flip as well. See how well he does with it.
Yeah, and I mean, a great clear out means it goes through the barrier, and Whistle flips, gets stopped, doesn't get that barrier, but it's actually a kill that falls onto Llama-Craft from a great boost up by Tan-Man. Fozy keeps keeping it forward with the strike shot, right? The side of Eclipse, they really want to make sure something gets done with this power play, but really nothing to be done just yet. But a great flip up by Venom Yami, the Rosewarp not quick enough to stop it. Now, Whistle, Tan-Man, they want to see if they can do something on this open net, and it's actually Whistle that gets taken off the map thanks to a Glitch Pop Cyber Swipe. Now in a 2v3, can the side of Eclipse save this goal? And it looks to be no, as that 2v1 puts Nero in a really bad situation.
Yeah, it's everyone gaming. Llama fighting the great top angle there, bringing it 1-2. And so far, Fish are trying to even it out and bring back the momentum because, and then again, there are a lot of like kills going on. So like for example, Llama getting that one kill on Whistle, but Fozy dying to Tan-Man. And as I say that, Tan-Man does get knocked out with flip, so there's your advantage goes to Crackpot Fish, and also the player advantage as Llama gets both berries, even the fucking Narrow flip.
Yeah, I mean, burning Narrow's flip also getting the double barrier, but now Whistle, Tan-Man, they're looking to kind of change things up, and great strike for one out by Tan-Man actually means that this core continues to stay forward. Good damage dumped onto Fozy, but when you have a Juno Luna, you're not typically going to be looking to go for that same level of damage as something like an Aimee Zentaro is, and as a result, you probably won't be able to take these flips off nearly as easily.
Yeah, again, agree as Llama burns one flip here, Venom Yami coming up with the other flip as towards him. I think they'll be using this on defense with Venom. Ults it in, and he doesn't get it unfortunately. Plus, he's still with one barrier. Tan-Man with a great dash, getting the second barrier here, bringing it into overtime here with two members of Tripod Fish having flip.
Yeah, great strike shot out by Narrow means that the core is safe for the time being. The Juno blobs actually mean that the flip is basically wasted with nothing to kind of allow it to be sent somewhere. Now, Whistle looking to push up this bot side. The Firewall Sentry is so good, and the hit stun means that Narrow isn't able to get into position to save it.
Yeah, great sentry there, and he actually angled it, well, not angled it, but timed it where the core would go straight through the Aimee turret and go past him. It was actually getting low because of Venom Yami. Venom Yami, stat check, he has 3 Rampage stats, meaning that he has a decent amount of size ready to go. So he not bringing the flip there, gets both barriers taken unfortunately, and Tan-Man almost getting the barrier there. Not the barrier, but the goal here. And it looks about even right now, so
I mean, about even, right? But it's one barrier on one side, while there's none on the other. But with Tan-Man boosting out of the way, this means that this defense is going to be kind of tough for the side of Eclipse. And they're still not getting it out, right? This Firewall Sentry is doing so much work. Now the abilities are finally taking out Tan-Man. He's looking to push up with this flip. A great strike for one means that Venom might just take this barrier, but no. A self-pass. It's intercepted by Llama-Craft. Tan-Man, he has nothing left to actually score this with unless he gets into a good position with this flip. But these strike wars, they continue to be won by the side of Tripod Fish. They continue to just keep this defense going. They don't want to give Tan-Man an opportunity to flip. And there it is. The barrier almost falls. Narrow, Whistle, they clear it out. And now it's up to Tan-Man. He's in the 1v2. He doesn't find it, and yes, he does in the end.
Venom Tan-Man doing all the work there, just soloing out Venom, Llama, and Fozy here, taking the first set for Eclipse, as the Juno is the MVP here. What are we looking at today? What are we looking at? What should Juno take here?
I mean, it's tough to deal with the extra special on Aimee, and yeah, it is a deny here. Like, yeah, Aerials is good, yeah, Monu is good, but I just feel like the extra special is so good on Aimee that it's just okay to deny it here. And yeah, does opt for that. Spark of Focus coming in onto Estelle, right? The Resilience is gone, but this is going to be more scaling, potentially coming down the line. And Tan-Man grabbing the Ad Rush is also going to be really fun, right? This Ad Rush means that now this KO win con, if a little bit of damage comes onto Tan-Man, is definitely very viable. But on the opposite side, Monu and Aimee, Rezil on Zen, and then the aerials for the Kai, meaning he will be able to run up more.
Yeah, speaking of kills, Tan-Man rocking the Ad Rush for killing Llama-Craft there with a great dash. And speaking of it earlier, like, taking the Sparker Resil just means that you have more sparks to go through. And obviously, as Lamacraft goes back online, gets the kills, and Sandman, even though he has sort of a great build, he kind of just dies there, unfortunately.
Yeah, slightly mispositioned, dies to the glitch pop. A great clear out by Whistle and Narrow. Whistle narrowly actually dodging that glitch pop, right, which would have probably even sent him off the map. And another great clear out by the side of Eclipse. They're just keeping this play alive for the time being, and even while there's so much damage being dumped onto them, they're at least keeping the core control alive.
Yeah, poor shenanigans going on. Sandman brought to stagger level, but Whistle with a flip, ready to see if he's on the offense here. Looking for the kill. Sandman almost dies, unfortunately. The dash from Zentaro does not connect. But Narrow and Bajang both with the flip up. We'll see if he uses it on offense or try to get a passive play going.
Yeah, and I mean, a great barrage out there means that Fozy saves the first barrier, but then it just falls right after. Whistle and Tanman, they're trying to keep it forward. And now Narrow, he's used so many of his abilities, he might not have it for the defense, and uh-oh, a big mishap for Eclipse means that the second barrier does fall, and so does Narrow. Pays for it with his life, and Tanman, he's not in the position to defend, so that is a point for Tripod Fish.
Tripod Fish was a great kill, and earlier Narrow did burn their flip, meaning that they couldn't really evade whatever was going to come after him and kill him. It was kind of unfortunate. And it's looking like Tripod Fish are trying to bring the momentum back until they lost one set.
Yeah, I mean, they lost one set, but they're definitely not looking happy with it as they take one, they take two barriers. Lamacraft is looking low, but I don't know if that'll matter with how much core control and how much damage is coming on this opposite side. I think one more ability should take Lamacraft off the map, but he's just been dodging so immaculately.
Immaculately, as he says, kind of just stabilizing himself in mid position, and actually kind of brought really low. Orbs getting taken off the map, and I'm forced to play midfield here as Lama's trying to play Valley to even out the momentum. And it looks like Tanman is actually trying to kill Lamacraft. Great dash in, but Tanman, second barrier falls, and Cozy left with nothing but air to its back. That's the flip here. Oh, and it's getting deflected by Tanman. Great strike.
Yeah, really well played. And well, with that, we're now tied up 1-1. So, with regards to energy, though, Eclipse is looking pretty favored in that situation.
Yeah, energy really on the side of Eclipse here as Tanman's about to come for a flip, but Venom also about to have a flip up. I don't see anything, has to evade, meaning that he will lose his third bar of flip. Great passing play goes on Tanman and Majang, but they try to find the first barrier. Does find the first barrier, Tanman with flip, right to do whatever he can to get that second barrier.
Yeah, doing his best, and I think the thing is that Tanman needs to be careful about not taking too much damage to have to force that flip prematurely, and especially against an Aimi Zentaro, it is really dangerous. But there it is. Oh, he almost got this barrier, but the boost up means that he changes sides, and he's going to be in a much better situation. The flip being burned by Whistle to just make sure that Narrow is not put in a terrible situation, because they want to use these flips to get that second point and hopefully make it so that they're in a good situation to take up a second set. And a great ult actually from Tanman makes it so that the barrier does fall. Flip coming out by Venom Yami. Where does it go? A great positioning by Narrow and Whistle to make sure that they clear both sides. And a flip burned by Narrow, but it actually still saves the core anyway. The flip burned out by Tanman. He doesn't have it for this offense anymore. And oh no, it's going to slide right in. The piercing shot great out by Narrow. And now on this defense, Aimi Zentaro are typically more favored, but maybe it's going to be Whistle that actually finds it here. A great blob bounce, and Narrow, he just continues to keep it forward.
Yeah, Narrow keeping it forward here as Tanman red cores again. First with flip ready, just use it on the defense for upgrade. And Narrow actually saving that, but unfortunately the shark shot goes wide, and Venom Yami took the second point for Fish.
Yeah, second point for Fish, right? So we have to see if Fish can actually close this one out, or if the side of Eclipse will go up 2-0. But looking at the energy department, it looks pretty Fish favored, that's for sure.
Yeah, Fish with 2 flips up. Llama bring their first flip, gets the first barrier, but great cyber slide here. And it's looking like Narrow kind of has to even this out by getting a little bit aggressive. He is running a strike shot, which is pretty good on the stealth. But honestly, let's see if he can actually keep up the effort and put in A for effort in terms of getting the offense going.
Yeah, doing his best, but Narrow, he's actually burning all of these all these abilities really. So against the Venom, who's going to have so many more abilities, it's going to be really tough. But a great flip actually takes the Venom off the map, and that also means a full core flip's also burned. So needs to be very careful of Llama-Craft's hit stun capabilities with this Aimi, and if he's in a bad situation, Llama-Craft can just take this. But Tanman also needs to be really careful as so much damage comes onto him and he falls. Now it's a 3v2 in favor of the Tripod Fish. Can they close it out? A great 1-2 pass, and Narrow, he gets the Soren angle, but unfortunately isn't able to strike it out after.
Yeah, kind of depressing here, and it looks like Fozy will be the MVP of this first set here.
Oh.
And a lot of good awakenings come online actually. The Catalyst, Explosive Entry to Super Surge, and Tara will not be denied any of these great awakenings. Remember, Nera is sparking, so Kai will have to take the Spark of Agility away from him.
Yeah, a little worried about that, so opts for that first pick Spark. Zentara going for the Explosive Entrance here over the Super Surge, and Super Surge denied actually away from the Aimi. Pretty smart. But the Siege Machine picked up, and yeah, okay. We don't pass up on both Energy Awakenings, at the very least.
Smile. And Llama-Craft try to go all in on that ult, adding Siege Machine to the Monumentalist, making sure that not everything can get through that Aimi turret. And it's looking really, really good so far as 10-Man's brought to stagger level. And Llama-Craft with the offensive here, trying to kill 10-Man, does get the kill here, has to force it out to get the barrier though.
Yeah, I think the other thing that does for the Aimi turret is the fact that because both Monu and Siege Machine increase creation damage, it just makes it so that you can't really sit in the Aimi turret to tank it and make sure that, you know, it doesn't hit the core, right? You're going to have to ideally just let the Aimi turret hit it and see if you can strike ward, which is a lot harder.
Yeah, and a bunch of missed strikes from both teams means that core doesn't really get anywhere. It's Llama-Craft almost with great cyber swipe means that barrier, well not that barrier, but the goal almost gets in, but unfortunately Arrow does get the save here. I suppose he has the flip here and save it from 10-Man. And an energy department is looking really good, except for the fact that Venom does burn the flip to kill Whistle here.
Yeah, but this is looking really dire for Eclipse, right? Whistle's already taken off the map, and there it is. The EI Rush finishes off by Venom Yami.
Yeah, Venom Yami with a great dash here, taking that explosive interest, making sure he does have that one dash away to apply extra pressure onto Nera, who honestly on paper doesn't look really good on dealing with his Zentara face.
I mean, it also comes with, you know, being Estelle, right? If the Zentara gets up into your face, you're really not going to be able to do much. Your job as Estelle is to stop things before it gets to you, and, well, we see it once again. Because Nero wasn't able to stop it before it got to him, Venom Yami and Llama-Craft were able to close out another goal.
Yeah, and honestly, it's looking pretty good for Tripod Fish as they're closing out another set taken away from Eclipse here. On the energy department, it's looking pretty good for Eclipse here, almost with 2 Eclipse online. Time at about a half as well, but it's also taking really low here. They try to get the kill. I believe find the kill, they do not find the kill. The time of a great evade means that he still stays alive and actually applying pressure at the time.
Yeah, but despite that, it looks like Venom Yami is posturing to maybe chase after him, maybe kill him, but no. Tanman, he actually pops his Egoist, and now he's up in the faces of Tripod Fish with the flip. The flip out by Llama-Craft actually saves it for now, and, well, the core continues to get forward. A flip burned out by Venom Yami. The first barrier actually saved out by Nero, and now jumped forward by Whistle. Fozy, he's not in the best situation, but with Llama-Craft reinforcing him, it's actually looking pretty okay. The damage trying to come onto Whistle, making sure he can't flip. He flips, it gets intercepted by the side of Tripod Fish. They do save it. Now Whistle, he might just be taken off the map. There it is. It's now 2v3 in favor of Tripod Fish. Can they take this barrier? They have so much ground left to cover, but there's an open net on the opposite side.
Yeah, still doing the works of God here as they're just defending for their life, and he still has 2 barriers today, which is really impressive. And honestly, with the core going red in overtime, means that 10-Man will find the missile and send it to the bottom corner where Fozy can't reach it.
Yeah, Tanman doing really well with that missile, right? And I think that just kind of goes to show you, right? This comp, I think with the team player now online, does so well in the overtime, right? And yeah, the team player in general just helps because it's another mechanism for Estelle to get it away from her side before plays happen.
I kind of agree here, and Tripod is trying to look to take that second barrier here. Fuzzy flipping on the offense here, and he has no evade, which means that Damon can get a really good playoff if they manage to find the barrier here. And with Juno being able to sit there means that they get a lot of extra strikes coming up, but a great glitch pop by Llama-Craft means that the barrier will be taken, and Venom Yami will flip, getting it straight past Narrow.
Yeah, crucially, I think Llama-Craft was the MVP there in that specific interaction. Just actually glitch popping Narrow to make sure that he can't strike that early enough. And because of that, it ends up getting right past him, and then Venom Yami's able to close it out. Now Venom, he might be looking at something like the Fighter Flight, maybe the Knife's Edge, right? Or just want stacks on stacks or something like that.
So he also had a Fighter Flight Estelle taking the hot shot here.
Yeah, I think
the
the...
probably Juno like nothing there.
Yeah, the idea I think with Estelle hotshot here is because I think she expects Kai to just take it regardless. So rather have the hotshot on his side anyway for the Estelle, and the Juno still gets stacks, right? And I think the Juno, especially like compared to Tanman, I think the Juno has been doing better at living, right? So if they are careful, they can keep the stacks alive. They can basically keep this speed advantage for them.
And speaking of being alive, Venom Yami taken off the map. I think Narrow's piercing shot here.
Yeah.
And a great piercing shot means that they'll be left in the 2v3, but unfortunately the power play, reverse power play actually is Llama-Craft hits the first barrier. Venom trying to apply offense, but also with the pressure it means that they're back to showing levels of improvement here. As Llama-Craft takes the second barrier to Intana and brought to almost stack their level as well.
Yeah, but we see these team player passes coming in. Not red cord yet, but still pretty good. And Tanman, he's now taken off this map. Narrow needs to see if he can save it. But Venom, his strike box is too much for Narrow, as Narrow doesn't really have anywhere to strike there. And because of that, Venom does find it.
Yeah, but I don't know how Estelle can deal with a tower in their face when they're basically in a 1v1 here. As a great Giga, I think, kills Tanman off the side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, great Giga, that missile propulsion really doing wonders there. And now that's the second barrier also falling for Eclipse. And with Venom having this flip, this looks really dangerous. One barrier is answered, but now in basically the 1v1, a great interception actually from Tanman. It means that Narrow's flip isn't really necessary, and Llama-Craft is taken off the map. But Eclipse, they need to not lose this barrier here. The adrenaline rush popping for Tanman. He's trying to keep this core forward. The flip burned out by Whistle, nothing to be gotten from it. But Narrow, he's trying to keep this core forward as well, right? So many abilities being popped, but no barrier found, and this is really bad for Eclipse here.
Yeah, Eclipse just burning basically all their abilities, and Tanman with crazy redirects though. But honestly, that Juno, oh my god, Juno slime those wonders, honestly, is he kind of just gets away from the barrier, which is kind of depressing here. As Llama-Craft from great dash shot gets saved by Narrow, but Narrow misses the angle, unfortunate, and it brings Private Fish to a 2-0 match point.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the other thing there is the Juno blobs could have taken the barrier, but it was just a few missed slime redirects from Whistle. Unfortunately, that meant that it still didn't go in, and once again, Llama-Craft with a really clutch glitch pop, finding it on Narrow.
Yeah, Llama-Craft really finding, like as you said earlier, glitch pops are probably the main thing that are bringing Private Fish to this win here as they take both barriers from Narrow here. Tanman with a flip has to find to something to control as another great glitch pop means that simply Venom Yami and look for something, almost has flip up, but he has to contest it by Tanman here. And we're going to be seeing how these two flips interact with each other, as whether or not Tanman will be using this on the defense to save Narrow from Zentara getting in their face.
And well, once again, he might not be able to, as that blink, not enough, and that is game one secured for the Tripod Fish.
Tripod Fish, great showing here, as honestly the draft kind of just went in their favor, as the first part gets denied. Zentaro couldn't be denied anything from that. I think that third set of Awakenings where he could just take Super Surge, Ad Rush, well not Ad Rush, but like Super Surge, Explosive Entrance, Catalyst, and that Egoist there too. Just energy awakenings all over the board, but that Venom Yami was able to just take whatever he wanted to please.
And yeah, I kind of talked about it, right? The damage coming in, but surprisingly enough, there's a really good amount of damage coming in from Eclipse. It's just they weren't able to finish off of the damage that they had, and well, the Estelle was able to sometimes, the Luna was able to sometimes, But when you have stuff like Aimi, stuff like Zentaro, they're way more reliable with their confirms.
Yeah, I can't agree here. And Taro and Naimi just dishing out damage in total 4 kills and 5 kills. And what really mattered was the amount of effort, like what they did after it, because not just getting a KO is important, but also converting the power play and scoring is also really important. And honestly, both teams did a really good job. As on the side of Eclipse, they ran a triple midfield and still managed to take a set off. And honestly, they were also coming close to take another set off too.
Yeah, they were, right? They looked pretty good overall, and we'll have to see if they can continue that into Game 2, or if it'll just be a repeat of Game 1.
And speaking of Game 1 and Game 2, what do you think can be fixed on the side of Eclipse to bring this to a Game 3 if possible?
That's the thing, I don't know, because we're going on to Oni Village, right? And Oni Village is also Tripod Fish's pick, and a lot of Tan Man's picks are best for something like not an Oni Village. And, well, despite that, right, he still has his Kai, right? So if Tan Man can get the Kai, I think he'll be pretty well equipped to play this Oni Village, but maybe Tripod Fish might realize that. Maybe they might decide that, okay, you know what, let's not let that happen. And we see Spark of Strength, Perfect Form start. So I think Eclipse will probably ban something like the Zentaro.
Yeah, they might ban that Zentaro here as Perfect Form is the catalyst of all the natural disasters here. And
Yeah.
honestly, as you said earlier, Taman with the I think he is going to get it since they are first pick here. And I think Fish are going to be denying that Zentaro because, again, picking a Zentaro on this map would be really, really good as Perfect Form. And basically Spark of Strength too. This means that you can have a Sparker and then you just have someone who just does cooldowns for fun.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's definitely going to be fun, right? Now, the other thing I want to see is which team ends up grabbing the Estelle here, right? Who the Estelle falls to, because Estelle is one of the premier midfielders on this map. I think EU is a little more comfortable playing Aimi too on this map. It's just it's a little more sketchy because of how open it is. So that's kind of why I just feel like Estelle, and in my opinion, Kai too is very strong on this map. So that Estelle Kai, it's going to be interesting to see who that falls to.
Yeah, I can agree here. And again, Uneven is just a really funny map with just who can pass it or who has the better team synergy. And it doesn't really matter who gets the better wikings, because again, you're going to have to just look up and see who has the better passing plays. Because again, just a speed map, so we're using a lot of speed picks again, as usual. And as draft comes online here, who do you think is going to... Well, I think they're going to give 10 at first pick, right? Again, with the Kai, as you said earlier. Or
Yeah.
and then they're going to let Llama-Craft maybe take the Estelle too, since they're playing midfield, right?
Yeah, I think what makes most sense here is we're probably going to see something like Zentaro ban into either Dubu or Kai ban, and then whatever is not banned between Dubu or Kai gets picked up for Tan Man, and it gets answered by something like Estelle Rasmus. And then once you go to the opposite side, it'll probably be something like Atlas Aimi, and then Fozy will probably pick up whatever else is remaining, which I'm not sure what Fozy will play after that.
I mean, Fozy can pick up a really surprising pick if it goes exactly the way draft goes. And again, you said earlier, it's him and either taking Dubu or Kai, right? We're going to see Dubu forward on Money Village, which sounds really funny. Especially since Dubu
I don't
is
think
not
it's
a really
good.
fun character.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it's good, but hey, it could
Hey.
still happen, right?
If he can cook the kitty, then he can cook. What can say? And honestly, yeah, could make sense. They will probably take Ivy here because again, Ivy's a great midfielder on Money Village just because she can cover a lot of distance and stuff.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason why EU likes it, right? Because it's also, like, it's good for kills. I mean, in this case, it's also pretty good with perfect form, too. With that turret, proccing perfect form so much. And on top of that, both the IME players on, like, these teams are pretty comfortable on it, right? Llama-Craft really comfortable on it, Whistle pretty comfortable on it. So it'll be interesting to see who that IME actually falls to.
Yeah, I can agree here. I'd be falling to either side is very, very important. And it looks like there is a sort of a bit of a miscommunication with both teams kind of just timing out of the draft, which means that we're gonna have to just keep waiting. I think we're gonna keep it the same Awakenings though, which is Perfect Form and Spark of Strength.
Yeah. I think the Spark of Strength most likely will just fall to both goalies. The thing is someone on each team is gonna have to take it, right? Like you could opt for something like a triple perfect form if, you know, for example, you have like Atlas, Imi, and then maybe the Centaur's not getting through, but even something like Rasmus. But I think they're gonna have to really talk between themselves, figure out who's taking this Spark of Strength, because if you don't grab this Spark of Strength, it's gonna be tough to match that scaling of the other team.
Yeah, scaling is really important in this game, especially if you play the better game and win. Shit. I'm so tired. It's so doomed. Honestly, this is gonna. I mean, just having both teams here, we saw like a past. What has there ever been a pass match between these two teams? If you want to like get into lore while we wait,
Sorry?
do you think there's any lore between these teams as we wait? Because like they're in
I'm
the
trying to
middle
think.
of our goals, yeah.
I actually don't really recall lore between these teams. I'm trying to think to like last EUSL quals too. I think maybe it was like KLB who eliminated SNP, which was Nero's team, in the winners quals of qual number 1, but I could be wrong. That might have been TMCT instead. I don't remember. Yeah, otherwise lore. Yeah, I don't really know much in terms of how these players have kind of interacted in the past too, in perhaps stuff like EPL or other old day tournaments.
Yeah, and I mean, then again, you're kind of just the man when it comes to lore-wise, especially in NA and EU too. So, as we keep on waiting here, honestly, I think we are going to keep it the same Awakening. So, Spark of Strength and Centaur Perfect Form is going to be really, really interesting, especially on Oni Village. I love Oni Village. What a great game.
Yeah, Oni Village is so much fun.
Oni Village is really fun, but I love having to pass multiple times to not even score because our goalie is too good. Clap, clap, clap.
Yeah, I think the other thing is Oni Village does lend itself to a lot more defensive goalies, right? So you're definitely going to be stuck on this map for quite a long time. There were times where some people were pretty comfortable playing stuff like the Imi on Imi forward, like, or sorry, eject the Imi goalie on Oni Village. And I want to call attention to Merchant's Vice on Oni, but that is literally just a Merchant thing. So it's really not to be considered very much. And eject Kai too, right? People have played a bunch of it on Oni as well in the past.
Yeah, like having a third forward technically, because you have just someone walking up and throwing in the extra ability, or as we kind of see with Flameskins too. I think they enjoy playing this map just because Ayuki loves being like up there and doing a lot of damage just because they play Vice and Ivy.
I guess. Now, one other thing. I can be your guys' live draft info person. So, it started off with Eclipse banning Rune, answered by Tripod Fish banning Estelle, and it's a first pick Kai for Eclipse, and then Tripod Fish picks Drakkar and Taro. Eclipse picks Atlas, and then Imi. So we have Atlas, Imi, Kai, which was pretty much exactly what I expected. And then Drakkar and Taro with Octavia, I guess, for Lamacraft.
I heard Octavia. Oh my god, Octavia's the GOAT. And I also heard a Rune Band. I think that Rune Band's for Venom, right?
Yeah, the Rune Band's for Venom. I'm pretty... Oh, no, not just Venom, Lamacraft. Lamacraft is insane.
Yeah. Sure.
I completely forgot it was Lamacraft playing for a second. I was thinking, oh yeah, it's been Venom this whole time. Venom's rune has been great, but no. So the thing is Lamacraft's rune is so good, and especially like if some cooldown gets onto him, he has the potential to kind of solo carry with it.
Yeah, and also kind of just heard the Zentaro falling through, which is interesting, especially since again Zentaro is a really insane like character with perfect form.
No, Zentaro's weak with perfect form. It's fine. It won't be a problem. Never.
Zentaro is weak. I don't know what you guys are talking about. If you guys don't think Zentaro is weak with perfect form, you guys are just obviously getting gapped.
Yeah, honestly.
I think we're heading into game right now. So,
Yep.
Oni Village, great map. We're gonna see like fucking 2 hours worth of gameplay here. Are you ready for boring game? Are you ready for boring commentary?
No. We're gonna make it fun. You remember TMCT Fury last week? That was fun on Oni Village.
That was fun. Can't agree. So
look, we can make the commentary fun on Oni Village, right? It's not Oni Village that makes it boring. It's the mentality of being on Oni Village that makes it boring.
No, you're just fun as Kai and Temmin. Let's pick up the Kai here. So we'll be seeing Speedster Kai, Homeless Kai if you don't play him on Oni versus Zentaro. Be really fun.
The damage could prove to be too much for Kai, right? And with Drakkar and Zentaro, okay, well, that's a lie. It's really just Zentaro, to be perfectly honest, because Drakkar Goalie is not realistically going to be doing much damage. Like, you'll occasionally drop the ult, but your shotguns really aren't meant for damage on Drakkar Goalie. It's meant for you to win interactions. And it's just like a second Atlas in a way.
I mean, Fosi picking up the Drakkar here, really interesting, kind of, because again, like having Drakkar in Oni Village is actually proven to be pretty good. I think we saw that earlier with what's his name? I don't remember him, but it was
picked it up.
Yeah, I think Slav picked it up, and like we actually saw like how good it was because he was defending against both Juno and the Guanapa character, which is insane.
Yeah, I mean Drakkar, one of the kings of multi-hits. Yeah, sorry, that was TMCT Fish, right? Where Slav picked that up, and against Juno Rune, I believe.
Juno Rune is disgusting.
Yeah, it's so good to deal with the multi-hits, and well, despite that, we do see the double barrier opening up, and I think that's just a symptom of having this double midfield. You have all the core control you want to have, and there's that Firewall Sentry drop. It's kept on that top side, but it kind of shifts over, and the flip coming in. It's not answered as Whistle gets our opening goal.
Yeah, I think we saw this earlier with Eclipse taking the first set off of Tripod Fish and then Tripod Basher eventually coming back. I think this just might be a symptom of we give him first set and then we let drafting take the first mile.
I guess that's part of it, but also I think the other good save. I guess the other thing is also just double midfield too, right? It basically means that you get the core control you want to have, and there's really no other win con that the opposite team can use against you because they haven't really scaled yet.
Yeah, true, as Nero with flip, and I mean we just burned her flip gets affected by Whistle here, and we're going to see how Nero uses this flip, especially on offense, because and again, Oni Village is one of those maps where you can easily translate a passy play into a goal. And Fosi and Tamman both almost have flip that double midfield. They're coming really much into play here. As Fosi does deflect it away with a very safe. But I'm taking low end that sentry turret just shoving it in past Venom Yavi's Zentaro. I guess Zentaro's weak.
Yeah, I mean the Oni's blade honestly meant to keep the core in play, but unfortunately it really set up Whistle and Tanman for that play and allowed them to get that core past them. And a good series of passes on the defense actually by Nero and Whistle, keeping the first barrier alive for a little bit, but it does fall, and now Nero, he's in a tough situation with Lamakak pushing up with him. A barrier answered on the opposite side, but crucially both barriers on the same side, so it will be a little awkward, right? Because you have the dichotomy of the players trying to move around on opposite sides, which takes way longer, or you just try to force it through on the bottom side, which is way quicker but way riskier.
Yeah, as much as Monday does print a flip, it's him and actually kind of taken really low. And that Atlas is probably going to do massive amounts of work as he's going to be saving. And Atlas, crazy strike shot means that Lamakak is knocked off the map. The Octavia getting knocked off the map means that a lot of good things will be looking good for Eclipse here as Fosi, but they try to keep this play alive. And unfortunately, a stretcher from there does get the second barrier here. As Yami tries to kick out 10 man, almost does. 10 man still staying alive. Crafting the second barrier means that Fosi's a great 10 man flipping, killing them. Yabi here. Fosi forced to flip here by a great glitch pop by Mahjong Monday here, and looks like everything's back to almost being even, but momentum still is on the side of Eclipse.
Oh. And I mean, despite it, that point may have been narrow, right? Narrow might just be him as he finds the strike shot kill. He finds the strike shot for the barrier. He finds the flip for the goal.
And we are looking at again, a crazy build for Nara maybe, because he does opt for the rapid fire here, taking away another sort of hit from Dakar here, as he can't just immediately reload a shotgun. But let's see where Catalyst falls. I remember last time Catalyst didn't get any value in no one's Catalyst.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like Catalyst, I think, will probably go to Octave. It's good on Zentaro, that's what I'm saying. I think they were maybe just thinking they'd try to leave like Stagger Striker plus Catalyst for Octavia so she gets something. Opts for the Unstoppable instead, which is pretty good for stopping some of that damage. But the other thing is Aimi now has extra special perfect form turrets.
Yeah.
So it's really going to be difficult. But despite that, there's still some good core control action coming in by Tripod Fish as they take the double barrier here.
Yeah, speaking of like core control and Genra, just Tripod Fish working together to take both barriers away from Nara, but Nara with like a lot of not awakenings, but cooldowns here, as he's been able to defend it so far. And Tamman just trying to do all the work, getting Speedster Kai online, and taking Stagger Swagger might be a crazy option, as Venom unfortunately misses the flip here, and he might be taken off the map with almost a great barrage by Kai, and the pressure is just ongoing as both midfielders trap Fozy in sort of an enclosure, and Lavacraft being unable to do anything means that another point gets taken off.
Yeah, props to Fozy on that defense, honestly. First, that shotgun on the top side to kind of keep it going away from the cyber swipe that Whistle used, and then the strike to beat Tanman after that to keep that alive too. So just really well played, and a great stall up of Venom means that the second barrier does fall there as well. And there's the flip.
And do they just have to convert, honestly? Like, this team is pretty good at just holding core control in general, but you just have to see Tripod Fish have to come out on top, and they do flash the power of friendship, which is obviously a great match.
Oh yeah, that's for sure, right? Fish on the ship for sure. And anyway, that is the first barrier, soon to be second. A great shotgun, but not enough as Nero actually walks forward and gets the expanse. Fozy having to burn his flip means he doesn't have it for this next offense. Tanman really close to building his own, but that Firewall Sentry really being wasted, right? It's not going to be getting much of anything, but now it gets up to Tanman. He might be able to win a strike while here. Good passing coming out of the members of Eclipse, but it just goes back all the way around. Nero barely saves this barrier, and now it's up to Tanman. He's looking for this flip. He finds it. Up 2-1 is Eclipse in this set.
Yeah, Tanman just doing all the work as we saw last game as well. Tanman just doing basically everything while Mahjong Monday backs it up. And honestly, I think Fozy just needs to hit his strike shots right now, because currently he's been missing. And again, he kind of does get set up by Zentaro, which is okay, but before he was missing probably a lot of strike shots, which means that he'll be missing a strike for the next upcoming interaction. As he loses both barriers to Tanman, great Giga Blast means that both barriers fall. And we might see Eclipse up 2-0 in sets.
Yeah, we very well might, and I think one thing I do want to call attention to is how good Tanman's Giga Blasts have been, right? Last point, he basically self-passed it using the Giga Blast, and then this point he finds the double barrier too. And there it is, there's the flip, takes off Venom, but no goal yet to be found as a great strike shot from Fozy comes in and keeps the 4 alive. And oh no, a missed expanse means that the barrier almost falls, and so does Lamacraft, but with Venom Yami respawning, this looks pretty rough for the side of Eclipse.
Yeah, Eclipse kind of finding both barriers, putting Fozy in a very, very bad spot to defend, but Lamacraft with great strike, get to pass there, takes the second barrier off. Let's see how Fozy deals with this, as he's coming up against a very, very fast Kai. Let's see if they can retain more control here. Lamacraft does the ult, gets the flip off. Unfortunately, doesn't get the flip off as well, as Tanman does barrage it to try to keep it inside of Eclipse's range here. And Lamacraft and Venom Yami trying to build up flip. Venom Yami almost having flip. Fozy also having flip too, means that he would have to try to predict Kai off, and Kai doesn't get any value out of it as Venom Yami comes back with flip. This is going to be a very, very interesting passing game as red players are flying all over the board.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the crucial thing that made Eclipse lose that point is how many strike wars the side of Tripod Fish were winning, right? They were winning so many strike wars to the point where it's just, even if you get these good plays out by Eclipse, it doesn't really matter. And there it is, there's the double barrier found by Venom. This is an open net, and the base drop means it's all but over. And there it is, once again, another strike war won. And Llama-Craft, I think Llama-Craft might actually be the MVP on this set, and this could be really bad if Chrono Boost or Castellas show up.
And Chrono Boost does show up, and also the spark of agility to Llama-Craft, the only one sparking here.
Yeah, I think this is a tough decision, right? I think a Spark on Octavia would love the Spark of Agility, but Chrono Boost is just such reliable value that you can't really pass up on it. And, well, gets that, but there's also a Catalyst Egoist on a Venom Yami, right? I feel like Tripod Fish just got the draft of a lifetime.
Chopper's getting the Chrono Boost, the Egoist, and the Rampage here, meaning that no one can really scale his size, and then he was just going straight up speed him and taking the side of Sparkle and Sparkle agility here, because that he will have a lot of speed, and we'll see how this translates.
And hey, I mean, even if the side of Tripod Fish did get their draft of a lifetime, Whistle actually gets this KO, right? And I think the one thing with Whistle is that he is a pretty KO-focused IME compared to a lot of other IMEs, and obviously, since we're on Oni Village, it's been a little harder to see that, because, again, this is not really a KO-focused map. This Deadeye is really going to be doing work, right? So if you can find a lot of these KOs, especially, like, you know, knockback-focused ones, then we very well might see an avenue for Eclipse to find their way back into the game.
Yeah, they're just trying to put a lot of pressure right now, as those being the winning strike, being the required, just trying to win as much strike as we possibly can. Given area with flip with the Egoist, decides to flip here, just to dash up this barrier, and now he's just moving back to low as instead Tanman gets KO'd.
Yeah, instead Tanman gets KO'd, and well, Whistle is not looking the best either, right? He's taking so much damage, and Venom is also relatively low. The flip does actually bring him to near staggered, and Tanman burns that barrage trying to stagger Whistle, but trying to stagger Venom, but Venom grabs the orb. He's still staggered once again, but there's an open net for the side of Eclipse, and this might not be the most ideal situation as Llama-Craft is pushing up. And now Venom, he's finally unstaggered, but oh my god. Nero did it once before, Fozy does it again, the strike shot for the goal.
Strike shot gaming, honestly, as Fozy gets that. He also has aerials too, which does contribute to the fact that he can just strike it in and have fun with it. And I think a lot of these goals from Strike Shot have been like very like relevant entirely, as Majamani finds the double hit, but Lama first one the flip. Instead they do get the first finish here, Venom kind of burns the flip. Saved that by Nero here, and Venom is back to a low stagger. He does get killed from Majamani.
Yeah, it does get KO'd, and I think that's another symptom, right, of this team comp. Octavia and Taro being among the characters with some of the lowest stagger, right? It's going to be easy for Whistle to try to stagger them, and Tanman too, as he drops some of this damage. And now that the orb being denied away from Tanman, but Tanman has this stagger swagger, right? He has this ability to keep himself kind of alive, at least if he isn't damaged very much. And once again, the stagger swagger doing work, and that Deadeye, so much damage onto Venom Yami, and he might be taken off the map. He did get this energy popped, and this Egoist, this is looking really bad if the passes can come through to him.
When passes is coming through him, there's the flip, Nero saved out. But Venom Yami still staggered here, Tanman trying to find a KO here. As Majamani has the flip, ready, trying to look for something. Burns the flip, gets out Fozy, and it's back to having air at the backside of both goalies here. As Nero with a flip and Fozy not with a flip. We see how this comes into play. Fozy, well not Nero, Fozy did. Nero actually burned the flip there, unfortunately. It means like he has no energy ready to do a big clear. Venom Yami ever gets it, and a missed strike for not sure for a strike shot. Because that Venom reflects his second goals.
Yeah, unfortunately, missed out by Nero, right? That is another goal for Tripod Fish. And I just feel like this has been kind of a game of margins, right? So many clutch strike wars, so many slightly missed plays out by both sides. And I think it's just because of that Eclipse has been really close to winning a lot of these. And I just feel like they have to be kicking themselves for a few of these slightly missed plays.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. As Venom Yami does get ready, he does bring the flip too, and he gets the barrier too from that. It's back to the side of Tripod Fish as they close out another set of reblock.
Yeah, and I think Nero, he did his best there, but really so many abilities being dropped onto him. No thanks to the perfect form from Zentaro. And, well, Zentaro's build might just continue to get even stronger as Super Surge is on the table for him.
Description on the table means that Alice will be picking up the initial Katsuki away from Jakar, who has been winning everything, but Jakar does, I think, get prime time to take Hotshot actually.
Yeah,
and I think Imi's forced to take the cast here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of sucks. You probably wanted the Timeless Creator, but you can't really give Llama-Craft cast to last because I think the other thing is also Llama-Craft has been timing out on some of these flow states, even with the Chrono Boost. So because you have that avenue, you can't really give the cast to last away because cast to last just literally makes it near impossible to time out with these flow states unless you're actively not playing the game very well. And, well, we see both barriers being taken by the side of Tripod Fish, but Llama-Craft is actually taking so much damage, he could be dropped off the map, and a double barrier answered back by Tanman, but the ego is popped by Venom Yami. He might be able to score here.
Yeah, great pass by Llama finds the trip, finds the double take there, having to burn his secondary to try to stop it, but unfortunately Llama does find the angle to get it past Nero.
Unfortunately, Llama does, and, well, it's just a great pass out by Venom Yami, right? Finding that, and Llama-Craft is looking to take another one. A good knockback, actually, out by Whistle, means that Llama-Craft isn't able to follow up with the space drop. Tanman, a great barrage to try to keep the core forward, but the strike shot out by Fozy means that this core just continues to stay forward, push forward with Llama-Craft and Venom. I just feel like the side of Eclipse, I think there needs to be more that's done.
Yeah, and honestly, we had to see how Damage and Much Punch can synchronize here, as they kind of just, well, Zentaro has like the perfect build, so I wouldn't really be playing with them a little bit too much, because Zentaro just kind of get the perfect draft of his like Llama-Craft, and them both having a flip up, and Llama-Craft gets like 24-2, and Mira seems a great save, as Llama's brought the stagger, and they're trying their best right now, really, just because, again, low stagger means that nothing can really get done here. Cozy does have his flip though, so we might be seeing another saving pass coming out.
Yeah, and this looks really dire, right? The passes, the good strike war wins coming out by Llama-Craft, coming out by Venom Yami, and they very well just might find it here, but we are in overtime. This Atlas generally a little bit more favored because he has this missile propulsion. He can cover more distance and make it harder for Octavia and Zentaro to push through. And now the speed coming out by Tanman, so great. A pass down from Whistle to Tanman, and the Giga Blast winning that strike war against Fozy.
Yeah, and also means that Fozy burns his flip too, meaning that he doesn't have a flip for another good passing play. And we'll see that Eclipse are trying to even this out with energy awakenings, well, not energy, but energy going onto the side of Eclipse, as they have both basically have two flips on fire.
Yeah, they have their two flips, and, well, now Whistler needs to be careful not to die. A great Celestial intervention to make sure that even if anything bad comes through, it's basically reset. Flip burned out by Llama-Craft. Whistle actually taking so much damage. Tanman needs to be the one to reinforce, and a great blink flip out by Whistle takes off Venom, who I think also had this flip, so that's really crucial as Tanman wins a strike war and takes it against Fozy. I think Eclipse has been absolutely rejuvenated with the last 2 points.
We can't agree, as they basically, I think they found the synchronization that they needed, and it's up to Tripod to try to close it out here as they're basically on set match, and Llama-Craft right in the first barrier, they're trying to also try to keep it in play. Unfortunately, gets blocked up right there. Finds the dash, gets the second barrier here. And speaking of rejuvenation, Venom Yami with a flip ready gets Giga Blast. Well, gets Giga Blast means that he's back to staggered. So finds the angle, almost gets it with a great dash. And Cozy back to having no barriers as well, honestly, and he's back to seeing who can outscore the other opponent.
Yeah, but Whistle, he needs to be so careful, right? He's taking so much damage, and, well, because of that, this base drop might take him off, and, oh no, Nero, we can't be losing those, and Venom Yami secures it with the EI rush.
Yeah, and you kind of just have to make sure you don't get outplayed by just basically Pixels, as he basically missed that with Pixels, and we're gonna see how these teams can either win the game here or even it out to 1-1 to basically 1-1 apiece. If they do get the draft up, and that with a great dash, means that He will almost get this berry here, but he's taking low. So is Tanman. Llama-Crab, Tanman, and Familiar about to die. Unless your infection comes out. Tanman getting back to heals. He also has the Swagger. I think so. He will be fine. But Llama-Crab and Venomary both taking extremely low. Gets the flip off too. Michael Monday killing the Octavia, meaning that they'll be down players. There you go. You go for flip too. Has to burn that flip to save it, and Tanman also brought low. That Swagger really coming to it, keeping him alive here as Venomary trying to find it. Narrow has to flip here too, and it's almost over for it. As they might get 2-0'd here.
Yeah, they very well might, and that expands really not ideal. And now the side of Eclipse, they need to figure out a way to get it out of this offense. And oh no, Narrow, you did it once, you can't do it twice. And Tripod Fish take it 2-0.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Celestial expands there. It means that the core just goes right behind you and basically just screws yourself over, and that's kind of just sad. And they almost played a really good game to that last set, really amounting to a lot of stuff. And again, Tanman, Monchong, and Arrow rack up 7 kills total. Means that, hey, kills can be found, but it really matters if you can convert, and that's what Tripod Fishman should do.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they were doing solidly enough, I think, on the offense, right? The offense wasn't too different from both teams with regards to how it was. It just felt like the defense was slightly lacking on the side of Eclipse. And hey, even if they did play pretty well, fortunately, wasn't enough, right? So Tripod Fish is able to take this in swift 2-0 fashion, and that does bring them up to 1-2.
Yeah, 1-2 are kind of just refining their footing back in EUSL. And honestly, good games to both teams, and it was really just a war of attrition there. Seeing again, Only Village being the map where you have to prove that you're the better team by passing and having just complete control of how you want to play the game, and it's clearly shown by Fish playing their best.
Yeah, and yeah, we do see that, right? Tripod Fish playing really well. This was their pick, right? Their map pick. But despite that, I feel like on average, Eclipse did play better on this map. And it seems weird to say when you consider Tanman's pool, right? But Tanman did get the Kai, right? One of his other picks. Despite the fact that they left Dubu open, Tanman opts to not grab the Dubu, grabs the Kai instead. And I would say performs pretty solidly on it, honestly.
Yeah, I think he just did all the work, honestly, finding like many of these free, well, not these free, but like these crazy goals that kind of put Eclipse back into the running position. But honestly, you can't just solo a team by yourself, especially in a really good league like this, and you kind of just have to ask for your teams to play better and win more, as the Eclipse do fall down to 0-3 and Tripod Fish going up.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's it for game 1. We have TMCT versus Flames Kittens up next, but as the players do get ready and get prepared for their match, we will send it over to a quick break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to series number 2 of EUSL 2 Week 3. I'm here once again with Hurricane, and we're here for TMCT versus Flames Kittens. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. I still have a very, very sore throat, so it's all good. And we're gonna be seeing two very, very upcoming teams. We have TMCT and probably a really good team, Flames Kids, who have been showing very, very good amounts of growth.
Okay, this is interesting, right, with regards to the comps. I think we are going to be seeing more Rune forward once again. This is going to be Cookies Rune 99%. The other thing I am wondering is who is playing today on... Okay, it is looking like Yuki, Grim, and Flame, so this might be an era for Grim, I guess, so it'll be Aimi, Era, Asher, potentially.
Yeah, back to the main roster. I'm surprised that Ayuki isn't playing Vice this time around. I feel like they should be going Vice with Sparks here.
I
Especially
think
since
both are
Spark is
fine.
strong.
Both
I think
are
both are fine. Yeah, but I think
Right.
Ayuki's more comfortable on the Vice, right?
I mean, okay. Originally, I would have said yes.
Yes, but
But
now
after
they've been.
I've seen their IME a decent amount, and their IME looks pretty solid too. And I think IME on average is just better as a character too. So it's just great to have that for your side as well. So I think Ayuki is very down to pick the IME here.
Yeah, no worries. Again, we're gonna be seeing. You said Cookies Rune?
Yeah, Cookies Rune. This is going to be a Rune
fun.
forward with Kai midfield.
It's gonna be mad fun again. Rune being a really, really known pick in EUSL just because you're allowed to read other people and kind of just since the entire community knows each other that it could be easy to play Rune on this map, especially since we're playing in Gates of Obscura with Prime Time and Spark of Strength, which means that you're basically a lot of banishes because again, Cookies is pretty good at Rune.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, right? Cookies is known for that Rune forward as well. It is one of his big comfort picks. And on a primetime start as well, I think this really just says, okay, yeah, you can go for this. And it looks like the Spark of Strength falls to Giovanni. No one on Flames Kittens actually opting for it. Everyone else goes for primetime.
Yeah, it might be a core control game. It is very, very fun. Letting Giovanni get the first Spark means that the Spark means could be. We're going to see a lot of Spark denies if it ever comes down to Giovanni not getting first pick and not immediately getting a Spark off, as portal shenanigans do come into play here. And it kind of, I mean, I think Flames Kittens are running sort of a variation of a traditional comp with playing two people that can stuff the core out and then one buffer.
Yeah, I mean, it is it's weird, right? Because it's not the traditional kitten comp, because the traditional kitten comp typically involves Mako, but you can probably get away with stuff like the Now, or if you want, just go for like a raw defensive goalie, like something like the Asher or the Atlas. But instead we have the Aimi, which is not traditionally seen paired like this. It instead just means you have that offensive pressure and some good defense coming off by Sloth and Cookies. Not enough, but it does force Flames flip, and now Cookie's looking really low. A good self pass actually forces out Yuki's flip as well, and Gio, he still gets this Giga Blast and sends it right in the side of TMCT. Their offense is so good.
And the passing plays in general is very, very cool, because you saw Yuki was focused on Flame, well, not Flame, but Cookies a lot more, and since Cookies was staggered, he'd be like, oh, well, I can just pass the Geo and boom, we have the free barrier here. And good job by, I think it was Cookies there that kind of just let, kind of just caught Ayuki off because he was already pushed up, and Giovanni used his Giga Blast there, which was pretty cool in general. This is probably the reason why we saw such an upset last week, just because of the amount of gameplay that's been going on. It's been pretty good on the side of TMCT.
Yeah, and I think part of it also is just TMCT is so clean with their passing lanes, right? They're able to find these passes pretty cleanly, and, well, passing is really what's going to win you games when you have a double midfield. And, well, we see how you can take this first barrier, but the second barrier still doesn't fall yet. And even with an Era Asher pushing it through this corner, Cookies, he's just doing Rune things. He's figuring out how to beat Ayuki with this Rune, and he looks so clean with it.
Yeah, and even if Ayuki saved that, I think that Barrage is going to kill both Grim and Yuki. I think it's a good thing that they didn't die and gave up the barrier over the amount of energy they could have lost from that. And an unfortunate portal means that Cookies will bring down Sloth's barrier, but it doesn't even matter as Cookies and Giovanni with the passive play, getting both players on Ayuki and Ayuki back to having nothing to their name here. Even though they do have a flip ready, they kind of just have to play really aggressive.
And oh, there it is. Flame finds the barrier, he finds the flip, but no goal to be found just yet. And well, now in the 2v3, the flip burned out by Ayuki, worried about Gio's potential strike there. And now Cookie's in the corner. A great series of rune plays means that the core is saved, and now Sloth has respawned. He is alive, and Cookie's in the 1v1. It's rune against an Aimi. This should be all but one for the rune if he plays it smart. But now with the team reinforcing of Flame Kittens, they might be looking to keep it okay and get it out, right? But a great self-pass out by Cookies means he gets his core once more, and now I think what's crucial is he does set himself up for a future play. If the side of TMCT can hold long enough for his Shadow Swap to come back up, he can teleport and make the play happen.
Yeah, and Cookie's just forcing Ayuki to defend for her life as everything's being put on. A Miss Barrage means that the barrier will not be found here. But it looks very, very even, and it might not be even because Grimlock is about to have therefore the Cookie trying to get Grim to force it in. Doesn't kill Ayuki there, but Ayuki does kill Giovanni there, leaving Cookies in a 1v2 all by himself with force. And it's looking very, very bad. It's looking very, very bad for TMT as Flame does find bottom side where Sloth isn't there.
Yeah, I think the really tough thing there is that Cookies probably should have used the pillar to intercept the pass, because Sloth is above Flame, so even if Grim sends it up that top side, Sloth should win the top side interaction, right? It will just be a flat out 1v1 where that pass ends up being a 1v2 because there's nothing to reinforce it.
Yeah, I kinda agree there. As Sloth does lose both barriers there, and Flame doing so much work, making Sloth burn the flip, and Grim still has his flip too, means that Flame's Kittens is very, very on the top side. Flame sending it almost as a demon angle, but doesn't, unfortunately. Grim look at Flame trying to pass with the Flame, trying to kill the rock in any way, shape, or form. Almost has to kill on Cookies, but Cookies kind of just lives there, which is kind of interesting. And honestly, Cookies with a great lock into the redirect here means that both barriers are gone for both teams. Grim and Ayuki with flip, and so does and Cookie's about to have his flip too. By the top side, it gets it right past Ayuki. Ayuki not being able to be there because no cooldowns. And in the words of Temple Melon, boom shakalaka goes TMCT as they score their first set.
Okay, boom shakalaka indeed. And well, we see this draft coming in. I think, yeah, Cookie's very happy to pick up this Castlast. I think other great picks could be the Monu, could be the Stacks, could be the Egoist, but Castlast also just means that these banishes are way more valuable. But the Stacks does fall over to Kai. And I think despite that, there's going to be so many great pickups coming in for Flames Kittens. The Super Surge, the Monumentus, and the Rampage. I still feel like this is good for Atlas, as Atlas can just pick up Egoist.
You can agree here, and Era getting the Manu that they deserve, and Ayuki also getting another Dash Awakening. Okay, so they're going to be putting a lot of offensive pressure. Again, Ayuki loving to do crazy things like push up. It does work out in the end. And unfortunately, there's one barrier that does go awry. And Ayuki almost predicting it. Cookie's having the good enough patience to get it away and get the second barrier, leaving Ayuki with nothing but the net behind her. And Sloth getting taken out by the Era NATO.
Yeah, Sloth getting taken out by the Era NATO, and well, now Cookie's Geo, they need to find a way to hold. But Cookies, he is just doing this 1v3 masterclass with the rune forward. And now Sloth, he's respawned, which means his defense should be coming in for TMCT. A great Celestial Intervention means that Giovanni doesn't fall to anything from Flame, but he doesn't have it for the next kill attempt, and Geo with no stagger, or sorry, no evade, means that he is at risk of getting dash punched off the edge.
Instead of getting dash punched, he gets destroyed by the glitch pop, and it's back to another power play by Flame and Grim. Gets the first barrier, Ayuki with the flip, bringing it, and Flame and Grim both have the flip ready. Kills! Flame misses the angle, unfortunately. Oh my god, it's unfortunate here. As Cookies and Giovanni desperately try to defend the barrier here, as Grim has to look for something to secure the rock forward. Flame winning the strike war against Giovanni.
Yeah, and I think the funny thing is, the funny thing there is that I think Gio could have actually won that if he just struck downwards. right? If he strikes downwards, it clears it. The glitch pop is not in position to actually catch that, and well, it might just have forced Grimm's flip, right? Which I think would have been an absolute win for TMCT even if they lost the goal. Now, Grimm is looking to be kind of low, but he does grab this orb to bring himself back up, and now Cookies, Geo, they are pushing for this barrier. The flip having to be burned by Grimm on this defense. Soft actually misses the strike shot, which causes the second barrier to fall in favor of Flames Kittens, and well, now this is looking like Flames Kittens, they want to shift the momentum back in their favor. The Path Splitter coming down. The not fully formed NATO actually comes down too, otherwise Sloth probably would have been dead there.
Yeah, it's kind of just, if I can get teamwork going on, then it works, and Grimm almost getting it, and also Flame was getting it too. Some of a crazy save here, sending it right back down, and it's looking back to almost being neutral if Giovanni can convert here with his 1v1. It does convert almost. Ayuki with the flip burns it, and the pillar just comes a little bit too late as Ayuki scores their second point.
Yeah, Ayuki scoring the second point for Flames Kittens, right? They're actually looking pretty good this time, but I think despite that, the side of Rune and Kai are figuring out some stuff on offense. It just feels like the defense is where it is crumbling, right? Where a lot of kills are being found on Sloth, right? And there are also times where he has some of these, you know, typical like Atlas mishaps that a lot of goalies will have. But now, as they're on the offense, this is what they want to find, and a great shadow swap out by Cookies means that he secures the second barrier. He has the flip ready in case he needs it, and it looks like Geo is also building up a flip of his own, almost sends it through the firewall sentry, but doesn't, and a great time strike out by Sloth means that the blink doesn't catch it.
Yeah, and Giovanni burning the flip here, defended out by Ayuki, and Flame and Ayuki both doing everything they can to save it as Cookies gets the banish off, and also misses the flip too. It's kind of unfortunate here. Cookies having no energy means that they're gonna have to try to find some play in the crazy redirect. Cookies doing everything to send Ayuki in the spin cycle, taking the first point here, and probably saving themselves a lot of momentum here as they try to bring it back.
Yeah, great play out by Cookies. Honestly, that play earned Cookies some brownie points, if I say so myself. And, well, first barrier taken by him, and this Monunado looking pretty dangerous. Geo needs to be careful about his life, and that Celestial Intervention coming down does help him, but not going to be there for any future attempts on his life. Cookies also, he doesn't have any evade bars, so he needs to be careful as well. And now there's the Firewall Sentry dropping, but Sloth, he does clear for the time being. A great self-pass out by Cookies. The banish and no pillar to be found there to keep it on this offense, but Cookies, he's playing so carefully. He's living, he's back, walking back for this orb, and now it's Geo that's trying to play this 1v3. The flip forced out by Ayuki, using the Cyber Strike to guarantee that it comes out, and now the side of Flames Kittens, they don't have very many defensive tools left for Cookies and Geo's plays.
Yeah, and Cookies almost getting another redirect off, and a lot of player shenanigans mean that it's back to almost on the side of as he burns the Path Splitter. It doesn't find any value though, and we just had to look at how Flames Kids have been defending really well actually. Like they've kind of just faced the onslaught of having like everything thrown at them. As Ayuki gets the barrier and Flame finishes it off, using that dash to send it right past Sloth.
Yeah, looks like Flames Kittens are burning bright as Flame does find the great stall against the flip of Sloth and then sends it right through. Ayuki probably be rewarded with something like the Deadeye or the Perfect Form. Great options for this Aimi.
Yeah, and we also see Ayuki just being very, very aggressive, always coming up to support Flame and when they need it most, and it has been working out. As Ayuki does take the Perfect Form, Cookie's opting for the Chrono Breeze, Kai opting for the Stagger Striker as the Spark gets denied, and Asher goes for the Ice Fighter, and Atlas taking the Adrenaline Rush. This kind of just gives Sloth a little bit of leeway in terms of having almost no cooldowns, but honestly, it might be a good deck.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is this Chrono Boost pickup was actually just a deny away from Grimm. I think I've seen it a lot more in EU, where EU seems to be a lot more afraid of this Chrono Boost era compared to NA, right? And well, NA in general just doesn't play much era. That's the other thing outside of goalie. So yeah, pick up for this deny, but it also is not that bad in terms of, you know, offering more length on that banish, and we've seen some good banishes so far from Cookies.
And Cookies doing all the work they can there, but Ayuki being able to save it means that Flames Kittens again has another great corner, like they were trying to set up a corner offense, and it does work here as Flame has a flip ready, Flip Burn gets it past the pillar, which unfortunately despawns and sends it right where Sloth can't reach it.
Yeah, I think the other really dangerous thing is that the side of TMCT doesn't really have anything in terms of the damage to kind of take really Flame out, right? We want to get rid of these Rampage stacks, we want to get rid of the Prize Fighter stacks, but you just can't when you're playing Rune Kai. Like, you have to rely on, like, a lucky primary coming out by Sloth that maybe knocks Flame off a little too far back, or maybe a double banish that, you know, puts Flame into a really bad position. It's really tough, and that might be just what we need, as so much damage comes down to Flame, but he's not yet finished off. More damage comes down, now he's finally staggered, but I don't even know if he's going to fall off because of it.
He might not, and he's playing really centralized, but at the cost of Flame not coming back, Ayuki loses their second barrier, putting Wind behind her back, but Flame with no evade here will be taking a lot of knockback. And honestly, we had to see how Cookies does with the flip. Flips, comes out, defended by Ayuki, almost kind of sold there by Grim. Grim having to burn the flip as well. Meaning that Cookies and Gio are back in a 2v2 position here. His Flame is still staggered and taking so much damage. Even the kind of regenerate, yeah, he does get knocked off the map by Gio.
Yeah, finally. I mean, he was staggered and sitting there for like 20 seconds without dying, and then the barrage finally secures it, and now Gio, Cookies, this is their opportunity to secure the goal they need, and a great strike up by Sloth forces out the flip from Ayuki. Where does it go? It goes right back to Cookies, and Cookies strikes it to the bottom side.
Yeah, great patience by Gio, just waiting for Ayuki to figure out where to flip and intercepts it, passes it straight down to Cookies, and Cookies just scores there, which is pretty cool in general. And again, as we look at energy here, we're looking at Sloth almost with a flip up and Gio with 2 bars to their name. Everyone else is just, and it's in the dumps in terms of flips here. And again, it's looking very even because both these teams have really good offenses and also defenses too. And like Sloth is holding it down, does proc the Egoist, and then proceeds to look there doing nothing as Flameskins are back in their own net trying to defend against the second barrier.
Yeah, trying to defend themselves against the second barrier, and now we do see it on the opposite side as they're trying to keep this offense going. A great strike where one out by Cookies and Gio. The banish dodged away from by Ayuki. But now the pass, it comes down to Cookies, it almost goes in, but a great glitch pop saves it for the time being. Now Sloth, he has this flip in case he needs, and so does Flame. Gio trying to bring up this top side, he's trying to use this Giga Blast, trying to use this barrage, but nothing to be found just yet. And now Flame, he's looking for this kill, he wants to restack some of this Prize Fighter, but doesn't manage to just yet, as a great projection comes through. And now Sloth, he needs to be really careful with any of these barriers falling as the Path Splitter is dropped. The Maelstrom's coming in too, a great evade, a flip, intercepted, but the flip is also burned on Sloth's side, so he doesn't have it for the next offense. A great strike comes out by Flame, comes out by Ayuki, and now the Kai Rune, they might actually get the opportunity they want here, as Ayuki and Grim are not in the best situation.
Yeah, and Ayuki and Flame kind of just holding it down. Flame is kind of just sitting back there until the offense comes to give himself a lot of time to regenerate his cooldowns and clear it out. But right now it's looking very good on the side as Giovanni gets it in with the red core from Cookie, sending it right back and letting Giovanni use his barrage to set it past Ayuki, who wasn't really able to defend against that.
Yeah, that almost went really badly, because I think the play Cookies was going for there was really just a strike self-pass. But the angle still worked out where Giovanni was able to catch it thanks to the speed, thanks to just the position he was sitting in, and figure out a way to get it to himself. But a flip coming out by Grim, it's actually intercepted by the opposite side, but TMCT, they're looking kind of...
Yeah, and Sloth brings that ult to get Giovanni back to full stagger here, as a double banish play comes out from Cookies, leaving Grim and Flame out to let rot life here, as Ayuki has to burn the flip here. Cookies not really getting his shadow swap in time, not being able to enclose Yuki in that great position, as Sloth's secondary kind of just goes to waste here, as Grim is right there to make sure it doesn't expand too much. He's still with flip, but gets the second barrier, has to flip, and gets it right past Grim, who couldn't strike it in time.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the other thing there that really was clutch for the side of TMCT is Gio just having max stacks, right? So he can get to anywhere on the map he wants to, way faster than Era, unless Era has this secondary going, and he might be rewarded for it with something like the fight or flight, or might just deny the extra special away from Ayuki.
He also has
Ooh.
the he also has the sparks
Right.
here. He takes the spark of focus. Ayuki opting for the hot shot to deny it away from Atlas here. Atlas taking the missile prop, and Grim looking to even things out with the fighter, fight to gain some speed. And Cookies with the extra special means that he gets more banishing, and Asher with nothing left decides to opt for size here. There have been a lot of size. Well, do you think that Flame will be using the size to full potential, especially when they're kind of just backed up and trying to defend?
I don't know. I mean, it's really hard to say. I think the one thing I can definitively say, though, is that everyone seems pretty happy with that draft, right? Second Spark coming in for Geo, pretty solid. Sloth getting a missile prop on Atlas, which is arguably a thing that you can use to look for these kills and get these adrenaline rush procs, although that's not really the goal of the Atlas. Cookies now having extra special cast to last banishes is really dangerous, and a double barrier found by Flame there is really fun too. Size for Flame, hot shot for Ayuki, and then the fighter flight for the air.
I can agree here as Ayuki gets checkmated by Cookies as nothing can really defend against that rune pillar, sending it to the bottom corner where Ayuki's there, unable to restrike it again for the strike cooldown. And
Yeah.
look, speaking of, well, I think, well, yeah, Slap took Egoist, and Catalyst hasn't shown up anyways. So it's all good, as Energy Awakenings don't really find any value, as Flame does burn his flip here. But Ayuki also has a flip here, and so does Grim, about to have his third stack, which means that he will have flip soon.
He very well might have flip soon, and, well, the flip used by Sloth actually gets this barrier off of a great strike out by Geo, and now Geo, he's looking to close this out. A good clear out by Sloth means that the NATO doesn't actually get much, and there it is. Oh, the Giga Blast just barely misses out as Ayuki saves it. But Cookies, the redirect on the pillar, so perfect, sending it right around Ayuki.
This brings us to match point TMCT up 2-0 in the point scale here. But let's see if Flintstones can turn it around, because they're about to have their group online, and Yuki pushing up. Gets the triple banish by Cookies, leaves the entire goal box open, and this is very, very, very bad. Yuki also brought not to a lot of, with almost no stagger, it means that they might be killed soon actually. Get staggered here. They might be looking for a kill here on Yuki to leave the goal box open. Yuki trying to defend for their life here as Yuki does fall, and Grim left behind with a flip ready. Flame having to come back in order to keep up the pressure. Has to use TP. Sloth does unfortunately find a barrier here, and Cookies banishing Grim to try to bring something back, and unfortunately Yagi does come back, and Ayuki missing the glitch pop and missing the strike means that Cookies sent it right in. Not even Cookies, it was Sloth.
Yeah. It was Sloth, right? Sloth getting that strike, and that is definitely not the way you want that game to end. TMCT taking this up 1-0 as Ayuki does miss pretty much everything. Definitely has to be kind of down for their mental after the way they lost that. But I think once again, we did it last week. I think we did the past few weeks. We have to keep praising the Cookies rune. It is so good.
And can't agree here as he just kind of solos here. Seven goals here with 77 shots just means that Ayuki was constantly under pressure. And honestly, Cookies, Sloth, and Chio might be looking for complete domination of this game, especially since they're playing extremely well. Our next map, I think, is Oni Village, which we'll be seeing at the Oni Village game. And again, they did beat Flames. They did beat Fierce Fury here, so we may be seeing a crazy comeback.
Yeah, and I will say, I did praise the rune for Cookies a lot, but I think it can't be understated how much value Geo's Kai actually provided. Just because he had the speed to kind of catch these positions where Cookies really could not, right? If you're playing something like a double midfield with, let's say, a Stel rune or like Aimi rune, or just have those double ranged type midfielders, there are going to be situations where the core can just get past you. So when you have something like a Kai, which has this raw speed innately, and also picking up something like the stacks on stacks really early, you're going to be able to move around the map and catch those slightly off-placed strikes that are just good clears from the opposite side, and because of that, they were able to keep the offense going and beat Flames Kittens on their own map pick.
Yeah, and again, Oni Village being the bane of everyone's existence just because of the 30-minute games that have been going on. So yeah, I think that Flameskins can turn this around in general. They just have to have a little bit more synchronization because again, they were kind of fooling around a little bit, I'd say, in terms of Grim not being able to find really well. Grim actually had a lot of pressure in general because he's been getting a lot of these redirects and procuring the Raptor Flame. But I think they need to kind of let Ayuki do her thing and keep a pressure against Sloth. Because Sloth has all this time to regain cooldowns, while Flame has to walk up and end up half splittering, and that just leaves Sloth with enough abilities to flush it out.
Yeah, exactly. And well, as we go into the second game, right, Spark of Focus, Siege Machine on Oni Village, I have no doubt that TMCT will just ban Estelle again, right? They probably will just opt for that Estelle ban. They did it last time, even when they were first pick. I mean, probably because they wanted to go for their Kai rune, and because of that, they would have left the Estelle open. But this time, they're not first pick. Geo is not getting this Estelle, and I feel like this Estelle was also a big part of the reason why they were able to beat Fierce Fury last time. And I don't think they're going to look bad without it. It's just, it might be a little more difficult. And Flameskins off to the Atlas ban, we might see the Estelle ban coming up at TMCT.
Yeah, the Estelle ban, meaning that they don't have as much, I guess, pressure in general because, again, Estelle is really good on Only Village. And with the Spark of Focus and Siege Machine, we might be seeing a decent amount of, I guess, creations maybe, because maybe they'll bust up the rune again. But I don't know if Flameskins will be denied that. Does Grim play rune?
Yeah, Grim plays a lot of
Yeah,
rune.
he does. I think they might pull out a rune for Grim. There we go. There is the rune.
You're a little behind.
What is it
Grim has
called?
already picked up the rune. It is Drakkar Kai answered by TMCT, right? And I like the Drakkar Kai answer by TMCT, as this is just insane flex potential. Because Drakkar has been played by Sloth, has been played by Cookies, right? Kai has been played by Geo and Sloth. So it's just a double flex pick. So you don't even know what to deny.
Yeah, very, very true. And just having a lot of picks just means that it's kind of a free game here. And I think Flame is going to be on the Zantara here. But we're going to see what Ayuki picks up in terms of do you think their Aimi is going to work again. And they do pick up the Aimi here, which means that it'll be a rune, Zantara and Aimi. And I think we saw last time, I think in one of the games, we saw Zantara and Aimi just completely dominate. But again, that Aimi was on midfield. But again,
Yeah.
Ayuki does like to run that eject button, so we might be seeing a lot of offensive pressure yet again, which is pretty much a common staple for Flameskins.
Yeah, and then in the end, we see Kazan coming in. So this will actually be Drakkar for Sloth, Kai for Geo, and the Kazan on Cookies, right? Kazan, another one of the great forwards on this map, right? And I think I'm interested to see how this comp will function differently than the comp that TMCT were running against Fierce Fury, because I think they're fundamentally different comps, right? Because Kai he's still solid at getting these guaranteed or almost guaranteed barriers off, especially against something like an Aimi. It's just going to be a little harder. And then Kazan is a lot more for these mix-up plays on the Aimi, right? Which I think Kazan will be very happy playing into any sort of ranged goalie. But the thing is previously, because it was Estelle Drakkar, it was a lot of just we force only guaranteed plays. And we're going to see a lot more what I like to call cooking coming up by TMCT.
Cooking indeed here, as we're about to load into the game. I think in terms of awakenings, we will probably see a lot of Spark. I think everyone except for Moon and Ivy are going Spark here, which just means that you have a lot of potential to get this game out of control if you pick up a second Spark. And Sparks just being on the board is just very, very interesting in general, just because you have both goalies that are able to pump out more cooldowns, and basically, yeah.
And I'm going to be honest, I would not be surprised if we just see a 6-Spark game here, right? Because it's Siege Machine, it's like solid, but I think that both the Rune and the Aimi are down to just have Spark of Focus instead. Like, maybe the Aimi opts for Siege Machine instead. And I mean, maybe the Rune wants to look for some of these double banishes and opts for it, but I think the Rune probably just wants the core control and the extra damage that would just allow him to, be able to use it thanks to the Spark of Focus.
Yeah, and I think, pretty sure, I don't know about last week, but I think 2 weeks ago we saw Flameskins do bust out like a lot of kills, which is kind of like a common staple again, because like week 1, there were definitely a lot of kills on the board when it happened. Like they were getting kill they were racking up kill after kill, just completely dominating in general. And even in like the qualifier stages, they had a common sense of we push up, I want to be a third forward, and boom, we just score on you because you have no one left on your team to defend it. And it looks like it's going to be a kind of a turnaround just because we haven't seen a lot of kills come up yet, I think. I think on the side of TMCT, they've been getting the kills most likely, and Flameskins just kind of has their back against the wall and they just have to defend, they just have to play their best.
And I mean, it is exactly as I said, right? The IME picking up Siege Machine and then everyone else opting for Spark of Focus. So that'll definitely be pretty fun. And, well, this Kazan, right? I want to see how much the side of Flames Kittens can get before Kazan takes over to level 2.
Yeah, Kazan getting level 2 would be very, very important here as he does get to level 2 at Cookie's finding the barrier on Ayuki here. And Grim trying their best to work up the field, Giovanni, and they do win a strike right here, being that Grim does get it, but a dribble by Cookies means that Ayuki is unable to save that goal, putting TMCT up 1 point.
I mean, when you are Kazan, you're really going to be favored in a lot of these 1v1s against the IME, and again, we see it there, right? Cookie's playing so well, and, well, Sloth getting a great self-pass to himself. It actually forces out the Oni's Blade from Flame, which means he does get this barrier, but Cookies, he answers back with a barrier of his own, and maybe a second barrier as we see a great barrage come in. The Firewall Sentry really not enough to deal with it, and now Sloth, he has to be careful on this defense. But one thing I've noticed after a lot of time is that Drakkar is a really great answer into Zentaro because of the capability to deal with the multi-hits, and oh my god, Cookies, that was insane.
Yeah, Cookie's just soloing Ayuki there, getting basically three chances at a goal here and securing it all in favorable fashion. And Ayuki kind of getting lucky that they didn't have to burn the flip there. It means that they can use it for this point here if it ever gets into handy. And again, the passing plays on this game, well, this map have to be extremely coordinated here as Giovanni does save it away from Flame here. Ayuki pushing up, being the first barrier from TMCT here, but Sloth and Giovanni both flip means that we can easily get something going here as they try to take it away from their own half, which does happen. But Grim getting the Vanish means that Cookies will be brought to stagger here, and Giovanni kind of getting lucky there that Grim does deflect it away, because that means Ayuki doesn't have a flip that has no energy in order to evade clear if she ever needs to.
Yeah, I don't think evade clearing is really going to be the biggest thing in this game, especially because with Kazan, the only thing you really need to evade clear, and I exclude Crashdown or the Maddening Descent from this because it is not, yeah, it's top speed, right? Because Maddening Descent, it's really hard to reliably get that as an offensive tool because it's so slow. There's so much wind up on it, and well, on the other side, we do see Giovanni taken pretty low and trying to get some offense going, but he is getting threatened within inches of his life.
Yeah, Ayuki going to try to kill him, and then Flame also throwing his Slice and Dice there to keep Giovanni on the low side. Great save by Ayuki means that Cookies will not be finding the second barrier, and Flame kind of just shoving it in with Grim behind him, with the pillar behind him. And Cookie trying to bring it back. Gas the flip up. Flame does flip. Saved by Sloth here. Great save by Sloth. Having Drakkar have that amount of... Well, he's saving straight shot too, so it's really cool. And Cookies gets his flip denied away, bringing it back to even about.
Yeah, I mean, a great series of passing plays coming out by Flames Kittens, right? And they really need those passing plays if they want to figure out a way back into this first set. But the side of Cookies and Geo, they're also looking pretty good on their own, and now there's that banish that comes in, but nothing to be gotten from it as Cookies just stacks on top of the core. Cookies now in a great situation to deal with Ayuki as the core continues to move forward. Flame having to fall back, right? He's not really able to walk forward, and the pillar bounce means that Cookies is set up to take the first set.
Yeah, low yellow mix-up sitting here right behind where Ayuki already was, and Ayuki trying to just walk back knowing that they can't deny it. Both sides means that Taza will be the first pick here, and it's looking kind of interesting just because Kaza just has anything he can take for free, and
it's probably going to be perfect form either for Kazan or Kai. I think someone has to take it from Zen, but no, the Rune opts for it. Actually pretty interesting. I just not wanting to give it to one of those. It means the Timeless Creator is still up for this IME, and the Egoist just gets completely passed up by everyone.
Yeah, Egoist is indeed weak, and it's kind of interesting how Cookies doesn't opt for the perfect form and just denying it away. But he does opt for a twin drive, giving him more cooldowns and having, I guess he gets to have a little bit more fun. But that timeless creator Ivy is going to be very, very hard to deal with, especially since Ivy has been providing a lot of value with their central turret.
So I think talking about the Twin Drive versus Perfect Form, right, is Twin Drive and Perfect Form, both of them offer good value in terms of cooldowns, right? But the thing is Twin Drive here is also a really great deny against an eject goalie, so you get that cooldown for yourself, but you also get to deny good cooldowns for the enemy, right? And yes, the IME does get timeless, but it's just making one usage of a turret a little stronger, right? So it's not going to be a consistent factor in terms of things, whereas something like the Perfect Form or even the Twin Drive, if it fell to IME, would have been the case.
Yeah, and Flame just working their way up, getting to strike against Sloth's flip and then strike it yet again means that Flame's Kids does hit the first plane. And as you said earlier, yeah, I do agree with the fact that Cookies does take Twin Drive here. Very, very good in terms of it. But we can't also ignore the fact that Geo has been getting a lot of speed off of the Knife's Edge pick here, being able to solo Flaming Grim here, as Flame unfortunately does find the first barrier for Flame's Kittens. But again, Giovanni just having a lot of speed, having core control as the game-winning or game-deciding factor.
Yeah, now Sloth in a really tough situation. The core flip not enough as all those abilities stack on top of him, and now Flameskins, they might be looking to turn this set back after all the awakenings that they did get. Grim, he has a flip on the top side. The Banish coming through actually shadow swaps it down to himself, and the Banish shadow swap was actually so perfect. Ayuki is the one who finished the goal, but that was just so well played out by Grim.
Yeah, and Ayuki also recording a kill there onto Giovanni. Just kind of proves that, hey, we're back in the game. We're going to be killing a lot more compared to what we saw last game. And again, having to find that staple of we get kills and we win is going to be very, very important for Flameskins to get back into this game.
Yeah, very true. And well, the side of TMCT, they want to make sure that this is not kind of a stomp in favor of Flameskins. They want to see if they can win another set, and Cookie's actually taken off the map, and despite that, Geo still doesn't find the barrier, and now it's looking really dangerous for the side of TMCT as this Spiral Sentry continues going. It just does not stop, and well, now it's getting to his bottom side of really dangerous defense for Sloth, and he loses that barrier. Geo loses his life, and now it's a 2v3 in favor of Flameskins. Cookie's on this defense. He's trying to intercept, and he plays out by Flames. A great crooked leverage, a great strike, actually keeps it forward, and now the passing plays have to come through. A little disjointed, as it does go up to Flame, but Geo, he's actually able to respawn in time, and now Cookies, he tries to keep it forward. This is the position that TMCT they want to be in. They take this barrier. It's a pass up to Geo. Doesn't really find it yet. As we took over to overtime, we have the team player ticking for Sloth, and he's looking for these passes. A great Banish coming out by Grim, and now it comes onto this bottom side. A pass up to Flame. The slice and dice not enough as Cookies, he finds the goal with the press to point.
Yeah, good job for TMCT just hanging in there, doing their best to defend, and honestly, again, just having core control as your main factor of winning is very important, and we just have to see if Ayuki and Flameskins can convert on their killing plays, as they have been doing a lot of killing, as Giovanni finds a great Giga to send Ayuki back to the goal box and hopefully make it harder for the defend. And again, the top spin, just sending it right in, stunning Ayuki, bring it 2-2, and TMCT are again picking up pace yet again, showing that they are the #1 team.
I mean, it just goes to show, right? There aren't very many good Kazan players in EU, and I mean, Cookies, he is one of them. He knows how to pilot this Kazan so well, right? He found that first barrier, and then, I mean, a good play out by Geo to secure the second one. But then Cookies with a great series of events to just beat Ayuki, who in theory should have won that.
Yeah, and fortunately, Ayuki is still there, still having to defend one barrier. Actually finds the first barrier on Sloth, but with a good timeless creator turret there, and Cookie's good flip. And also Giovanni taking really low, gets the kill too. And Flame bringing it back, even pings the use energy burst to show his dominance here, as he does flip. Unfortunately, this is stalled out by Cookie's top spin here, and back on the side of momentum of Flameskins here, trying to find something against Sloth, who again is holding it down to the best of his ability, and Cookie's brought down to almost no stagger whatsoever. Even close, even gets staggered too, as Grim finds the flip too, gets the second barrier, and Sloth trying to save it, trying to make sure that he gets his still worth it, and Cookies with a great flip means that they're back in the game, but for nothing else, and Flame does get the KO though, means that Flame's kids are back in a 2v3 power play here, and Sloth defending with his life, trying to find something to finish a 2v1, and then again, 2v1 is not enough as Grim sent it to the top side.
Yeah, I mean, a great pass coming in by Flame, right? Recognizing that he's not going to win that interaction against Sloth, but you know who is going to win? Grim, as he waited on Sloth's cooldowns and kind of took that, and now Grim will be rewarded maybe with something like the Castellast or the Fighter Flight, or, you know, just more sparks, right? It is a spark start.
I love sparking, and Drakar opting for the Sparker Resilience makes him a lot harder to kill. And Aimi, not really picking anything yet, but Kazan does take the build different. It means that he has a lot more size and a lot more potential to do outmix Yuki because, again, size is just a thing that you have to look out for. Since Tara opting for the Fighter Flight, and Monumentalists get passed up for Stagger Swagger. Kind of just a deny from, I think, Gio, who really wanted it to keep being alive.
And it's not just to keep being alive, it's also just more speed for this Kai, right? The Kai will function really well off of speed on this map, and especially against stuff like the Rune, stuff like the Aimi, you want that speed to kind of play a lot of these situations. Well, Gio, he picks up the Castellast, and what this means is if he does get a good speed awakening in the future, he will be pretty lethal.
Indeed be lethal as Cookies kind of just, as we kind of just overshadow Cookies, finding both barriers here, just being the good Kazan player he is, soloing Grim and Yuki to find the first point, and Cookies just being the X factor that TMCT need to consistently score, and we have to see how Ayuki, being the Aimi player that she is, have to defend against it.
Yeah, I mean, Cookies has been playing really well, but as they say, size matters, right? And the build different pickup for Cookies, making sure that he can use this size to great effect.
Yeah, and that Tennis Career not only finding value, but not enough value to take the second barrier, as Giovanni gets knocked off the map. And honestly, having Stacker Swagger there, Ayuki taking that pick was very, very good, because if he did have Stacker Swagger, that would have probably been a save and he would have still been living. And speaking of living here, Ayuki and Grim are living on the side of energy as they have two flips ready. Grim brings this first flip to get it away from Cookies. Cookies being staggered here with a flip means that he has to try to find some value to burn soon.
Yeah, and while Sloth, he does lose that barrier, the Firewall Sentry still raining down on the members of TMCT. Sloth finally has to burn this flip. A pass up to Cookies as Flame pings it and goes down to the bottom side. A great team player pass up to Gio, and now Cookies, he's looking to use this energy burst as Gio pushes up this top side. The flip, burn, the barrage actually secures it in the end, but it goes down to Flame. Now it's a 1v1 for Flame versus Sloth, and Flame should win that, and he does.
Yeah, great play by Flame there, kind of just predicting Sloth would try to do some crazy whack play, trying to Shirkar shock the blast if he ever tried to dribble it. Flame just being very patient, just shoots it right through Sloth. He was stuck in the, I guess, the animation for shotgunning, and does take the point. It does take the point there. And again, we're to see how Flame can convert on these 1v1 perfect passing opportunities, as the Sentry turret does find the second barrier, and the banish too. Grim with a double banish sends it right between Sloth and Giovanni, who couldn't do anything there.
Yeah, Sloth and Giovanni really just in a bad situation thanks to that banish. And, well, we've seen great Rune players from both sides, right? First Cookies last game, now Grim, right? I think this Rune is just the EU pick.
Yeah, and Rune just being very, very just a dominant pick in general, but even more dominant is Cookies, who does take both barriers here. He's looking to even it out, trying to not let Flame get the thing that he trying to just not let Flame get the scaling he needs in order to lure this game completely out of control. As a great topspin and checkmate by Giovanni and Cookies sends it 2-2, tying it up for the third to see who can take the third set.
I mean, that was just so clean, right? It's like how they play with their Estelle Drakar, where you have something like the Drakar shotgunning first, forcing the clear into an Estelle with the piercing shot cutting the cross. It's functionally the same thing where you have a topspin and barrage. Yeah,
and indeed, and again, they're really finding everything they can to take this point here, excuse me. But again, it's looking very, very even in terms of just how people are defending here, as Giovanni is taking a little bit low here and does get killed by Grim. Again, Grim finding these KOs with Rune, and just again Kittens being able to KO people off the map and assert their dominance and show that, hey, we are the team that could win. As into the top side and Slop getting mixed out by Flame means that Flame's Kittens takes their second set, and Zentaro might be getting scaled here as Flame does take the MVP of the set.
Yeah, Flame. He takes the MVP and might just be rewarded with the spark of strength, or no, just off to the rapid fire, I guess, not wanting to give it over to Cookies, right? And kind of saying that, yeah, you're not going to get the double size. You have to take the spark of strength away from Grim.
Yeah, great opt-out, honestly, as, again, Awakenings, well, not Awakenings, but kind of just felt kind of unlucky that Cookies had to take the spark of strength here, as Rune also hotshot Kai with the stack on stacks means that I think that should I take Chrono Burst?
Okay, so it's weird, right? Stacks on stacks is, on average, better. But Gio has to be careful, right? If he is not smart with the damage that he is taking, it can be really bad for him. So he just has to be very careful with the damage that he is taking. But if he is, it should be better than something like the Chrono Boost or the Super Surge that were available.
Yeah, speaking of damage here, Grim racking up a lot of damage onto the entirety of TMCT as both barriers do get taken. And Cookies, being the menace he is, gets both barriers on an Ayuki, and as kinda Ed's here said, size does matter as Cookies is again just soloing the entirety here as they're trying to look for a great opportunity here as momentum shifts onto the side. And Slav trying to shotgun his way into a great goal here. Flame with the flip up. Had burned the flip to start Sticky, but Cookies sending to the bottom side, getting that last strike in where Ayuki cannot reach it.
Yeah, and hey, Kazan doing Kazan's work, right? And now Flame doesn't actually have this energy, but I don't doubt that he will build it up pretty quickly because, again, this is Zentaro, right? Zentaro is really good at this energy generation, even without something like the Catalyst. Still can do it well. And they already take the first barrier. Second soon to fall, if not for a good, actually, carried away out by Cookies to make sure that he can kind of stay away from that banish.
Yeah, staying away from that banish means that he does burn one elusive, which makes him very, very vulnerable to dying as he has to look at the board, but unfortunately Ayuki's there to kill him with the Super Surge. And Super Surge doing a great number of things, great number of great things as somehow the bottom barrier does get taken out, and Giovanni looking to be KO'd here. Never mind, not even Giovanni, Slop gets KO'd here, not having enough stagger to stay alive, and again, 2v3 on the side of Flame Skins. They have to find this conversion here, and he does get the conversion as Giovanni flip goes awry as Flame gets the barrier and sending to the top side as well. Flame doing everything to make sure that Flame Skin does get this win.
Well, no, I think that was really just a great pass up by Grim, right? Grim getting the pillar redirect up to Flame makes it so that he can take that goal. But again, Yuki taking off Sloth there was kind of insane, right? And the double flip actually burned by Flame Skins. Maybe even a triple flip, actually, yeah. Grim burns that third flip, but nothing to be gotten. They're working on trying to kill Gio. They want to get rid of the stacks. They want to make it so that he cannot keep the stacks alive. And Gio, he's running around as much as he can. He's dodging away from everything. But there it is, the pillar. The pillar is pretty much a guaranteed hit. But Cookies, he's trying to take this barrier while Gio is living. And Gio backs off for the orb and actually runs away from Ayuki's dash, which means that he is able to live and unstagger himself, keeping the stacks alive.
Yeah, and Giovanni just finding the orbs that he needs to stay alive here, as he does also take the other orb from Ayuki, which I think was Savia, but Ayuki doesn't care. She gets a second barrier here, and again the offense looking great for the side of Flame Skins as Flame was about to have their flip-flop, gets the banish off from Grim. Grim trying to save it and keep it back to bring momentum back as Flame and Ayuki are about to give a play here. As I said earlier, when Grim sending to the top side through Sloth's shotgun blast, and Grim again stepping up, doing God's work here. But on the side of energy, Cookies and Sloth are almost about to have their football mind about.
I'm gonna be honest, I think that's the first time in a long time I've seen a strike win against a shotgun, right? Just really well played out by Grim, and well, it does bring them up to game point, right? And they want to even up this series and maybe even take a win against TMCT. But Cookies has something to say about it as he finds the first barrier, maybe the second, but he's taking so much damage and has to kind of back out of the play.
What damage doesn't matter as Gio finds the second barrier off the barrage. Great barrage means that Ayuki is back to having nothing to her name here as he does get banished, and Giovanni just doing the work that Cookies can't do as he's getting dumped to oblivion, but Giovanni, great find on the strike, sending it past Ayuki, bringing it to a set point if they do win, and possibly a set 5.
Yeah, possibly a set 5, and I think crucial thing is Gio, he's fully stacked now. He is online, right? And he needs to be careful he doesn't lose it, as a lot of damage does come down to him, and he burns his evade, which means he's actually at threat of dying to something like the banished double pillar, or even just a good amount of damage plus a flip, and there's a flip actually burned by Flame, which means that he doesn't have it for any next offense. Cookie's banished, but he gets unbanished and now looks for some sort of play, but Gio, he just continues to feed the core up, and now all 3 of Flame's skins, we have a 3-man goalie situation happening, and there's that second barrier found. We might be going to a set 5 if the side of TMCT can figure out a way to close here, but flips are being generated. Ayuki, Grim, Sloth also has his on the opposite side, and a mixed up attempt by Cookies, but he's already the double flip, slightly unsynergized as they go for it, but they're still keeping the defense alive, so I think that's what matters.
Yeah, defense is a main component here, and the offense also has to be a main thing as to find something, and Cookies sending it to the bottom side, away from Ayuki's strike, brings us to the set 5 with this crazy matchup.
Yeah, TMCT sending us to the set 5. They don't want to go to game 3, and Giovanni, MVP, what does he grab here, right? Looking at, there's no Egoist, right? So this Catalyst, it's good, right? And it might just be what he takes, but no, Oscar the extra special. And I think that is a very smart pickup because Aimee has Siege Machine and Timeless. So you really can't be giving her extra special too, but that means Zentaro will get Catalyst, which is really strong.
And on the side of Flameskins, they also opt for the areas, giving Ayuki full control of the map with her dash. And also, Ruin taking Missile Prop to take it away from inside of Sloth, but Sloth also opted for the 1-2 punch here. Means that he will be getting a lot of more opportunities to send it to a red core as the shotgun blast is finding a lot of value. As Giovanni punched the first barrier here.
Keep in mind though, the 1-2 punch is not just going to be affecting shotgun stuff. Sloth can look for something like the dribble into team player pass because it'll be team player 1-2 punch, right? So this could be a red core team player off overtime.
Yeah, and honestly, if Giovanni can find the amount of synergy that they could probably find if he does do a back pass, means that Sloth and Giovanni can set up a crazy fast angle as Cookie is just being the menace he is with the pointed closed from Kazan, sends it right past Ayuki, who actually wouldn't be able to save that because of the strike range.
Yeah, really well played out by Cookies, right? Finding a way to get that through, and yeah, we saw it once again there, right? Sloth already getting a red core off that team player, and a great barrage out by Gio just means that they secure the first barrier. And now in Oni Village, the slight awkward situation where barriers are both on the same side, but as I say that, the barrier does fall for Sloth. And now Ayuki with a flip, a great flip to the bottom side as Sloth isn't able to save it.
Yeah, Ayuki with both, I think, Super Surge and Aerials means that she has just full control and she can do crazy things like that, like pushing right into Sloth and saying, no, you're not clearing this, I have my flip up. And again, seeing this, we have to see how if TMCT can potentially combat this by just playing a better offense. Even though Flameskins are pulling a three-man brawler out as they do secure the second barrier here. Grim with flip, burns it to the top side, and Flame winning against the shotgun blast yet again. Means that Sloth will be sent to the side here, and again TMCT down by 2 points here. They have to score 2 points in a row in order to win this, but outside of energy, Sloth and Cookies both basically have their flip up, but also Flame also has his.
Flame also has his, and I feel like that's going to be a really important one, right? Is because that is the one that can turn the tide of everything, but uses on the defense. Actually does get one barrier in the end thanks to the Siege Machine Timeless Sentry, but Flame, he is looking to be on Death's Door, and Cookies, he wants to finish him off. Sloth might be the one to do it though, as Flame burns his final evade. He doesn't actually have one, but keep in mind, yeah, he has the Catalyst, right? So he's going to be printing energy here as Zentaro. A great flip out by Sloth actually means that they don't get an open barrier on what would be match point, and now Cookies, he's looking to dribble, he's looking to just take it here. But a great save out by Flame, or out by Grim and Ayuki means that they live for just a little bit longer. The shotgun blast actually gets kind of dunked by Ayuki, and this Firewall Sentry, it's looking so dangerous. A great banish coming out onto Cookies. Gio is looking to get it forward, and now Flame, he's waiting in the front. He's waiting to win an interaction against Sloth. A great crooked leverage to intercept the flip, and the topspin almost enough, but Ayuki's actually taken off the map, and now Gio is looking to secure it. We are going to a set 5.5.
Set 5.5, Lloyd, let's go, baby. And Cookie's finding the crazy crash down to kill Ayugi there. Very, very good. And you're just sending it right in just means that this team has one more chance to bring it back. And they're just coming off a really mad deficit here. As Cookies almost finds a second barrier here. Ayugi left with one barrier here. And Giovanni about to have his flip up means that they might get a crazy attempt at the barrier. And again, the third forward just being such a massive, just a massive influence in general as Sloth has to give up that bottom barrier here. Cookie's taken to no stacker, will almost be killed here, but he still lives for the time being. And Flame and Grim both burning their flips here, and Flame does get the kill because of Grim's assist on the pillar here. Means that Grim has a chance to flip, does get the flip off, gets the barrier too, and Ayuki shoves it right into Sloth's face. And Cookie's still looking really, really low here again. And remember, Giovanni has no more stats. Well, he basically has to reset his stats, which means that they will be at a very major disadvantage. They have to keep this play going in order to bring Giovanni back to the stat potential he had before.
And I don't think that'll be the way they win, right? I don't think they're going to be relying on the stacks, as they need to make something happen now as the side of Ayuki, Grim, and Flame are pushing forward. But a great second barrier means that we have open net on both sides on this set 5.5. But Flame, he slices and dices and brings us to a game 3.
But Flame, great find on the slice and dice there, having to make Sloth kind of just... I think it was game over this one, because even though Sloth sent it down, Flame just caught it, and boom, we brought it, and it was brought to a set 5.5 win. And Flame doing all the work here kind of just shows that, again, they're back to the mantra of killing things, as they do rack up 10 KOs that game on a map that doesn't really like KOs, or even offer KOs as like a really good way to like die. But we might see this change as we're brought on to the Taiko Temple as our third game, and man, do I love Taiko Temple.
Yeah, Taiko Temple, a pretty KO-focused map, and I guess a fun little statistic now, right? So last season, we did have 4 series go to Game 3 across the regular season. This, right now, is our 6th series, and we are in Week 3, right? So this is definitely going to be fun. And another fun fact is that TMCT and Flames Kittens are the only teams so far to have all of their series go to Game 3.
I think that just means that they're very, very competitive. Like, being able to dish out game 3 after game 3 just means that they have a lot of competitive spirit and are willing to go that extra amount just to win. As we are taken to the Taiko Temple again, as I said earlier, with Flameskins loving to find all those KOs, as they did rack up 10. How do you think this will affect TMCT's gameplay, as they are going to have to look for some KOs of their own to kind of just even out the playing field?
I mean, the thing is I'm not really... I'm not going to say that TMCT can't play KO nearly as well, because I will say Flameskittens are really good at playing KO. They have a really good grasp on just the damage and just keeping people staggered. I think TMCT also is good at keeping people staggered, but maybe they're not nearly as experienced with a lot of these traditional KO characters, right? Like, Aimi Vice Zentaro is not a comp I would really expect TMCT to pull out, but something like a Finny Estelle Zentaro, or like a Finny Estelle Kazan, I'd still expect them to pull out, and I'd still expect them to do solid enough damage on that. And hey, we might see something like that, but I think the one thing I want to see is Estelle still going to be banned throughout this series, or is it finally going to go to one of the players on either side?
I think that it probably won't, because if we look at our awakenings here, we have, again, it might be the most KO game we've seen in a long time. We have Adrenaline Rush and Explosive Entrance on the board. And with TMCT first to ban, I think they might go ban to Santaro here, as, again, a Dash Awakening is very, very bad. But again, Flame can pull out I think that Flame does have an Asher, which is very, very good. Yeah, so again, we might have to see Cookies take up that main role again, because, again, like, having to deal with KOs is a very, very hard thing, especially on this very, very centralized KO map like Taiko.
Right. So I think what'll happen is you might see either an Aimi ban or an Asher ban. I think Zentaro will be let through to Flames Kittens to decide if they want to ban it or not. Right? And no, we just see the Rune ban coming out against Grim. Okay, this is interesting, which means one of Aimi or Zentaro will be let through on this start. And I think whichever one is let through is probably going to TMCT. However, if both are let through, I want to see what TMCT will do.
And again, they do pick up the Estelle though. This might be a game changer, but again, you guys, as here Itio said earlier, you might see the Amy Zentaro on this crazy start here, and Atlas being banned just means that you have nothing to save people from getting KO'd, and especially since you have Ad Rush and 6 plus Avenger start. This is looking very, very bad, and may I do say, very grim.
Ah, yeah, indeed, very grim, right? And if we see this Aimi Zentaro come in, I feel like we might just answer with something like the Finny Kazan, but no, we see Asher coming through, right? Asher's so great on this map, and well, with Atlas banned out, I don't think Sloth really plays something like the Dubu, and I don't think he'd want to play the Dubu in like an explosive entrance adrenaline rush start where there's going to be so much damage flying around, right? I mean, like, the Mako is a possibility too, but I still don't feel like the Mako is as great as it could be here.
They might do opt for the Mako here as we see the common duo of Vice and Asher coming out, which means that we're going to be seeing a lot of KOs coming in. And racking up those KOs are going to be very important, especially who has the mantra Flames Kids goes, we kill, and if we don't kill, we lose. Especially since we saw that last game when he did lose. And killing has brought them this far. Let's see how killing will get them this far, especially as we wait on TMT to pick. They pick up the Aimi here. Still Aimi. Very, very interesting here. I don't think Sloth plays Aimi, so this might just be a double mission. Oh, he does, so it might be a goalie pick, and then hopefully we see something come out. I think... Well, what do you think Cookies will pick, actually?
So there's a few good things he could pick, right? Kazan could come in, X could come in, Zentaro could come in. I think he is proficient on all 3 of them, right? I know when he beat... It is a Zentaro. Yeah, okay, it is a Zentaro, right? Zentaro is probably the most obvious of the picks here, but I know Cookies did beat Fierce Fury with the X on this map as well, right? And he looked absolutely monstrous on it. And we have to see what Grim will answer to this, right? Because his Rune is gone, his Estelle is gone. It could be something like the Luna, but no, gets the Drakkar instead.
He goes for the weakened Drakkar. He goes for the weakened Drakkar here as we pull up to a Game 3 with KO comp versus not necessarily KO comp, even though
it is a pretty
Giovanni
KO comp.
does, yeah, a pretty good KO comp, especially since Aimi and Zentaro are really good at dealing damage, and Estelle there to just back it up with a bit of killing, a little bit of core control here. But how many KOs do you think will be recorded in this game, especially since we have a completely decided KO comp like Flames Kids versus going up against one of, well, a damage dealing comp like how TMTT are running?
I think the better question actually to be asked is, between both teams, do we think over or under 20 KOs between the two?
Between the two, I feel like I feel like it's gonna be over 20 KOs, okay? Because again, there's no Atlas and there's also no now. There's literally no healing on both teams, which means that we're gonna see a lot of KOs being pumped out constantly at a very, very proficient rate.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of KOs going to be pumped out. I am also of the belief that we will be going over 20 as well between the both teams. And yeah, I mean, you mentioned how you're a little hesitant on Estelle. I feel like Estelle also provides just really good damage overall, because Estelle, a lot of the time, it's not like the other characters where you'll just throw out damage randomly just to, like, get damage onto people. Estelle's whole idea is you throw the core at people, and you hit them and the core, right? So there will be a lot of passive damage just coming out from Estelle regardless, right? So I think that's something we do need to expect, right? And on top of that, Estelle is really good at actually finding these kill confirms, right? You will often force people to burn evades off of your kill confirms.
Yeah, burning evades off kill confirms is very, very important, especially since we're going into just a crazy comp like this. And yet again, I think wait, I mean, did Yuki pull out the Vice this like last week? I think they probably did at one point. Not too sure about that. But again, we have, I mean, I think before when we saw, like, even the matchup against the Fridge and like Flames Kittens there, they did try to throw in a mix of both Imi and Vice to kind of condition them to believe that, oh, yeah, we will play aggressive, we will be the 3 brawler comp we desire to be. And even in the qualifier stages where constantly there was Ayuki pulling out the device on the Fridge, like in winners, we saw like, oh well, the Fridge didn't really ban out the Vice, and again Yuki just kind of shined with having Vice on their lineup here, and we might see the same here as we upload in.
Yeah, so the thing is, right, the Fridge double banned Vice against Flames Kittens, right? Yuki didn't get to play it, and Game 3 it was on Oni Village, so didn't play it there. And then Week 2 against Tripod Fish, Vice was played Game 1 and won, and it was banned both other games. So, yeah.
Yeah, so again, this is a very, very crazy cover for Ayuki here, especially since, again, we did mention at one point that Ayuki does love playing the Vice. I think I mentioned that earlier, where there was no real actual like pick on Vice. But now, since it's a very KO comp, we're going to be seeing a lot of crazy plays here. We're going to see how Sloth deals with this, especially since he is, I think, running the Imi goalie.
Yeah, that's correct. I think the thing with the Imi goalie is it's just going to be a little difficult to deal with the Asher at times, but I think your goal really is just to make sure it doesn't get to the Asher, right? You kind of stop things before it gets there and just try to get the damage going forward.
Yeah, that's the ideal matchup with the Imi and the Asher, but if anything, I think the main highlight we're going to be watching is how these two teams use their goalie as a third forward, basically, because again, I think they're both going to be picking up eject one, which is very, very important. Just because, yeah, I want to dish out damage. We're going to be stuck in these corner positions a lot because both teams are going to be doing the things here. And yeah, this is going to be a very, very awkward KO comp, as literally on the side of TFCT, they have all picked up explosive entrance, while Flameskids and Ball, again, as always, they will go for the edge rush, saying, I want the kill, I want to be as bloodthirsty as I possibly can.
Yeah, it's an interesting dichotomy, right? And I think the thing is that with Flames Kittens, right, this Drakkar doesn't benefit that much from explosive entrance. The Asher can benefit somewhat from explosive entrance, but a lot of the time, you're not really going to be playing for those kind of long dash plays with Asher. And the Vice, I mean, Vice is pretty good with it, but at that point, you might want to just run triple ad rush to go for these reliable KOs.
And speaking of reliable KOs, we saw Cookies getting low before, but Giovanni on their comfort pick just soloing out, getting both barriers here, as Ayuki is left with nothing. But again, we saw Ayuki earlier just being able to completely dominate the scene of being able to keep it away, as they do have the barrier, but an awkward bounce off the Tyclodrome means that Slop will record the first point.
I mean, that's Glitch Pop was the Glitch Pop of the century, right? Finds the defense against Grim from a great pass, actually, out by, I think it was Flame, not Ayuki. And then after that, that same Glitch Pop sends it an angle where it just takes the goal.
Yeah, Giovanni does burn their Rose with to take Drakkar off the map, and Drakkar does get off the map by Cookies ulting onto it. And the main thing is, Slav has been finding such great value as he gets another KO here. And it's 2v1 here, Ayuki looking at Ayuki kind of just can't do anything against the 2v1 here as Giovanni finds a second point here. And those KOs are racking up really with Cookies so far. We've seen 2 KOs on the side of TMCT here. But again, I was going to say earlier that the difference between having a Vice and having an Imi is that Imi has the instant transmission, while Vice has to, well, even the Vice is a lot more damage compared to Imi in terms of being able to dash and then use your power cord there. Softest is able to instantly transmission and do a number of things, as like strike and like do a glitch pop in between. As Soft with flip, looking to convert to some sort of play here, as Giovanni is racking up a lot of energy to do something about it. Flame kind of just taking low and taking even lower here, as Giovanni is looking for the kill here. Rosewarp going crazy insane, save Rosewarp here, as Gio gets the stun and stuns Ayuki and brings it one set up for TMTT.
So I think the thing to think of though is that this first set is pretty heavy TMCT favored because they opted for the explosive entrance. Explosive entrance provides way more instant power, but the ad rush is that scaling opportunity. And one of the big pickups that I was actually thinking about this game was this Deadeye, and the Deadeye actually going over to Sloth is pretty insane. Twin Drive going over to Vice, which means she is able to reinforce more, but that is something you probably want more as a kind of core control-y pick as opposed to just a pure damage. And then Size going over to Asher, but also Stagger. The Missile Pop going over to Drakkar and Knife's Edge on Zen. This actually means that the Spark of Resilience is completely passed up by both teams.
I'm actually kind of surprised that no one took Sparker Res, but then again, Asher building up the size, and Cookie's just doing a lot of damage here. Does get the KO, and Cookie's trying to also find an equalizer here, but Ayuki's also looking really low in terms of that. He does get the kill here. He gets to a 2v equal 2v2 here as they're looking to convert here. And again, size does matter as Flame was able to keep it away, and without that size, I think he would have lost another barrier, in fact. And things are starting to pick up again on the side of TMCT as they are back on the offensive pressure here.
Yeah, and I mean, great damage coming out into Ayuki. Cookie's looking to finish off this Vice. The great Supernova actually keeps her alive, but then there's the Cyber Swipe that actually finishes them, and a great blink out by Geo means that he gets the barrier and the piercing shot to secure the goal. TMCT looking so clean with it.
Yeah, TMCT finding more kills than Flame could right now, and Flame, I think, only has one kill to their name, KOing, I think, Cookies earlier, if I'm not mistaken. But again, getting those kills kind of just has a downside, as Flame does find the double barrier and gets the goal off of an 8-second point comes into play.
Okay, sure, that happens. Flames Guns looking pretty good on the offense there. As they certainly find a way to get through Sloth, and oh my god, the damage just keeps coming through onto Grim, and Grim, he just gets assassinated from full HP from Cookies, and I guess the help from Sloth as well. And Geo, he just blinks forward, gets a second barrier, and now Sloth, he's trying to keep the core forward. Cookie is kind of greeting his energy. I guess he just expects that the side of TMCT will finish off this point before he has to burn something, and now he does burn it, but he is looking a little worse for wear, right? Pass does come down to him, but he can't really enter the fray as he's still staggered.
Yeah, look at Flame looking to just completely dominate Cookies here as he kind of just stuck on the midfield, but having Giovanni push up, unfortunately, the Crystal Thorns does not provide enough knockback, means that they don't get the KO. It was a good find though, honestly. And Giovanni trying to look for something to equalize this as they're slowly losing control with the fact that, and a crazy bounce, for
Yeah, an insane bounce apparently, but hey, we might see a second barrier fall for TMCT, and Cookies finally take off the map. That is a triple or double ad rush proc, and well, that means they do take the second barrier, and soon to be the goal is, this is the power of that ad rush. When you have multiple people kind of sitting for that kill, you pop the ad rush, find it, and that's your core control.
Again, I think this is the 5th KO so far, and we're only in first set here. This even might go to set 5 because of how brazenly offensive these teams are both going, as Grim is looking very low, tries to shotgun Cookies out. Cookies does live though, and it's looking very, very bad in terms of health here, and even barriers here as Flame does rack up the second barrier of the second barrier, well, not second barrier, but I'm losing my words here because so many kills are going on. Kills does find out by Grim. Ayuki passing back to Flame to find something out, and Ayuki just kind of just sitting there, not being able to do anything, and there will be an easy goal. Ayuki trying to just forcing their layup, and unfortunately does not TP back and doesn't have the TP in time to defect it from Cookies and Giovanni.
Yeah, TP's up and was actually pretty confident that they get the goal there, and unfortunately they didn't, and Ayuki is stuck doing that, you know, eject goalie walk of shame that you have at the end, and well, it's because of that a great series of plays come in by Geo and Cookies, and they secure both barriers and the goal. Sloth wanting to hold this flip and actually takes the damage for it, but actually is not really any threat, so he is able to keep this flip and looks okay for now.
Yeah, and Sloth and Ayuki both being extremely disagreeing. The kill on Flame does, well, not Flame, but Cookies does want the kill on Grim. Kills there, and back to another 2v3 on the side of TMCT. TMCT looking to reverse the momentum that they were that where they were getting before, and Flame and Ayuki both being brought pretty low here as Grim gets back on the offensive, gets brought back into the game here, and Flame looking very low. Blasting play comes up, Ayuki Supernova comes out as well, and we're looking back at a very offensive pressurized opportunity for Cookies and Giovanni, as well as Sloth if he ever decides to go triple brawler here.
I mean, he very well might. He is actually fishing for a great opportunity here. And I think this might be the blink that he goes for, but no, he actually holds it still. Uses that blink actually to secure it because we are in overtime, right? Any bad situation could end up in that double barrier potentially. And Cookies, he's looking for the slashing strike. He doesn't really find it. Slice and Dice also used. But Sloth, he's still sitting with this double barrier. He wants to make sure they don't really fall. Firewall Sentry means that it is safe for now. A great clear once again out from Sloth means that Flame doesn't get any barriers. The Supernova up in front. Yuki having to detonate it early and TP back. Now, Geo Cookies, they're in a great position. Geo having to bring the evade. The flip actually burned, and that's a double barrier coming out from Yuki and Flame. It's an open net for the side of TMCT. Can they find it? Flame, he has the flip. We're looking for a pass out from Grim. A great EI rush keeps it forward. Flame, he has the flip, and this is the terrible situation for Slop that he was hoping to not get into. But now, Grim, he just tries to keep these passes forward, and now with a double flip in front of TMCT's net, it's all but over for this set. But they just keep holding. They keep it alive, and it's not going to end here. Oh my god, TMCT, they're so good on the defense.
And oh, that's secured. Oh my god, that was very unfortunate. I feel like Clip could have burned this up way sooner and secure, but he just didn't, and that kind of just bites them back in the hands as Sloth gets MVP for this set. And it's looking kind of surprising here as, again, a lot of the KOs are being dished out, but it's not really looking too good. I think they're just greedy for KOs at this point and not really using their flip to secure the goal, which you need to win.
Yeah, now Rapid Fire coming in for Aimi, also insane, right? Deadeye Rapid Fire is just so much damage, but look at Flame. He is double size now, so he's just going to be able to hold an entire lane with his whole body, right? And that's just going to be kind of disturbing when you have that, right? But on the opposite side, we also get Fighter Flight and Egoist onto Geo and Cookies.
Kind of good, yeah. Yuki's getting the Egoist, well, not the Egoist, but the Catalyst, well, not the Catalyst either, but the Fighter Flight just means that he's able to basically evade death as he's able to just dash out the way, if anything. But I want to note that Yuki has taken Chrono, and before you kind of just see that she hasn't been able to dash as much as she kind of just does sometimes usually. But with the Chrono boost now online for her, I want to see her push up a lot more and be a lot more aggressive here. But aggressive might not be the good thing as Flame does get get KO'd by Cookies, and Cookies looking to find something in this 2v3 power play here. You see how this is dealt with by Ayuki.
Yeah, I mean, Ayuki with a great Supernova actually keeping it alive for now. A good layering attempt out by TMCT, but they don't really find it. The Firewall Sentry being burned on the defense means Sloth doesn't really have it for the offense in case he wants, but instead just blinks it up and gets a pass up to Cookies right around the flip of Ayuki. Perfectly played by TMCT.
Yeah, TMCT showing that they're a better team and don't really need KOs as they're finding a common duality between both KOs and core control here. And I think Flames has to step it up in the core control department because they haven't been finding anything here, and honestly it's really like shooting themselves in the foot by not using the flip there. And this could have been an easy turnaround here, as I say that Ayuki and just finds a double barrier here, pushing up, and again that explosive that corner is putting their way to work here. And Cookies gets the 4 KO streak here, trying to look for the kill, trying to fish for something here. As Giovanni gets the piercing shot here and does send it right in, and Giovanni just showing that that their Estelle is something worth to be banned.
Yeah, Giovanni's Estelle, an absolute threat, and I mean, I've said it again and again, he continues to pick up the mag souls, right? He's not looking for these dribble plays, he's just looking to be a continuous threat in this midfield, and, well, he has been, right? Not only with the core control, but even just with the damage and KOs too, right? He's been finding some himself, he's no slouch, right? Now, we do see the side of Flameskins really good on this offense, but the defense coming out by TMCT, they're saving so much, but as I said, double barrier does fall, and Yuki unfortunately misses that, and we are on series point. A flip out by Flame, and ER rush by Cookies, and TMCT take it, moving up to 3-0.
And I just kind of want to say that Flameskins kind of just staggered there. And that's kind of really unfortunate that they weren't able to dish out the KOs, and again, like getting KO'd is a very, very big thing, and they just weren't able to convert. I feel like the main thing that went wrong was they didn't take that. They didn't flip. Flame didn't flip, and it was just a downfall because if they flipped right there, they would have scored. That was such an easy scoring attempt, but kind of, and also Grim also buried their flip earlier, trying to save it and keep it in was kind of a bad mistake. But again, I'm not the one playing USL. I can't really say much. But again, if we look at the KO screen right here, 10
Under.
KOs on the side of it's just an insane amount of damage being dished out in 13 minutes.
So I think the other thing to keep in mind, right? Yeah, I mean, okay, it's 13 minutes. That's over 1k damage a minute for a lot of these players. But the other thing to keep in mind, right, is that Ayuki, Grim, and Flame, they picked a comp where they have to go Adrenaline Rush over Explosive Entrance. And this means that they are really relying and praying they can scale. TMCT, they take the Explosive Entrance and recognize we're not going to let them scale. And they play the early game so well and just snowball off the early game, right? With Sloth getting stuff like Deadeye, right? With the Ego is coming in later, the Fighter Fight coming in later, right? So just really great picks all together coming in for TMCT because they won that first set. And as you pointed out, right, that flip on set 2, absolutely clutch that, at least for TMCT, that Flame didn't burn it any earlier.
Yeah, I kind of agree there. And the early game was played out really well by Sloth, just constantly showing how he without a doubt is one of the better goalies in the USL, just showing that he can push up any time and kind of just make the right plays, the correct plays to keep procuring the rock forward here. And I think this is something to work on, like something to look back on in terms of how they could have done better. And honestly, I guess fishing for KOs does look a great opportunity, but in the end, TMCT do take Flameskittens, and Flameskittens does fall to 1 and 2 here. And even though it's not that like bad, because again, it was a game 3, and like, well, it was a game 3 and sort of a close match in Taiko Temple if they actually managed to convert on that. But still, just going to TMCT, they've completely got this under the bag, and they've been playing really, really well.
Yeah, just really well played overall by TMCT. But with that, Tripod Fish beat Eclipse, TMCT beat Flameskittens. Before we head off, is there anything you want to say, Kurikan?
Again, good games to both teams. Really, really played out. I think I owe a tier money now since I did say over 20. We did not get over 20.
Okay,
Damn
I
it.
also said over 20, so it kind of cancels that, so don't worry about it.
Oh, GG's. It's actually cooked. I'm actually safe. Let's go. And yeah, we have 2 new caches coming out for the last 2 games. So again, thanks for showing up for this early segment, this early part for us NA players, kind of just casting out. And yeah, we'll see you sometime soon.
Yeah, take care.
And welcome back, everyone. It is me again, Sloth. We just got finished playing our game. Definitely not close. Very happy. I wasn't nervous at all. And with me, there's Cookies. How you doing?
Hi, chat. How's it going? Yeah, we're doing well. I mean, we're up 3-0, even though we went to BO3 every game. But yeah, let's get to the draft.
Exactly. We're looking at the Fridge against 3 Germans. Game 1 is on AtLab. Spark of Strength start with Chrono Boost. Could be some funny shenanigans, and we've already seen quite a few of the player picks as well. Estelle ban, Kazan ban. Kazan ban likely just singling out Otta. Don't think Otta ever gets to pick that, like his favorite character on most maps. And then other than that, pretty standardized comps, I feel like, though. There's a slight kitten angle going out from the side of Fridge here. How do you think that's gonna go, Cookies?
Yeah, I feel like their comp is really strong, especially with the Chrono Boost. So yeah, if they play it well, they should outscale. However, I would like a different character than Rasmus there, but that's what it is. But yeah, I like their comp definitely more than whatever Atta's cooking.
You mean whatever 3 Germs is cooking?
Oh yeah, that.
Yeah, exactly. That it can very much work. I feel like there is a slight danger though, just in terms of going up against Asher and the Amy, right? They can put out quite a bit of damage, and it is AtLab. There are kill angles to be going after, so they do need to keep that in mind going up against 3 Germans here. That the threat of KOing is there, but I think generally speaking, as an overall thing, the side of Fridge, I feel like just has gotten like the more solid draft for sure. Also interested to see how well Kitten Comp, generally speaking, does on AtLab, right? I don't really think we see Kitten Comp quite often on AtLab. That's more of a Night Market type of Temple comp. So interested to see if that's going to bode well here.
Yeah, definitely interesting, especially with the Spark start, which I'm expecting most of the 3 Germans to pick out. So we'll see if they can get like some 3 or 4 sparks on someone. Maybe they just run over the lobby.
Yeah, most definitely. Especially, right, it's a Spark of Strength start, right? So on a kill-heavy map like AtLab, having that extra strength does wonders for you and your comp already. But we're gonna get into the game here. Also, find it very amusing that when you look at Fridge's pre-hovers, you have 2 Finnies there, both Otto and Heidenville being Finny enjoyers. So, very amusing, but yeah, overall, I feel like the series is gonna hold quite a bit of importance for both of the teams here as well, right? Both of them are 1-1, both of them are looking for that first win, or not first, that second win, to kind of differentiate yourself from the rest of the middle pack. So definitely both sides playing for a lot today.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, both teams, as we like had it before even the league started, where like at least I was looking at them like 4th or 5th. So yeah, you know, the qualifying potential. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, most definitely. But we are sitting at 5 Chrono Boosts in total, by the way, going out. Side of 3 Germans, though, quickly coming in with a statement, just double burying Fridge really quick as a core jumps back and forth between the 2 of them. Layfire jumping up, trying to get a score going. Lucas applying more pressure with that Kai midfield pick. Not quite able to get past the Mako defensive line, though, from Otta. Rekko, however, patient in front of the net, just waits for Otta to strike and gets right past him. And on that note, I do want to point out for the keen-eyed viewers, you do have Rekko, Rekos, on that forward position for 3 Germans instead of Nitron, as he's subbing in this series for him.
I mean, definitely still a good player, so it doesn't really do that much. We've seen Rekko, especially in Season 1 as well, do wonders for indicators, so definitely still a big chance for them to win this one.
Most definitely, but again, 2 barriers down from the side of Fridge, as 3 Germs again is just continuously pushing down this attack. Fridge does get a little bit of relief here with an attack through the bottom, but immediately the entirety of 3 Germans just holding it down at the bottom, not letting Immaculator do what he wants to with that Rasmus. As Forward now finds itself on Fridge's side again. They can't seem to get quite a good attack angle going, right? That is kind of like the weakness of an Asher pick on a map like this as well, right? It is decently open. It is difficult to get like a solid, easy force like on another map like Taiko. And you can kind of see that from the side of 3 Germans, but they're holding onto this barrier extremely well. And I have to say that.
Caster Curse coming in clutch. But they still get the go. Play fair with you. Really nice flip up there.
Yeah, he's putting down quite a bit of offensive pressure, making sure to make use of that extra range on the cyber swipe and following it up with a clean boost pop. Lucas now has flip as well. Just interested to see how he's going to end up using this, as Rekko is also getting closer to flip. Lucas, however, just trying to run after court, trying to apply this pressure, right? With that Kai, you are just so fast, but a huge ultimate from Mako is going to stop that flip immediately. Rekko's also using the flip, but not quite able to get anything, as now Fridge is back on the attack, but clean strike wars from the side of 3 Germans hold onto this barrier, but ultimately a pendulum swing from Immaculator will find the back of that barrier. Four
Falling
continues.
really low. Immaculator has the flip though, they have the advantage if they can get the core up to him. But Rekko, really good pressure with the ultimate. Has to use the flip for defense. Now late fire coming in, get the barrier. Oh, but someone died. Wait, who was it? Oh, it was Luke.
Lucas got funnied by the black hole. It respawned right around the same time when he tried to go back, which is unfortunate, but Rekko's immediately answering that with a kill of his own, and now they're actually in a power play from the side of 3 Germans. Can they set themselves up properly though? Immaculator doing a really good job to interrupt that core, and Mock Ultimate coming out, but not quite doing enough. Giga from Kai coming out, not really sending the core where he wanted to go. Lucas needs to be a bit careful with the HP pool here, but a clean flip from Layfire will send it to Lucas, and Lucas just puts it in for 3 Germans to take a convincing set 1.
Yeah, a lot of kills going back and forth there, but 3 Germans coming out on top. We'll see what the draft gives us. We can see maybe the Timeless Creator on Amy to put up more pressure with the turrets, or Twin Drive if he wants to go for more forward potential.
Yeah, it's likely that Erasmus will pick up the size for Rampage as well, which is going to help Immaculator quite a bit with those offensive pushes. Timeless does find its way to Amy though, and Twin Drive picked up by Kai. Mako gonna opt for the team player here? I would assume so. No, goes for missile propulsion. Wants a little bit more damage and a bit more range to play with. I feel like overall, looking at this draft though, you are definitely happy if you're decided 3 Germans, right? Bridge did get a few good awakenings, but I feel like overall, 3 Germans has ended up winning this draft.
Yeah, they do get really nice awakenings. You also have Rekko and the Egoist getting the potential of Catalyst and like other drops. Lucas also has the Chrono Boost with the Twin Drive, so a lot of things coming out of this lane.
Yeah, it's just gonna allow him to be so fast, so controlling of the map as well, right? On that Kai, going basically anywhere he wants within a millisecond, it feels like. As 3 Germans are struggling to get the core out of their corner though, Lei does eventually find the angle to clear it, as Rekko takes a lot of damage, and a clean hit from Immaculator and slight mispositioning from Layfire will punish that bottom barrier, and again, slight mispositioning and weird timings on those hits to give the first goal for the side of the Fridge. And that is important momentum that you need to find in the playoff. Overall, the game accelerates though, guys. Everyone's getting really close to flip here. A huge KO coming out from the side of Layfire, as they are playing on a man advantage. They did find only 1 barrier. Lucas again also needing to be a bit careful now on that staggered mode, as Immaculator is also just sitting at 100 HP. Rekko though doing really well to control that core, take the bottom barrier, and a KO coming out from the side as well. 3 Germans just kind of taking over the entire field here. Bridge trying desperately to hold on to this. Good defense from Alta will hold on to the core. Hiding Goal also getting involved, but it's still so oppressive positionally, as now Lucas is using the flip, sending it to Rekko's. Rekko's trying to get it to Lei, but the slight misaim there is gonna stop that attack almost immediately.
Yeah, Luke is also falling down, so now we have a 3-on-2. Aka still has the flip to hold his defense. So Layfire no energy. Rekko is still holding really long onto this flip, trying to wait for a perfect opportunity to score. But doesn't get it, doesn't find it. Now Max is falling really low as well.
Yeah, Rekko also needs to be a bit careful here to not waste the flip, but he ends up misusing it, as it is on cooldown now. But it's still looking pretty good from the side of 3 Germans here, right? They still hold on to this 1 barrier. They're still making good use of that Chrono Boost on Amy to just get that little bit of extra pressure going, as core just continuously bounces around, and it kind of feels like the Fridge is having a really rough time to just get an attack going that's gonna stick, as Lucas runs up with the barrage and forces it right past Alta. 1-1 in the set.
looks like this now is having a really hard time in the midfield against the Kai, which is like so much more speed. Also, he has the support from Layfire to support the glitch buff, so it's really hard for them to get an offense going.
Yeah, and if that in and of itself wasn't enough, Layfire has been doing really well to find those edge KOs. Rekos also has been finding a lot of them. So even outside of the fact that there's just so much mobility on the side of 3 Germans, you also need to worry about just not dying as both sides lose a barrier. Maculator in front of the net. Not able to find the barrier though, and is now back to being staggered. No evades on him currently as well. Late trying to find a KO, not able to get it though, and Immaculator getting his HP back with the help of Now and some orbs. And Thor is just bouncing back and forth, but again, you can just kind of see that the extra control that the side of 3 Germans has as Immaculator though finds a beautiful Death's Touch to find the second barrier. They're running up, using Flip from hiding goal, but Turret denies it immediately. Hiding goal also needs to be a bit careful. No evades on him, so we'll see how he's going to handle that. Otto, though, cleanly playing around the barrier, not letting go of that if he doesn't have to. But the attack still continues to build. The Immaculator almost getting it past Layfire, not quite able to find it though.
Yeah, now Otto burning his split, Vector falling low, but he also has his split soon. Oh, but a really nice track from Maculator to find the edge.
Maculator just really punishing that slight mispositioning from the side of Lucas and Layfire there. This is a second goal that the side of Fridge has found, but also the second goal that just kind of rolled past Layfire. So maybe there are some more positioning issues that can be taken advantage of as Layfire immediately puts on the pressure again though. Jumps up, puts down a flip. Rekos also in that bottom area there. Adding extra pressure, pendulum swing from Immaculator, again not being able to find its way past Layfire, as Immaculator almost gets taken out, does in the end drop as well, and more importantly Immaculator had a flip there as well. That's gonna be such a momentum killer, as now again another power play from the side of 3 Germans is gonna be played out. Hiding goal doing a pretty good job though, holding the control, letting Immaculator come back on the field. And the HP bar is actually now getting really low as Otta with the Missile Prop finds a huge KO on Rekos.
And now still on the AV2 here, Immaculator trying to find the barrier. Lucas falling really low. He also gets staggered. Immaculator could look for the hook KO. No evades on Lucas for a few seconds, but now Layfire gets taken out by Immaculator's primary. Oh, and it's just 2 KOs. Atto has to get it to forwards really fast. But the Bekko trying to defend really well. But he gets caged in. Still defending! But in the end... Yeah, Immaculator missed a few strikes there, but in the end he gets it through the Asher. And they win the first set for themselves.
Yeah, and this is an important draft because you're looking at Awakenings like the Big Fish with Erasmus here. That's going to make his life a lot easier. The question is he going to opt for it or is he looking at something else? Also, another highlight in this draft, I feel like, is the Spark of Resilience for Rekos. Is it going to drop all the way down, or is the side of the Fridge going to hold on, going to deny picking it? Also curious to see if the Deadeye is going to find its way onto Mako, as with the Missile Prop it might do a bit of damage, but no. Opts rather for the Catalyst. The Spark Deny, like we assumed. Hotshot on Amy though might get a little scary.
Yeah, so the side of the Fridge opting for trying to deny both Awakenings from Mako, as he has the Egoist. So Mako taking out the Catalyst and Hiding Goal taking out the Sparks. But still gets a good Awakening in the end. He gets Stagger Strike on Asher, which is really good, especially since they've been taking some damage. Yeah, really quick goal.
The force just continues to be brought on. Lucas and Rekos, they're playing really well to kind of cover the open areas, so Fridge didn't really have a great angle to play out of as they find their first goal of the set. I do wonder though how much the fact that Immaculator now is sitting on double size is going to change the playing field, right? Rasmus holding so much value if you get that extra size, being able to find more KO threats with that pendulum swing, being able to just have so much more core control with that raw size as well. I do wonder if that's going to be, how noticeable that one's going to be for the side of 3 Germans playing against it. But as it stands right now, 3 Germans doesn't really seem to be that bothered as Layfire finds a beautiful cyber swipe to hit it right past Otta, and Otta mistiming the flip.
Yeah, really well timed secondary from Aimi there. Otta trying to get the flip in time, but doesn't get it and it buffers. Now, side of 3 Germans looking really nice here. 2-0 setup. Lucas has his flip, but needs to look out here. as he could be going down soon.
Does end up finding the orb to heal a little bit, but still no evade on Lucas. But Rico's doing a really good job keeping up pressure there. Has a flip on top of him as well and hits it right into the corner. And even if Otta somehow had a miracle save there, Layfire was right on top of it as well. And that set could have not lasted longer than maybe like a minute or two. That was fast as we're going back into draft.
Yeah, we do see one more spark here. We'll see if Hiding goes for it.
Likely gonna go onto Asher here, yeah, as Rekos does have the Spark of Strength as well. Ariel's being picked up from Rasmus here. And Castella's going to Kai. A rapid fire dropping pretty far down. Extra special has to be denied off of the Amy, especially because she already has a timeless as well. So rapid fire finding its way all the way down to Amy, and a prime time is definitely also not something that now is going to be upset about. Overall, who do you think had a better draft output here?
I do think the side of 3 Germans still have a good draft since they got the second spark. Rapid fire is still really good, even though Layfire didn't get the extra special he wanted. And he has hotshot as well, so if he hits his primaries, he's gonna get a lot of cooldowns back.
That is for certain, and again, 3 Germans just holding up the pressure so much. It feels like Otto just doesn't have much to do against it. It's just an Asher running at you, and right behind that is a Kai with a barrage. And Reko's just doing really good to just keep holding that core, winning every interaction, and just forcing it through with that strength of that Asher. Really well played. Really showing us as well that he was part of Amy Haters, he was part of that top 3 team in the last season, and he's trying to make a statement that even though he's not playing on a main roster this time around, he still got it in.
Yeah, 100%, still playing really well. Now has the flip on Egoist, could try, get both barriers here real quick, gets nice setup with a really nice defense from Atta.
Or does bounce around a little bit. Layfire finding a nice clear and following it up with the Cyber Trap as the flip comes out from Rekos, trying to find the angle past Otto there, but not quite able to. As Layfire plays it directly around Hiding Hole Manipulator, setting up Rekos and Lucas to take that barrier. As we're now again on an open net situation for Otto, not really where he wants to be finding himself, right? Mako not being the best character at defending open nets compared to other characters. But again, the defensive end from 3 Germans just holding up so well. Almost finding a KO as well from Layfire there on Hiding Goal. Flip does have to come out, and Maclair does find the barrier. But again, it's just so, the positioning is just so oppressive right now.
Yeah, now Reko just strikes it into Hiding Goal, winning the interaction. And gets them a game point, or like a match point.
Yeah, just one away, and if that in and of itself wasn't already enough, there's a flip on Lucas and about to be a flip on Rekos, so they can opt to use those offensively as the flip does come out and takes both barriers. Rekos now in front of the net, Lucas goes down, but it doesn't matter as Rekos, but again, with the patience, just outweighs everyone's strikes on Fridge, just puts it in as they take game 1 in a very convincing manner.
Yeah, it was really nice, well played for them. Gets themselves a nice advantage going into the second map, which is Demon Dice.
Demon Eyes could be quite a funny interaction, that's for sure. I'm also curious to see what kind of team comps are going to be coming out of a map like that. But I don't think, the way that 3 Germans has played so far, I don't think they really have much to worry about, right? Like, they've been convincing on core, they've been convincing on damage. Like, they just are doing so well right now.
Yeah, I mean, 3 Germans just playing really well, getting all of those KOs, Layfire defending the barriers, even though he was an IME, which isn't the best defensive goalie. Just got so many good glitch pops to keep it out. And Immaculate, even though he had like double size, couldn't get it in. Really nicely played for them.
Yeah, it just was a bit too much. Layfire was also holding it down really well in the end, even though you wouldn't really see it by the low amount of saves that have come out. He just never really had that much pressure on him that he was completely overwhelmed, right? That would be the weakness of that Amy goalie. The fact that in a direct 1v1 in close ranges, you don't really have a lot to deal with the pressure, but he just never really found himself in such a situation. I do wonder though, right? Thinking about the next game, thinking about Demon Dice, what the teams are going to be opting for in terms of character picks, right? Like what do you think what do we think is going to be a prio? Because characters like Zentaro just happen to always be good on that map. And mainly, I'm also wanting to have a look at what Otta's going to play, right? His character pool mainly being the Rune Kazan Mako. It seems like a bit of a weird match for a map like Demon Dice.
Yeah, I'm also interested to see what he could pick. There is the Rasmus that he could pull out. I've seen him play it once or twice on Demon Dice. But definitely interesting. I'm also wondering if one of these forwards, we know they both like Asher. So maybe if that will come up. But yeah, I'm looking at like what midfielders could be really good here. Because Demon Dice, there's like Drakkar, Vice, depending if you want to go for damage or not. But yeah, looks like we got built different. They're perfect form. So Zentaro is definitely going to be a high priority.
Zentaro is going to be a massive priority. X also immediately skyrocketing. Not sure how the mindsets are of both of these forwards picking that, though. I know both of them play it. I'm not sure if they would end up prioing it. And even if you don't get the X or the Zentaro here, I think Asher is still, again, a solid pick. So definitely no shortage of a forward pick to go here. And I'm curious what 3 Germans is going to end up banning here, because Kazan does like himself some size, and Ata, I wouldn't put it past him to try to go for a Kazan and net here. So curious to see if they're going to try to opt to ban that one out, or if they would let it slip and allow us some Kazan goalie gameplay if Ata wants to find that.
Yeah, definitely. We could see some Kazan or the Rasmus with the build diff. But yeah, we see the Zentaro ban. Let's see how 3 Germans respond.
I feel like it almost always has to be that ban on Ata. Yeah, they do take out that Kazan, not allowing that to happen, as Fridge immediately follows it up as well. With a Vice pick here. That Vice pick can be a flex. I would believe, though, that that's going to go into hide and goal.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to go into midfield. It's like Vice, really good damage dealer, but we do get the Fini X, a really high damage comp on the other side.
Really just wanting to take you off of the map as much as possible if you're picking something like that. The question is, what is Fridge going to pair the Vice with, right? You're already playing a KO-focused team comp, so it would only make sense to pair even more KO characters with that. The question is, which ones are you going to go for?
Definitely could see some like Rasmus or like an Asher forward here. Rasmus goalie maybe. But they go for the Julie. Interesting.
Julie is an interesting pick. Maybe they are more so looking to just get a clean finisher for them, right? Maybe not trusting that Asher to find consistent KOs or finishes when someone is staggered, right? Because if you do have the Vice, you don't really need to only find KOs through edges. You can take down their HP bars and continuously shove that HP bar down, and then Julie would obviously do a really good job at being that last little bit of force to take him off the map. As Atlas also gets picked, and I'm surprised. I don't know when I've seen an Otta Atlas last.
Yeah, definitely not one of his mostly known picks, but a good goalie if you're playing against a high damage comp like Fini X Amy, so definitely nice to have some healing behind us, or like behind the Julie. I feel like the comp of the Fridge is gonna depend how many KOs the Julies can get on the side, and just snowball from it.
Yeah, most definitely, especially because we do kind of have like 3 characters that just try to do different things, right? Atlas is just trying to focus on controlling the core, defending as much as possible. The side of Vice is going to try to just pump damage as much as possible, and then Julie will try to look for edges. So interesting to see how that's all going to mesh together. I would be a little bit more worried going up against something like the comp that 3 Germans is running, though, because they just have a lot of raw damage output with that Finny X and Amy. So you do need to be a bit careful that you're not just going to be completely taken out of the game.
Yeah, 100%. Interesting to see how much damage this comp is gonna do, especially in the early game, if they can't kill fast enough. But I feel like 3 Germans comp is just so much better into the late game when they get all of those damage awakenings.
That is for certain. They scale really heavily, but it doesn't look like they need to scale, as Immaculator is almost put down to 1 HP again, and a barrier drops as well on the side of the Fridge. As Immaculator's in stagger, so is Rekos though, so they're trading those stagger states. Alta trying to move up a little bit, holding that aggressive defensive line on Atlas, but not able to do so because Core immediately goes back. And again, just so many people that are getting low and a lot of damage being output from both sides. It kind of feels like it just comes down to who's going to find that first KO for this point to explode.
Yeah. But we also see Rekko being on the Vambrace, so he does have some healing even if he drops low. And he is also the only one who goes for the real different. Everyone else is going for a perfect form, looking for those cooldowns. Now Immaculator really low, someone can look to kill him, but Rekko used his ultimate really early in the game.
Oh, flip from hiding goal, not quite able to find the core there, as Immaculator is still down to like basically no HP though, and hiding goal is joining suit. Otto getting aggressive, and a nice flip will end up finding that second barrier. They now have to deal with an open net. Question is, are they going to get it past Slayfire, as a dash punch from Immaculator finds its way into Lucas's secondary, and he gets taken off of the map. Rekos getting low, has flip in front of the net though, doesn't even need to use it though, as the Finny ultimate will slot it right into the side. And I didn't even notice it up until now. This is Lucas on Finny. I'm not sure if I've seen this pick before.
I mean, I've seen him play it once or twice. I definitely thought it was gonna be him on Finny, because we know Layfire is a really gamey enjoyer. But yeah, I mean, definitely a good pick. A lot of damage you can provide to your team.
That is for certain, and the damage, it just kind of shows, as again, the Immaculator is so low, about to be taken out, and again, no evades on him either, so if Rekos tries to find that, he can for sure, but the Immaculator immediately making use of that Julie with that pummelers as well to find the KO on Lucas, as they're now in a power play. They do find the second hit on that barrier now, as again, it's an open net, but the question is, are they going to be able to do anything with it? Or are they just going to hold on the defensive end here? Alta dribbling a little bit, KO being found on hiding gold though, and Immaculator looks like he's going to be following suit, as Alta's just trying his hardest to just hold on to this core, kind of back and forth playing with Lucas here. But he's holding on to the barrier really nicely, still not dropping it. And unfortunate hit from Lucas will put that into the net. Not what you like to see.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Layfire trying to clear towards Lucas there, but Lucas trying to get this primary to hit Immaculator, and they just end up on going.
Vinny just kind of do be funny at times. KO almost being found from the side of Immaculator though, with a big damage dump from hiding goal, as Layfire tries to be more aggressive. Side of 3 Germans is getting rather low. Immaculator also finally able to confirm that KO, and now making use of that pummeler's buff that he do get. And if that in and of itself wasn't enough, Lucas is also getting really low. That's not a KO, that's too far out of your reach. Flip did end up getting used there to defend the barrier. Immaculator again finding a really nice KO, and hiding goal immediately following it as well with a Vice ultimate to just take out the entire defensive line of 3 Germans as they're finding their second goal.
Yeah, this Vice providing a lot of damage with the ultimates, getting a lot of evades. So now the good strength I realized in this comp is that Vice can like get all of the evades from the other team, and then Julie can just do all of her combos with ultimate and just one-shot someone.
Yeah, and even if then you get the evades, right? The thing is with Vice as well, because you are going into a Finny and X, you have the evades that are being constantly pumped out, and if they don't have an evade anymore, you can just pop down an ultimate. They're not going to be fast enough to get out of it, as again, damage and persistent core control will lead the first set to go to the side of the Fridge. As we're now looking at this draft, there's a few high value awakenings here though, both Deadeye and Super Surge definitely holding value in a KO heavy game like this. Atlas does opt for the timeless, so Deadeye finds his way into Luna. Vice likely going Adrenaline Rush here, trying to make use of those KOs, giving a little bit of extra movement speed, and Knife's Edge finding its way onto Julie here.
Yeah, Rekko goes for the Caster Last over the Super Surge, just wants to hit people more often, get the ultimate a little bit more cooldown.
Question is it gonna be enough to keep out with that damage output that the side of Fridge is finding? it is still very interesting, right? On paper, I would feel like the 7-3 Germans does have a better KO potential, as Arta is the one to finish up Rekos there. Really nice play. Barrier does go down. The Vice Primary sadly re-angling that core a little bit, but a huge reaction time for Arta again, keeping hide and goal in the net here. They're in the field as they're setting themselves up and they can just force it past Layfire so nicely here.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage. I didn't expect Atta to just not to be able to, to be able to play Atlas and still out-damage the enemy team. So really nice to see. I mean, I think the Atlas and the goalie helps a lot because both teams are doing damage, but you have the survivability and the ultimate that saves people from dying. So yeah.
You have that extra bit of survivability, but there's a limit to it as Maculator does find the end of the map. Hide and goal also getting rather low. The ultimate coming out from Mata though, but he does drop that barrier. Rekos again though getting really low. And I feel like the main difference maker here is just the fact that Vice is just pumping out so much damage, and on top all of that off, as if the damage itself wasn't enough, you have a perfect form that's going to keep your cooldowns low continuously by just hitting those primaries over and over again. But no, Atta doesn't find the angle on his Cosmic Expand and hits it into his own net. Very unfortunate angle there. We go into the kickoff, and again, I feel like on every single kickoff, there's really just one story that we have to look out for, and it's who's gonna lose their HP bar first. This time around, the Maculator seems to be having a pretty rough time. Abilities get dumped on him. He does find the Orb and the Atlas ultimate coming out to help him a bit as well, but they do trade one barrier for it, as Hiding Goal now needs to be very careful around that edge. Rekos trying his best to punish him and get him out, but not quite able to do that, as a double barrier drops on the side of Layfire. And a dash coming out from Maculator, not quite able to put it right past though, but again, you're dealing with an open net situation, and it's just not very easy for you to play like as widely as an open net is going to make you play, because you do have a Finn, you do have an X, they're not going to be very mobile. But what they're good at is killing, and a Maculator almost again down for the count, up for the count, as Rekos finds the barrier. Open net versus open net, who's going to score first?
Yeah, but Atta does save Immaculate, but Immaculate is still looking really low. Now no evades, Layfire uses the flip to kill him, and now we have a power play. Hiding Goal falling a little low as well. Layfire gets the Layfire just killed the whole team.
Layfire really showing his prowess on Amy as he finds a beautiful KO on Hiding Goal and then follows it up with a beautiful glitch bump on Atta as well. They're now up 2-1 in this set. I do still need to find one goal though, and very good Layfire play. You have another one of these as well, as Layfire does drop a barrier, but again immediately gets answered, as now both teams are down one hit on their Demon Dive barrier.
Hiding Goal falling really low, trying to get out with the secondary. Doesn't manage to use it in time as Layfire gets him out of the arena. Now Atta somehow saves the barrier. Now getting Maculator to score here with Dash Punch. Or Lucas on goal, that also works.
If you have a secret agent Finny working for you, the pop of that ultimate being a little bit late, as Lucas sends that into his own net. But I still feel like the side of 3 Germans here is pretty happy, as Lucas does have a flip that he can use for confirming maybe a barrier or a goal if he does end up needing it. Flip does come out, doesn't quite find anything directly. Atta doing a really good job with that Atlas to hold on to this barrier as well, not dropping a single hit yet. And with that flip, it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Because yes, Lucas had it and had offensive pressure with it, but now you're sitting on no evades. So is Hiding Goal though, who's almost finding the edge of the map, not quite able to. Maculator's getting close to flip. Is he going to be able to get it though? Hiding Goal with a nice secondary, stops that core, hits it into the net. The Maculator trying its best to walk up and find a flip to put this right in, but he's just continuously getting hit. He's not able to do it, but a nice setup from Hiding Goal, nice pass, and Maculator insta flip and puts it right past Layfire, as the second set is going in favor of the Fridge here. And you do have to be a bit worried at this point if you're 3 Germans, right? You need to scale, but the time is starting to run out.
I mean, definitely what we see, we don't have that many good awakenings for some of the characters, but they do get a lot of damage here. Layfire going for the explosive entrance, which allows him to jump further, but also do a lot of damage with the die. And then, yeah, X is just gonna punch more with 1-2. So I do believe this draft is going to be really good for 3 Germans who will just be able to kill a lot faster and a lot quicker and even bigger damage from X coming in. So we'll see how Athos is going to have to do with his ultimate and if he can save his teammates in time.
Yeah, also I want to point out that Monumentalist finding its way onto Finny is going to be very scary, right? You can either use it for a lot of damage, because the damage on it in itself isn't that bad, but you can also use it to just have the core be offensive, right? Pop that down directly on top of Otta and his barrier, and that's just going to force out, at the very least, an ability, as Lucas tries to demonstrate it almost immediately. Good defense from the side of Otta here, does defend the barrier, but he had to use so much for that. He had to use an expanse, he had to use a split. KO is being found though from the side of Fridge, as they now have a power play to play off of, and they don't quite find the second barrier yet, but Immaculator in front of the net tries to flip. A good ultimate from Lucas assisted defending that, but again another reaction check from Otta keeps Immaculator in the game.
Yeah, really nice play from Atta, but Immaculator still going really low. Rekko's punching him. Immaculator is probably gonna fall soon as Atta doesn't have his ultimate available.
Question is he gonna fall for nothing, or is he gonna be paying some tax, because he's directly in front of the barrier there, finds a hit on it, makes it another open goal situation. Flip comes out from Otta here, not quite able to hold on to the barrier here as it bounces around a bit weirdly. Rekko's just doing a really good job with positional pressure, but barely misses the barrier. Lucas luckily there to receive it. Finny ultimate coming out, Otta being able to score it. Get it out though, a bounce almost tricking Wayfire there, as now Hiding Goal is in danger of dying.
And he does fall in the end. Rekko now with the power play and the flip in front of the goal. We should secure it. Atta has now no secondary. We have the Finny ultimate, but really nice defense. Immaculator wastes his flip, but at least hits the X, so he can't get the flip on his own. And now Hiding Goal falling really, really low. But also Rekko uses the flip to stay alive. Now Lucas trying to get the core in, but we're just seeing another own goal from the side of 3 Germans. I believe every member has just own goal in this game.
That's how you can see there's proper synergy in that team. Everyone has shot one in so far. Rekko's trying to keep himself alive there, trying to use the Bell Ringer to make use of his Vambrace, but not really seeing the core bounce, as Fridge does find the first goal of the set, but in turn 3 Germans will find a KO, and again we're sitting on a power play, but it just looks so different for 3 Germans to really find a score. Otta's doing such a good job on the defensive end with that Atlas, and if that itself wasn't enough already, there's also so many KOs that just get denied, as Coast finds the edge of the map. Lucas is also on 1 HP, no evades, is likely to also drop soon if this continues. Flip does have to come up from Layfire, and Lucas finds a clutch KO on Hiding Goal as they're trying to find this barrier. Not quite able to though, as Immaculator and Otta are layering their hits really well. Trying to set up in the corner now. Otta using that expanse. Turret though immediately shutting down the flip from Immaculator, but still a difficult situation. Rekko's doing the best he can to make Otta's life difficult, takes him off the map as well, but the goal is not in yet. The core still needs to get past Hiding Goal and Immaculator. They do get it around Immaculator, trying to pass play, but a primary from Vice immediately shutting that down, but a beautiful explosion from that Finny ultimate will eventually find the goal. But that was a lot of work considering how much of an advantage they had.
Yeah, I mean, the Blackburns need to step up here. Right? If they're trying to come back in this game, they need to win the set and they need to win the other 2 as well. So we need to step up and get some KOs of their own. Atta really proving how good he is, even if he's not on his, let's say, most known picks. And really good showing how he's on defensive role. He's really getting his failures. But now Hiding Goal falling really low. Atta does not have his ultimate anymore. So let's see if the Rekkos can finish him.
Otta holding a very offensive line there as well to assist with taking this barrier. Does get 1 hit on Hiding Goal, is almost dead, does die in the end. But that's again a lot of abilities used from the side of 3 Germans, but a beautiful Finny ultimate will also find another kill. Otta in a 1v3, is he going to hold on to this barrier? He does hold on to it. Not a single hit dropped it. Otta also does a flip. He uses it immediately, clears it out. Doesn't quite find the angle to take the barrier, but Hiding Goal is right there for that. Strike shot again, defending that situation, and Otta successfully held it down 3v1, and if that in and of itself wasn't enough already, the goal just set himself up for success, let Hyde get the barrier, and they score. And that's such a big momentum boost as well for the side of the Fridge, as they're now at game point.
Yeah, I mean, you see 3 Germans getting all of these skills, all of these power plays, but they can never finish it. This Atlas really defending everything, every goal, every area. So they need to come up with new strategy, maybe some passing plays around the plus secondary. But now hiding or blowing up Layfire. And Reckless falling really low.
If that itself wasn't enough already, Lucas has no evades, Reckless is down to a stagger, so Precious is going to continue to build as a kill does find as Immaculate does find himself dead at the hands of Breakpost. But again, the defensive side of Hiding Goal and Alpha just holding on. Light's ultimate does deflect it. Lucas not quite able to get it around. There's now Hiding Goal as a flip, Alpha as a flip. And it's likely that they're going to try to set themselves up to use this to get this last goal in. A beautiful strike shot immediately shuts down anything that Reckless was trying to do there as well. A flip up to Immaculator delivers a nice dash punch to just get it cleanly past Layfire, as a 3-0 victory will give the Fridge the second game, and we're going to a game 3.
I mean, I'm really excited to see these stats, because I believe 3 Germans just out-damage and out-KO them maybe 2 times, but Atla just always saving these barriers with the Atlas. As we can see, he is MVP.
Yeah, and you can see it in the redirects as well. Alta having almost as many redirects on his own as Immaculate and Hiding Goal combined. Just really showing how pivotal he was in that game to just hold that offensive line as Atlas, to not let anything go through, to be so inside of that game, so active inside of that game, even getting a goal of his own. And the KOs do seem to be falling. It is a Demon Dice game. The side of 3 Germans did end up finding more KOs than the side of the Fridge, but it felt like the Fridge just found the more impactful ones.
Yeah, definitely, like Atla just holding his team on his own. And now we have to see how this game 3 is going to play out with. We'll see if Layfire and his team is able to come back, or if it's like a mental boom for them, as they were playing really well but just couldn't get through the wall that Atta is.
Yeah, and to top that all off, it obviously wasn't just Atta. Hiding Goal did a lot of good work to get some damage going. Immaculator finding those KOs, and more importantly, finding the goals as well. Not a single assist on him, as he's just able to secure the goals on his own a majority of the time. This felt so difficult for 3 Germans to play against. But that was the game 2. They did find the victory, a much needed victory as well, if you do not want to immediately lose. And we're now going into a game 3, and this game 3 is Taiko Tempo. Now, I do wonder if on Taiko we're going to look at potential comps like a Kitten comp, or if it's going to be a bit more crazy than that. Maybe they're cooking up something that we don't know. I'm excited to see.
Yeah, I'm excited to see some new picks, but I could definitely see Atta bringing out the Mako again. I don't believe he's gonna pull out the Era goalie, but this Mako is almost as good as the Era in the Kitten comp. Hadigal does play until now, so they could definitely pick out this comp. But yeah, I believe the side of 3 Germans is probably gonna go for a similar comp that they went this game, some kind of Amy goalie, X-forward, or some kind of damage menace. So yeah, really excited to see how this draft will play out.
Yeah, it's also going to be very dependent on what awakenings are going to be found, right? There's an angle of just continuing to play a KO if you have something like a Deadeye or an explosive entrance in that draft. But there also could be an awakening set like Stagger Swaggers and Stacks on Stacks that just completely change the game plan into more control-based gameplay. So it's going to dictate a lot what is playable and what isn't playable. I am expecting the side of 3 Germans to play something akin to the Atlas Lab game, though, with a heavy movement speed midfield and a good force up front, as we do have Unstoppable and Siege Machine.
Yeah, I mean, these are like 2 of the awakenings that don't really change much. I mean, they do, but it's not like you can't play any comp or you have to play any comp. So yeah, definitely Unstoppable is going to be good for the side that wants to go more core control and maybe like not die as much, but we could see the Siege Machine. Maybe Atta pulls out the rune, who knows.
Well, he might pull out the rune, but I don't think 3 Germans are ever allowing him to pull out the Kazan, as I think this is the 3rd straight ban on Kazan from the side of 3 Germans. The Fridge, interestingly enough, opting to ban out Era here, trying to just shut down that movement speed pool that Lucas is likely to go for. Oh, and not to mention, they're going up against Layfire as well. Layfire being very comfortable on that Era in net as well, as they opt to first pick the Amy, likely to go on to hiding goal. But you never know. I didn't expect an Ata Atlas. Maybe we see an Ata Amy.
Yeah, I mean, we see the Asher Atlas come, so they're definitely going for the core control, just try to shove it in. I could definitely see a Now going with this midfield. As we do have Lucas, so he could play the Now, he likes to play the Estelle as well. There is a Kai angle, but not really a big one. However, I think this Estelle isn't as good as it's supposed to be, because we have the Unstoppable right on the goalie. Doesn't have to use evades, as he can just strike core. But yeah, we see this tower on the other side, so Fridge may be going for the KO comp, trying just to get as many kills as they can.
Yeah, I do wonder how well that's gonna go, because you are gonna be going up against an Atlas, which does pretty well already in a defensive end and in a HB end, an Asher, and all of them are likely to go unstoppable as well. The Rune being picked up last for Ata, though, most likely could lock down the defensive end. So it's just saying, hey, Amy's and Tara, you guys can go do your thing. I'm just gonna hold down the back as much as possible. And as you said as well, the Now pickup coming in for Lucas here. So you have a full control side on the side of 3 Germans against a kind of a mix, likely KO, but can also still very much lean into core control if they wish to on the side of the Fridge here.
Yeah, I do believe we have like Atlas, Rune, and Now who will probably go for the Siege Machine, getting more time and more damage on the basically all of their abilities. And yeah, we have the Unstoppable for the others, so definitely seeing really good comps. I don't believe any comp is better than the other, because both of the comps have something to their playstyle.
Yeah, they have their own unique win cons that they're going for. I do feel like the side of 3 Germans has an easier time executing what they're playing for, though, as they're just trying to control the core, hold it down, and shove it into corners. But I feel like the main matchup here is going to be a Rekost against Ata, right? If Ata is able to continuously put down pillars and completely shut down that corner by just being a walking wall, there's not much he can do as Rekost. Question is Rekost going to then start to deny the pillars? Is he going to counteract the Rune defensive line properly, or is he not going to be able to do anything about it? That we will see as we're now going into this game. Immaculator taking a lot of damage, Ata holding on to this bottom barrier, not willing to let it go, as Lightfire takes a little bit of a step forward, being a bit more aggressive, and the first barrier drops. Second one almost does as well. Banish coming out from the side of Ata, though. Almost a double barrier, but Lightfire ready to immediately stop that, as Ata's just setting up his pillars, just making sure that that Rune defensive line is just gonna thrive. Hiding goal is staggered, so he does have to be a bit careful here, as Rekost is trying to chase after him. But actually, not Hiding goal is the one that needs to be worried. It was Ata, as Rekost finds a beautiful primary to take him right out, as they're now in a power play and are likely to find the second barrier.
Yeah, they're doing this finally, but Lightfire is forced to flip to save his barrier. Now Rekost getting banished. Yeah, this interaction, you still can get banished even if you have the Unstoppable. However, you can't double pillar after it, because you don't get hit by the first pillar. But now we see Hyde and Immaculator both have their flips. But Lightfire denying the first flip from Immaculator still can't get the barrier.
Barrier does not drop. The defensive prowess of that Atlas just really showing. Lucas also holding on to dear life, as a pillar almost finds its way into that barrier. But the Amy turret being placed really nicely. Not much you can do against that if you're a Lightfire there. And the bounce off the drum sends it directly into Immaculator's hands. Lightfire being slightly out of position to react to that accordingly. And the Fridge finds the first goal of this game.
Yeah, really nicely played from Ata. This Rune pick is really strong in defense, as he can defend for ages if he gets the opportunity. But he can also play as a second midfielder, getting the score to Immaculator.
There's so much pressure that can be created with those pillars, right? Just continuously adding in that control department in the midfield. Question is he going to be able to get it consistently or not? I feel like Rune also is a pick that you do need to be worried about if you're the side of 3 Germans, right? There's so much dangerous awakenings that you just don't want to be giving him for free. As Ata, again, just really showing how Rune can just lock down that area completely. Core bounces to the side of 3 Germans again, but the Fridge not able to control it. Flip coming up from Ata, not finding the barrier though, as Lei is ready for it. Rekost needs to be a bit careful, getting down to roughly 200 HP. Banish coming out as well. Rekost is going to end up dropping as well. Rune finds his first KO of this game, maybe one of many. But again, Otto just doing such a good job at defending this side so cleanly, and Immaculator finding a free double barrier, going all in with that Centauro dash, trading KOs, not quite able to find the goal with it though. But Lucas is also getting really low here. Nice jump from hiding goal, will secure that KO, and then immediately right after the second goal of the set.
Yeah, really nicely played there by Atta, just putting up the secondary, repositioning and blocking out the pass, so hiding goal can just jump in. And now we also have really good energy on hide. You can just use it to get the barriers or wait for the goal. As basically all of 3 Germans have like 1 bar of energy. Veko scoring really low, like Immaculator can look for KO. But Veko getting back up with the stagger, with the now, as this team is basically filled up full of healing.
Yeah, and you're just able to see at the start of that set how much damage that rune actually will do with those pillars, right? The Siege Machine start does so much for that damage output. But we are now in a 1-for-1 situation in barriers. Grab that, Rekos finds the second barrier. Because now the Fridge is playing with an open net. But they're holding the fort decently well on the side of 3 Germans. Are they going to be able to find anything? No, Lucas wins the strike war, makes use of that now speed. And hiding goal also needs to be careful as he is low HP. Slight miscommunication from the side of the Fridge will let that core go through, as the first goal will be found for the side of 3 Germans. We are looking at a lot of flips though. Basically everyone is close to getting a flip here. Hiding goal already has it, but everyone else needs about 3 to 5 more hits. Immaculator does drop the flip there as well, not quite able to do anything with it though. Rekos almost finding a KO, and hiding goal not quite able to do that in the end though. Quick side swap from the side of Bridge will set themselves up for an attack again, but Leifler immediately answers it with a Cosmic Expanse. Rekos needs to be a bit careful, takes a lot of damage, still has flip as well. Likely that the side of Bridge will try to take him out and punish him for not using that flip early. Flip from hiding goal slightly mistimed. One barrier does end up dropping though, and Immaculator down to being staggered. Otto now walking up, trying to be aggressive, trying to get those pillars going. One barrier does drop though, and Rekos now as well in front of those barriers with a flip. Is he going to be able to do anything? No, Otto, aggressive play from the side of Rune.
And now Immaculator looking to get into the corner, looking to get the second barrier, but Leifler defending really well. However, the aim meter at the last piece there gets it, and now Veko still has this flip, can look to get the second barrier, but really nice play there, and they get the first set by the Atta pillar.
Yeah, Otto just really showing the strength of a well-played Rune here. Just holding up so much, like creating so much pressure from that goalie position with those aggressive pillars, and just sneaking the core through the defensive end from the side of 3 Germans. As we now go into this draft, and we do have some interesting awakenings here. Primetime finds its way onto Amy. Wonder what Rune's gonna opt for here. Holds his pick for a little bit. Perfect Form being picked up by Atlas, and Chrono Boost going to now. Definitely not a bad pickup. Built different being denied off of the Asher, but Asher still gets size. And lastly, Team Player finding its way onto Atta. Interesting that Egoist didn't find a target in this draft.
I wanted to go for that, but I understand that once the team players, he is the goalie, not the midfielder, so he will get a lot of value from it.
Vanish coming out, but not really any kill being found with it. The only kill that will be found is Rekos finds Immaculator on the edge of the map there. As Core bounces back and forth, the side of Ridge does find a barrier there. Hiding goals jumped slightly miscalculated as the barrier does get dropped as well. The first stack for Rekos there as well. Keep in mind that can be quite dangerous if Rekos does find more of these stacks of Rampage. A clean pass through the defensive end from 3 Germans, so we'll take the second barrier out, and Heidegger is getting really close to a flip here. Maybe he's going to be able to use it on an offensive end, plays it up front, jumps right after it. Glitchbot doesn't quite find its mark. A huge banish from the side of Atta on Rekos, but not quite able to set up those pillars properly, as they're now passing back and forth, making use of that team player. Immaculator in front of that, not quite able to set himself up to get the score in though, but again, also Immaculator close to a flip. Is he going to be able to get it? Is he going to be able to do anything with it? Everyone's getting basically 1 or 2 hits away from flip if they don't have it already, but team player showing its value. Core being stopped from the side of Zentaro there, but a clean reaction from Layfire will hold on to this goal so far as the Core bounces back and forth. Layfire finds the KO and Immaculator as we're now in a power play position. Ata holding on to this barrier though as much as possible. Not quite able to hold it though in the end as the Rekos pressure was a bit too strong, and Rekos also has a flip, but immediately gets denied from the side of Hiding Goal. They need to find a way past that Fridge midfield line here. Rekos in front of the net, does use flip, but immediately gets matched by 2 pillars. Core bounces right past Hiding Goal though, and another flip used. A lot of flips are coming out in this play, and not quite finding the mark. Clean hit from Immaculator finds the gap in the defensive side, and 3 Germans though, as they find the first goal of the set, and this was a long point. They worked for it.
Yeah, I mean, we did see like 4 or 5 flips going in just at one point and no one getting anything from it. It's well played by the goalies, but in the end, just a really well placed strike by Immaculator gets the goal.
And the core play just continues to go back and forth. The barrier not being found there from Immaculator, but does find it in the end with the dash. Rekos also needing to be a bit careful. Again, is a bit low. You do just need to be aware of that, right? You are going against an Amy, going up against the Zentaro. They just do have so much damage output. But the core does get forced through. Otto not able to hold on to that barrier. But again, clean strike shot from Layfire almost takes the barrier. Not quite able to do it though. And Otto just holding on, finding these angles. It just feels so difficult for the side of 3 Germans to get past this room currently.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, even though he has the pillars, he's finding really nice strikes to get away from Rekos, but he does get the barrier in the end. Now Lucas setting up his primary, trying to get through them, but Immaculator still has his flip, could look to get the barrier. Does use it, but a really nice deny by Lucas.
Yeah, completely shut down, but again, a beautiful pillar from Otto will set up that attack, and team player now doing its thing as we're in an open goal situation for both sides. Immaculator holding on to that core, not quite able to get it past Layfire though. Layfire does have that flip if he needs it on the defensive end as well, but before he needs to worry about the defensive end, they might get an offensive attack going here. Beautiful banish from the side of Otto is almost able to completely defuse the situation, but the core just bounces back and forth. The core speed is not going to be slowing down anytime soon. Otto tries to hold on to it, but he can't really do much against that Asher force as he doesn't find a clean angle anymore and doesn't have a pillar to properly react.
Yeah, I mean, really nicely played by Reko. He just waits out all the pillars until Otto has nothing and just gets it past him with the primary.
And if the pillars themselves are not going to be enough, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough when you're dealing with 3 flips on the side of 3 Germans now. As Rekos is 1 hit away, Luke is about 2 hits away. The expanse from Layfire almost finding a KO and Immaculator there, but Rekos making sure to finish that off. Flip coming up from Hiding Goal, but immediately gets answered from Rekos. Otto holding on to those barriers, still needs to be a bit worried though. Still a few seconds on Immaculator to come back. Nice strikes from Otto, just again shutting that down completely, and a beautiful glitch prop from Hiding Goal will actually find a barrier on the side of 3 Germans as Rekos is trying to run up with that Asher, trying to force it in, but again, those pillars are doing just so much work for the side of Bridge.
Yeah, I'm definitely now Hiding Goal falling really low though. Does get the orb in the end, so he should be fine for now. So Reko trying to get into the corner, denies one of the pillars. Could look for a good offensive attack now. They get the one barrier, but a really good banish from Mata. They could look for the barrier on the other side. Layfire used both his abilities. Really nice blade put there by Hiding Goal. Gets the barrier now in an open net situation. Immaculator really close. Actually, all of 3 members of the pit really close to flip, but Immaculator used this one. Gets a huge ultimate in the face of Layfire and gets them really close to the second set.
Yeah, and you can just kind of look at the game, how it's flowing, right? This is starting to turn into which goalie makes a mistake first. Layfire does so good on the defensive end, but so is Otto, as the core just continues to bounce back and forth, and these sets do take their time. I don't think we've had a point go finish before overtime is hit so far, as Immaculator does end up dying here. A good now primary though immediately shuts down that flip from Otto. Pillars coming out, but Rekos seeing that angle, seeing that little bit of extra playable area and going for it, finding the barrier. Layfire now holding on to the second barrier. Lucas does a flip if they do end up needing it. Layfire with a clean strike though, using that glitch pop, but the Amy turret finding that last hit, and Immaculator finding a beautiful strike bar against Lucas and Layfire to get them the second set. They're now 1 set away from finding this match.
Yeah, really unfortunate for them. They just lose the barrier by Leifar missing a strike shot, and they get it by the aim turret, and they just enact it a really nice strike, like you said. Now looking at this draft, a lot of good awakenings actually.
Extra special finding its way onto Amy, but I don't think anyone's upset because the side of 3 Germans will find a rapid fire now. Hot shot here. That's gonna do quite a bit for the defensive side for Leifire, giving him more cooldowns, more power on those clears as well, but I don't think Alta's very upset with getting a Castellast just to take out the enemy forwards even more. Just not allowing them to play at all. And again, the big fish on Asher as well. More size is always great. I feel like basically everyone is happy to find with this draft, with maybe the exception of Immaculator. Aerial's not the best in the world.
I do believe everyone got literally what they wanted in the draft. I do believe it went better for the side of the Germans as Immaculator had to go for the aerials, but everyone got really good awakenings, some size, some dashes. This hiding goal extra special to it is gonna probably do a lot of work for the offensive.
Yeah, if the pillars that assist in the forcing weren't enough on their own, now you're dealing with an Amy turret every 25 or so seconds. Holding onto the barrier here, ETOS does have a flip if he feels like he needs to use it. Does end up using it, finds the angle right past Leifire, and a beautiful hit from Immaculator will also get the second barrier. Hiding goal now trying to set up, trying to jump in and score, but not quite able to find it as Immaculator is getting close to flip. Is he going to be able to get a score with it or not? Pressure is still continuously applied though. Pillar coming down from Rune, sending the core up to Immaculator, hitting it into the turret, not quite able to get it past Leifire though, who was right awake and ready for it.
And now Rekko is trying to go forward. Hiding goal almost gets it in, but now Rekko is one-on-one against Ata with no pillars, gets the barrier, has the flip, gets it into the pillar. Really unfortunate, but Lucas with a nice primary gets the goal, and
apparently Rune is OP, but Lucas is there to catch it immediately, get the attack going again as they find the first goal of this third set, and it's a much needed goal as they now need to go through a full reverse sweep if they want a shot at winning this match. Amy turret coming out now, but Core immediately going to the other side. Immaculator making use of that aerials with that extra bit of range, catches the Core correctly. Leifire trying to interrupt early, but not early enough as the side of Fridge will be able to hold on to the Core here. Rekko set now in a dangerous position, close to the barrier, but again, Alta finds the strikes, finds the clear, finds the pillar as well, and the core just bounces right back. As now Lucas needs to be incredibly careful. He was picked down to 1 HP. Luckily, you are playing with a Now and an Atlas, so you do have the capabilities of healing yourself. Alta farming for a little bit of flip and immediately using it.
I mean, they use the flip for offensive, they use both, but Leifire really nice reaction time there to save the barrier. But now hiding a very good opportunity. Rekko was almost taking him out. But they do still have the advantage of one barrier. Leifire still trying to defend this one. Inactive really close to flip. He could get it in the next few strikes. Now he gets the flip, but will he use it for the barrier or will he actually wait for a better chance to score?
Yeah, this is just so difficult for the side of 3 Germans to play, right? You do have to get it past the Rune, you do have to get it past an Amy turret. And the thing is, if you don't get the clean passing plays to play around those pillars, or if you don't have the person just committed to standing on top of the pillars, not allowing them to stay there, it just seems so impossible to get through, and the side of 3 Germans does need to find those ways to get it past, because if you don't, the game's gonna finish up pretty soon. There's only one more set left, right? If you do end up losing another one, so you don't really have a lot of room there to play with anymore. As the core bounces around again, a massive banish from the side of the Fridge will find a second barrier, but the second barrier will drop as well with unfortunate bounces. We do have a few flips though, and team player from Alpha coming out, flip coming out from the side of hiding goal, not quite able to get it past Leifire though, as they're trying their best to set themselves up to play around the Atlas.
Yeah, I mean, the side of Fridge is really good on this offensive, but Leifire defending as much as he can. Now Rekko gets the opportunity and just really nice setup from the bongo in the middle and just forces in with the secondary.
Yeah, really big goal for them to find there, right? You do need one more goal and then you're getting back into a draft, which might help you a little bit find yourself a little bit of those awakenings that you do want, right? Keep in mind, Luke is still looking for that Monumentalist somewhere, which would immediately turn the tides of this game. But Bridge not going down without a fight, but as I'm saying that, a nice angle gets it right past Otto and gets a double barrier. Now 3 Germans do need to find a way to confirm this score. If they don't find it here, it might be looking a little bit rough afterwards. Flip from Immaculator coming out, HP being low, Zentaro dashing off the map. As an Amy turret does come out, but the core goes away from it. Otto has Flip. Is he going to be using it defensively here? Not quite yet. He's holding on to it. Trying to make use of those pillars as much as possible. Pillar accidentally hitting that core back. Hiding Goal has a Flip. Otto has a Flip. There is a lot of danger from this play. The Flip not going anywhere though. As Otto's Pillar hits it back to Rekko. Rekko trying his best to be as oppressive as he possibly can, but Otto with a beautiful flip through the middle bounce finds the edge of the goal, and the first goal for the side of Bridge in this set.
Yeah, really well played by Otto. Leifer is standing a little bit too far, couldn't react to this breakthrough in time, and it just goes past them into the net.
Otto just doing everything in his power to make sure that the game doesn't go further than this set. The core again gets forced into the edge, but those pillars just doing so much work. Flip is being used from Rekos, and they do find the barrier in the end, but considering how much was being thrown at that corner, just losing one barrier is actually kind of good. Hiding Goal now trying to get a core up again. Immaculator and Hiding Goal trying to find a way past Layfire here with their mobility, with that extra pressure that they can create. As Rekos now has core control, trying to set up. They want to go into the corner, but again, every single moment Rekos tries to get something going, tries to set up a play, he's immediately met by a banish from Otto, and there's just not much you can do as a forward there. Best you can do is try to evade it, but quite often you're not going to be on the lookout for it.
I mean, definitely really hard matchup for Rekko to play. However, he does have this 5 stacks of Rampage and the Big Fish, so it's really easier for him to just walk on top of the pillars if he can. Now gets the second barrier. Nice flip from Lucas to set the Rekko up, but a really nice flip to deny. And now Leifer losing the barrier, but beautiful glitch from Hiding Goal. And now Rekko, one-on-one situation. Ata just clears it away. Pillar gets it to Immaculator. Core just going extra fast now in the overtime.
Or not quite able to find a net just yet, but there's so much speed, and Immaculator with a nice passive usage. It's a straight past Layfire there, and a set that looks pretty convincing for the side of 3 Germans is now in danger of being lost, as they need one more goal for Fridge to take this series 2-1, and it's looking pretty good for them as well. Immaculator does have a flip, uses it immediately. Layfire missing that strike shot, losing a barrier for it. Otto trying to get a pass to Hiding Goal, but not quite able to do that, as the barrier does drop as well. Aiming turret coming out defensively here. Otto still has his pillars to use if he doesn't need them. Hiding Goal going to receive that core. Layfire has a flip, but misuses it here as the pressure is being built. The corner is being contested. The banish takes out 2 from the side of 3 Germans, but not quite able to do anything with it, as Rekos has flip now and finds a KO on Immaculator as well. Power play for the side of 3 Germans, and you need to do something with this.
I mean, they do get the barrier, and now really nice shot from Rekko, just not waiting for them to use the flip, insta flips it and shoots it for the first setup.
Rekko just calling the bluff of both defensive ends there, saying, yeah, you're not going to react to my flip in time. They find the first set, and that is so important, and what is more important, you now have a Monumentalist on now, and that could change the entire game.
I mean, definitely one of the Awakened, but he goes Timeless instead.
Timeless deny off of Rune. To be honest, not even that bad of an idea, right? You have already so many issues with that Rune on the defensive end. You can't really get the core past them because you're not really doing the greatest of jobs at denying those pillars. So instead of trying to switch up your playstyle that has somewhat worked so far, you're saying, you know what, we just don't want the Timeless on you. Even if we can't properly deny your pillars because you're just playing them so well, we're just going to make sure they're not going to be there for longer. And the Monumentalist still being a solid pickup for the side of Playfire as well, giving that extra little bit of oomph to the heal and the secondary.
Yeah. Wow, really nice back shot.
Yeah, and it's looking a bit more oppressive from the side of 3 Germans here, as they're getting both of the barriers, just holding that midfield control so well. Playfire now in the defensive end, a beautiful strike shot finds it around the Immaculator. Somehow this barrier hasn't dropped it. It does drop eventually now. Otto trying to be a bit more aggressive, trying to get a barrier down, pillar down. Rekko's having a little bit of a funny interaction with that pillar and the bounce. barrier still holds though. Rekko being a bit low. If he does need it, he's gonna get his HP back. He does have a stagger available to him. Layfire using that flip defensively. Alpha has a flip as well if he doesn't need it. Not quite needing it right now though, as Lucas is getting close to a flip and Rekos is farming up for one as well. For going red side to the side of 3 Germans pretty fast though.
Yeah, I mean, now they can look for really nice score here. Rekko has the flip on the offensive. Does use it, but doesn't find the angle to score. Hiding goal playing really fast, has the flip. Toon is maybe about to die. As Rekko trying to kill him, but doesn't have enough damage to bounce him over the edge, but he just strikes it in the corner. Ata has no pillars to work with, and they get the first goal of the set.
Yeah, they're just holding down that positioning so well, not allowing Ata to make use of that team player speed, not allowing him to get those clears going, just keep up pressure. As now Hiding Goal's trying to set up with the turret, not able to do it though, and again they're now just showing that midfield prowess. Lucas doing really good at executing that. Barrier dropping on the side of 3 Germans though. Maculator close to the edge gets found by Rekos.
I mean, Hiding Goal still has this flip, and they got both barriers. He could try to look to score with, but gets denied by Rekos. And a really nice stall from the side of Fridge. As Immaculate now comes back, really huge banish. They could look for really nice, and they do get it indeed. Really nice banish there, just allowing his forwards to go on a 2v1 adventure, and they do get the core in the net.
They find it, and it puts us even in the set again. And again, the Fridge only needs one more set to take the series. The side of 3 Germans needs to find 2 more, so you want to avoid as many goals as possible. You don't really have room for error at this point anymore. As the Fridge finds a first barrier, Hiding Goal now setting up to get the second one, not quite able to do it though. As you need to get through that now in Atlas defensive side. Core does go through this to the side of Fridge again, but it gets cleanly cleared again from Ata. Just doing such a good job at finding those, but a huge strike from Rekos gets a double barrier there, and now you have an open net to be working with. Flip does come out from Lucas, doesn't quite find anything solidly, but does clear the situation out. Rekos now in front of the net again and has Flip soon. Tries to hit it into the Brum and does bamboozle Ata, who tried to put down a pillar, not expecting that shot to come out. And now 3 Germans again, 1 goal away from finding this set, and it is such a needed set for them. As we're going into this next kickoff, there is a little bit of danger from the side of Fridge here though, as they do have quite a bit of energy to spend. A flip from Hiding Goal. Maculator does need to use the energy to stay alive. Layfire does have a flip as well if he needs it. Does use it, but mistimes it as a banish comes out from Ata. Just completely disabling Lucas from the play there. Flip comes out from Hiding Goal, tries to find the angle and does find it successfully. There's now an open net on the side of 3 Germans. Flip coming out from Immaculator, tries to dash for it, doesn't quite find it, but the positioning from Hiding Goal will be able to immediately capture that, as we're now again at a 0.5 and match point.
Really nice setup there from Immaculator, just taking the core flip, taking the secondary, and then all of the others, Layfire and Rekos, go on top of him. Doesn't expect the core to end up on the top side, so Hiding Goal just waiting for it and strikes him.
Huge flip there comes out from Ata to hold on to both the barriers, as that immediately translates into an attack and a barrier dropped on the side of 3 Germans. Hiding Goal now trying to get the force going up top, not quite able to do it though. Banish finds again 2 people. Never mind, Lucas was able to jump out of it. Flip comes out from Lucas to get the attack going again. Lucas just winning those strike wars over and over again in a sense against Hiding Goal. As we're now in a 1v1 situation on barriers. Immaculator does take a lot of damage. Doesn't quite drop though. Hiding Goal is back to getting Flip soon. But Rekos has his as well. Is he going to be able to find one? Tries to go for the bounce angle again. Doesn't quite get it though. Immaculator jumps in, but again can't get it past this wall of Layfire. Doing a really good job holding on to this last barrier. Immaculator almost being taken out, but needs to be careful. Rekos is trying to find that KO. Now the force is being built again. And another banish from Alta just makes it so difficult to play for the side of 3 Germans here.
Yeah, I mean, Rekko trying to go for these edge KOs, trying to get themselves some type of advantage, but now they lose the barrier, and they need to really get the barrier on the other side. As Layfire still has the flip, uses it now to defend the goal. But really nice offense here from the side of the pitch, trying to get the pressure up. Ata really nice on defending, doesn't lose the barrier yet. Immaculator needs to try some type of setup here with the aiming turret. They do use the secondary. But we have Flip on Lucas now, who's probably going to try to use it to get the Barry on the other side, now Rekko in the corner. Oh no, after passing to his own pillar who just gets it back, and now Atta uses the pillar in his own defense.
Or it's just going so fast, it's so difficult to properly follow, and the Strike Wars in the end goes in favor of the Fridge as they find their last set win and find a 2-1 victory against 3 Germans.
Wow, just insane game. We had 2 sets which just went to last call. Finally on the 3rd try, Atta finding the core, passing it to his teammates, and they close it out. Really nice series played from both teams, but we do have Team Fridge who just goes on top.
They find that also important too, second victory of the series, as the rune prowess from Atta just really carried them to victory in the end there, right? Holding it down on the defensive end so well, even against something like a now Asher, just making sure that that core doesn't get past them, taking barriers, and then on top of that with the pillars being able to use those offensively as well, just creating so much pressure in the end. So definitely a deserved victory from Fridge, but not a bad showing from 3 Germans for sure.
Yeah, I have to say both goalies just holding it down for a long time. Leifer getting all of these beautiful strike shots to find the angles that Immaculator wasn't looking for, and Ataya just using his pillars as he is known, holding the barriers for as long as he can to find some type of advantage where Immaculator can just find the core and score.
That is for certain, but that would be it for the series of Fridge versus 3 Germans. We do still have one series coming up, and that's going to be Fury against Home. So very excited to see what's going to be shown for that series as well. Cookies, do you have any kind of closing words for this series before we go into a short break?
Yeah, I don't really. It was just a really fun series to watch, and both teams played really well. However, Atta and his team just really, really nicely played and closed it out.
That is for sure. And with that, we'll go into a short little break to get everything ready for the last matchup of Fury versus Retirement Home. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back. We are now getting everything ready and getting into the drafts for the matchup of Fierce Fury versus Retirement Home, which is going to be an exciting matchup to see, right? What are your thoughts on the series, Cookies? What are you expecting?
Yeah, I mean, definitely interesting. Both teams are really good, so I really hope we get some good games. And we could also see the draft on the screen as of right now. We see the Luna ban from Matsu, and we see the ban from Fang, so both goalies getting banned out. Also the Estelle first pick.
Yeah, the Estelle just holding so much value on a map like Oni Village, right? Makes sense that does get first picked. On top of that, Czar has shown quite a bit of expertise on a pick like that. So very, very strong first pick. The Kai and Rasmus, however, being very solid answers. I feel like Kai, Estelle, Rasmus are within those top 3 priorities of a map like this. Now, the side of Fury backing it up with an Era in net and a Kazan up front. Interesting to see the Era come in here. However, we do know Fang is quite an Era enjoyer. Does have a really good performance on that character as well. So we'll see how this pans out. I'm more curious to see what the last pick is going to be for the side of Retirement Home here as they lock down the Dubu for Atsu.
Yeah, so it is going to be the Kai midfield, so really interesting to see. It is one of the better midfielders, as you do have a lot of speed. The barrage to push the core into the barrier. Also, it's easier to score on Era, right? Because she doesn't have that much defending capability. So yeah, definitely gonna be interesting to see how they can break through this Dubu. But yeah, I think it's a really interesting pick. Also, a really good pick, no? Because you can like stun the core, get the core out of basically win strike wars against the Kazan. So I could see being a good counter pick.
Yeah, most definitely, especially if you're going up against something like the Kazan, right? Kazan likes playing around you, trying to bait out abilities, forcing a misplay from your side. As Dubu, you're just rolling on top of him and saying, you know what, I don't care what you're doing with the core, I'm stopping it right here and clearing it right after. What I do feel like might be a bit rough is Dubu into the Estelle, right? Estelle's going to be attacking from a little bit of a longer range that Dubu's not going to have the easiest of time defending against, but we'll see how well it does overall. As overall, I do think both sides have opted for a pretty standard draft, with the exceptions of the 2 goalie picks being the Dubu and the Era. Not really something you're going to be seeing quite often on a map like Oni Village, unless the players specifically are comfortable on those picks, which both Fang and Atsu most definitely are.
Yeah, I mean, as well as we see the Awakenings, I do believe everyone should go for the Stagger, as you get a lot of movement speed from it. So yeah, I don't believe any of these teams are gonna go for the KO Awakening.
Yeah, that seems to be likely, because neither of them can really confirm easy KOs, right? So we'll see who's gonna end up getting essentially the play going faster. Both of them do opt to try to play more control heavy, and I do feel like it is all kind of a thing of comfort from the side of Fury, right? They pick an Estelle, Zar's good on that, and comfortable on it. Saki's Kazan is also really strong, and to close it out, Fang gets his own Era pick as well. So I feel like they get a lot of comfort advantage here, as opposed to maybe the side of Retirement Home, which do get picks that they're proficient at, but I wouldn't necessarily say that they're main comfort pick.
Yeah, I would definitely I'd want to see how the side of Retirement Home is going to deal with this kickoff, right? Because you do have the Era who's just going to insta-speed, as we just saw, and they get the barrier instantly. However, they lose one in the process.
Play is commencing as the core is glancing back and forth. Lila trying to do her best to keep up, but it does feel like there are some connectivity issues, as we sadly do know from her. But both teams have now dropped a barrier, trying to hold on, trying to get an attack going for the second one, as the core just kind of circles around the map, trying to set themselves up for a clean attack. Fang with a nice evade though, does defend the barrier there, walks up with Era as well, making use of the momentum boots to maximum efficiency to really show the kind of pressure that you can create if you have such a good base speed on that character. And more importantly, Saki now finally hitting that level 2 and Kazan turning him into a character.
Yeah, I mean, but Lila and Sake both getting really low. Sake now getting staggered. However, the side of Retirement Home doesn't really have anything to KO with. Maybe like the barrage and the boost, but Sek is just gonna get to full HP real quick as we see both the teams have Stagger Awakening, so yeah. Oh, but now Zar getting a nice flip off and killing the enemy midfielders. Now they can try to look for the barrier themselves.
A nice power play for them for sure on a map where you're not really expecting a lot of KOs. They still can fall. Otso now needs to be a bit careful. A lot of damage being dumped on top of her from Sake there. Still being able to hold on to it though. And do keep in mind, everyone has gone stagger for this. For this start, second barrier does drop with a nice piercing shot from the side of Zar, and Zar again also immediately interrupting that with the Rose Thorns. Getting the first goal of the set, and we are in Oni Village. We'll be here for a while most likely.
Yeah, I mean definitely, but maybe the Fierce 3 can make this really fast as they do have the Era who's just gonna speed you up. And Lila getting really low again, but they should be fine as she has the Swagger, so yeah, this game is just basically always gonna be on one barrier on both sides. But now Saki getting the second barrier, Atsu deciding to save the flip for next time, as now Saki is trying to get the goal as they do have the open barrier.
There's an open barrier on the side of Retirement Home, and the last barrier from the side of Fury isn't going to be dropping easily as Fang, with just good patience, finds the strikes, continuously clear the core away, even walking up all the way to just get the strike before Zoe even gets to it, allowing that extra bit of defense, as Retirement Home just feels like they're just permanently stuck defending this point.
Yeah, I mean, really nice offensive plays here. Saki gets the flip and he gets the second goal of the first set and puts them in a really nice advantage.
And you're also looking at Zara here, which he does have flip soon. Fang has a flip available to himself as well, so overall you're also looking at an energy advantage as a nice KO on Lila is being found from the side of Fury. They have a barrier down, they have a power play going. Are they going to be able to find the second barrier though? Or is the side of Retirement Home going to hold on to it? A nice flip from Fang and a nice redirect from Zar, immediately answering that play though. Getting the open net, as now again Fury's just holding up so much pressure, making it so difficult for the side of the Retirement Home to hold on to this. Saki, calm and collected, notices their in Atsu's position there, and puts it right into the edge of that goal.
Yeah, really nice first set. Very good showing from Fierce Fury, just not letting basically any shots go through. All the barriers always out. I think really nice defending, and yeah, now we see Hotshot going to Estelle, which is going to be a really big problem as it is one of her best awakenings.
And Hotshot is going to do wonders for it as Estelle. I do wonder what the Dubu is going to end up picking up here, because the Fight or Flight also finds its way to Era, which allows Fang to be even more oppressive. 1-2 punch being picked up from Atsu here. Egoist finding its way onto Lila, and the first spark finding its way onto Zoe. It is only the Resilient Spark, so it does not hold any immediate value. So we'll see how this is gonna play out, but I do think Fury definitely got a better end of the draft here.
Yeah, 100%. Fury just getting the Hotshot and more speed on the Era, as well as Saki getting more range for the secondaries. Basically all they wanted, as Atsura getting the 1-2 maybe could get some knock kills off the edge or get the core faster, so time advantage.
It's definitely Retirement Home now trying to set themselves up to get this core into the barrier, but again, not quite able to get past that defensive side. Saki also finding a nice KO on Lilith again. Are they going to be able to get anything out of this power play though? Really good defense from the side of Atsura, holds onto the barrier, but a nice clean strike from Zarhanif is going to take this barrier down. Fang playing in a very aggressive line here and just assists so much in that midfield area with this era pick, as Retirement Home is trying to set up an attack again, but again, it feels like they can always get to that top corner, but they can never really get any further down than that. Now 3 flips from the side of Fury, 2 going out, but being defended from the side of Atsura.
And Zoe getting really low, but she should not be falling because she does have a lot of regeneration. Now Saka as well really low, but he's gonna build up the Saka as soon as he can. A nice pass from Fang. Getting the flip so Saka can get the really nice angle there. Atsuro's lock doesn't connect. And yeah, we're 1-0 up again.
The log being a bit too slow there to really do anything, but saving grace is that Zoe does have flip to her available soon. Is she going to be able to do anything with it though? The piercing shot from Zarhanef finding the top barrier. We're now in a 1-1 situation again in barriers. And Lila's just having such a hard time staying alive. The Kai with the low stagger is not the easiest play in terms of characters against something like the Estelle and the Kazan, right? Estelle continuously hitting you with abilities while she's going for core, and Kazan having so many opportunities as well to just damage dump into you that even though Stagger Swagger is in play, Lila is consistently under the threat of being taken out. Clean strikes for Soccer finds the second barrier, and again, Fury are looking to score another goal.
Yeah, I mean, we can see, and they get the second goal right now. We can see how much offense they're putting out, and like really driving the tempo of this game. The side of Retirement can't really do much, as we also see the difference in levels, right?
Yeah, that snowball has started to take place, and it's just gonna be so difficult to come back from that as well, right? You're looking at Zoe, who's about to turn about to get level 4 soon, while both Sake is basically level 6 and Zar also has it already. They do find the second barrier here. Are they gonna be able to find a goal though? Zoe in front of net has a flip. Is she gonna be able to get the core though? Lila trying to do her best work to get it up to her. Core gets dangerously close to the net now. Zoe does use to flip, but gets denied immediately. And now we're on an attack again for the side of Fury. Flip from Sake and Zar. One being used. Are they going to find the barrier for it? No, they're not.
Yeah, I mean, Sake still has his flip up, can look for the second barrier, but finally we see some offense going out for Retirement, but playing really nice defense as he just gets both the flips from the side of Retirement home and defends them. But now a really nice setup from Lila, getting the barrage in the corner, which is basically undefendable, and we do get to see their first goal.
Yeah, that's an important goal as well, right? Every goal, any KO, anything you can find for the side of Retirement home is going to give you that XP that you need to find your way back into the game. One barrier quickly being taken from the side of Fury here, though, as now Atsu stuck trying to hold on to this top barrier. Zoe with a nice pendulum swing will secure the bottom barrier here, as we're now again 1-for-1 in barrier. Sake in front of the net uses flip, not able to do anything though, as the Tofu Fortress comes out from Itsura, shutting down any kind of attack almost immediately. Zoe and Lila doing a really good job with Strike Wars here, not missing a single one, taking the second barrier as the core almost gets past Atsu here. Lila has to be a bit careful though. She is getting low. Stagger Swagger kicking in now. That movement speed is going to do so much for you. Pendulum swing from Zoe is trying to keep the core up, but Zar with nice strikes and a piercing shot is going to be able to set himself up for that second barrier, as we're now open goal versus open goal.
Yeah,
We're bouncing back and forth. Bang does have a flip if he needs it. Play is just so consistent from the side of Fury here, just not allowing any clean clears for Atsu. Just making it so difficult as they find the second set as well. And Fang first pick, there's a few awakenings here that you do not want to find on this era. None of them dropping this time around though, so curious to see what they're going to be opting for.
Oh, we still see the stacks, right? Really good on the maps like Oni Village as he goes for it. You want a lot of speed as you have the era as well, so it helps you defending as well. Now the Estelle should probably go for... Okay, she goes for the extra special as a good deny for the double as well, right? Taking away the defending capabilities of the double. And yeah, now all that's left is for Rasmus is Timeless Creator.
Timeless Creator, that hook's going to be there for a while. Awakening's not looking all too great for Zoe at that point. But again, just a lot of awakenings being found from the side of Fury here. A little bit less good than last time, but still, generally speaking, a winning draft for them, as another KO has been found on Lilith there. Nice clears from Atsu, will hold the core away from the barrier. But for how long, Sake sets up nicely with that umbrella. Gets it past Atsu and Fang again. Confident in the back, holding an aggressive line, but knowing that even if the core gets past Zar and Sake somehow, that he's gonna be able to get there in time with all that movement speed that he's gotten from Fight or Flight, Stagger, and Stacks.
A really nice defense there as well.
Yeah.
And now we see they getting the first barrier, but as we know in Only Village doesn't really matter if you get the first one, and the second one is usually hardest to take. Now Fang also has the flip to defend, almost dying, uses the flip to stay alive. Really nicely played from Zoe, but now Sake really close to the flip, like 1 or 2 strikes away. Could look for potential score here and get himself up on the step again, but as we see, just really nice redirections are Hine, who just gets the hot shot right as we talked about, hotshot being one of the best awakenings on the Estelle. Just the speed, Atsuro couldn't react in time, and to get the first goal off the last set, or potentially could be lost.
Yeah, the first barrier does drop on the side of Fury here, but again, they're going at it right again, trying to answer it almost immediately. Fang now being the one going into the corner, trying to defend there. Flip coming out, taking that barrier. One flip coming up from the side of Fury, though. Take one barrier, second one finding its way past the double roll, as we're now in 2 open nets again. Lilith needs to be a bit cautious. HP is dropping a bit. Zar with a beautiful jump almost gets that in, not quite able to do so, as Zoe is now in a 1v1 with Fang. Is she going to be able to get the core pass? She will find the angle and score a goal for Retirement Home.
A nice passing play there from Lila to Zoe, just really good on offense, getting it right to the corner where Era can't do much if she doesn't have that much abilities to cover the whole side of the goal.
Lila running for her life there to hold on to the second barrier, able to find it in time. Zoe with a deft touch though, recovering that core and getting another barrier in return. Now, Fury trying to set up for the bottom here with a nice piercing shot, does find the barrier. They are back on the defensive side, and Zoe with Lila together finding another strike through those barriers, doing really well to open up that goal. But again, Fury is now sitting on the offensive end and clean strikes into a piercing shot, just shoots it directly past Atsu. And like you mentioned before, again, that hotshot just showing so much value with that speed.
Yeah, 100%. Now we're on a match point, which, if you want to stay in the game, you really have to step up here every time. Though loses the first barrier. Now Zahani really is getting the offense, tortures wall, not really covering the whole corner there. Fang will lose the first barrier as a nice hook comes out there from Zoe. Now Sake going forward, as we do have both teams having the one barrier, right? But now Fang, as we know, the Era walk up, step up with all those smooth speeds, basically plays a second or a third forward.
Yeah, there's just so much pressure that's being applied by Fang's aggressive playstyle here. And it's just so difficult for the side of Retirement Home to really find these angles that they need. They almost get core through, but Fang again ready to flip that just in time to get it out. As they're now trying to set up on the top here, trying to find the barrier, not quite able to do so. Retirement Home again trying to get something going, but again, Lila's getting a bit low. She needs to be a bit worried where she's standing. Flip comes out from Socket, finds the edge of that barrier, as now an open goal is on the side of Retirement Home. Retirement Home needs to find the goal here, otherwise they're going to lose the first game. But a nice clear from Atsuro there is going to find the barrier. We're now in an open net situation. Zoe not able to get it past Fang there on the defensive end, and Sake doing Kazan stuff, hooking the core and cleanly striking it past Lila and Atsu there to find the first win for Fury in this series. A clean 3-0 and a convincing showing.
Yeah, really nice showing there from Fierce Fury, just playing their game, getting all those goals. As we could see, just like a lot of offense going right. They didn't let most of the cores go past midfield, and you just had Fang holding it from the back, just feeding his teammates, providing all the support he can. And yeah, it's just first game goes to Fierce Fury.
And now, if you're Retirement Home, you're a little bit scared, because your next match that you're gonna be playing is Night Market, and Night Market is the specialty map, I would almost say, from Fierce Fury, right? They do pretty well on that map. They've historically also opted to draft for it quite a bit, so you do have to find yourself a mental reset right off of this game, and just say, hey, look, this game wasn't it. We need to reset, we need to get everything going, because we're going up against them on Night Market next. We need to find a winning draft, and we do hope they have something like that prepared.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of the maps where you're really proud of the Era first pick, right? So the team that it's gonna get first pick could just go for the Era, as you can have a lot of speed, just play for like a lot of chaos. As we know, Zoe likes to play the Julie, so you could look for some Julie Pummel's gameplay, right? And just maybe push Zara off the field and get some advantage going for yourself.
That is for certain a angle that they can be pursuing. The question is, what do you trade for that, right? If you do opt for that Era pick or those Julie picks, there's other picks that the side of Fury will be getting. And I mean, Fury is very flexible on a map like this, right? You more commonly, or what's the more standard choice for Night Market, at least within the EU realm, is we're looking at Era goalies. There's been a time where you played double brawlers with it. There's been a time where you've played a now midfield with an X or another shot forward up front. But Fury showing that that's not really a necessity, even going as far as picking double brawlers with an Atlas on Night Market before and still finding a confident victory. So for every pick that you are opting for as Retirement Home here, there's going to be another pick that you're giving over to Fury, and those picks can just be so scary in the hands of those players.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we know it is one of their favorite maps, so they definitely have a lot of picks prepared. But will definitely depend on how the Awakenings will see. Oh, and we already see the Awakening, so it is the 1-2 Super Surge, right? So we could definitely see the Julie coming out with the 1-2, getting some edgy KOs.
The 1-2 holds so much value for especially a player like Zoe as well, right? She's so proficient at finding those edge KOs. So do wonder if that pick is going to come out. Also do wonder what Fury is going to opt to ban here, right? There's quite a few angles to be going here. You could try to just say, hey, we know Era has high value on a map like this. We're just going to ban it out. We're not letting you pick it. Or you opt to maybe ban out the everlasting threat of Atsu's Luna, right? She's really strong on that pick as well. So I'm curious what their ending, what the decision is going to be in the end for both of these sides, because I do feel like the bans are going to dictate however this draft's going to play out quite heavily. Retirement Home opting to ban out the X as a first.
Yeah, I mean, understandable, right? Sake is really known as one of the best X players, and yeah, it's just really a confident pick, so really understandable ban. And we do see the Luna ban, as you mentioned, from Atsuro. So yeah, now we're actually excited to see what they come up with and get us the first pick. So if they go for the Era or something like the Julie.
Yeah, the gut feeling would be is locking in something like the Era, but again, the Awakening set allows for so much more as well, right? You could even lock in like an Amy here or a Zentaro and say, you know what, we don't really care about all this buffing and speed, we're just going to take you off the map because we have so much kill potential, and the Amy does come out for the side of Retirement Home. This could be an Amy both in midfield or in net. That is left to be seen. The question is, what is Fury going to answer this with? Are they maybe looking at an Estelle pick for themselves? Estelle Kazan seems like something they would pick up, or they just confirm themselves another Era pick for Fang in the net.
Yeah, I mean, okay, they respond with the Juno. I mean, very known as one of the basically most banned champion or characters that PS3 went for, but now they pick it themselves. So yeah, really interesting to see, but we do have the one-shot, right? So it kind of makes sense. You get a lot of core speed, but also with 1-2 Juno, you get a lot of damage. So if Sake goes for something like the Zentaro, they could be getting a lot of damage on you.
Yeah, Night Market's looking like a KO map at this point with these picks so far. Interested to see what the pairing's going to be. The Zentaro will be locked in for Sake here, and it is definitely looking like a KO angle for the side of Fierce Fury. Now, what is Retirement Home going to answer to that? You can kind of match the KO, and obviously the Julie pick for Zoe, definitely a match angle, right? Looking to maximize the value out of this 1-2 punch. Potentially also finding herself on a Pummeler's pick, which I would be expecting. Question is now, what is your last pick going to be? Is the Amy going to be set into net and you're picking a midfielder here, or is Amy going to be in midfield and you're picking a goalie here?
So they do go for the Atlas. Yeah, so they say, yeah, we have enough damage and KO potential with the Amy Julie. We're just gonna try to hold off, right? Pick the Atlas, get some healing so the Centaur Juno can't punch with us. But now we have a lot of picks that could go for Fang, right? As we probably will see the Juno in midfield. But we do see the Estelle, which Fang is also kinda known, not really known for, but I know he plays it. So it probably is the Estelle goalie, but you never know, right? Because Zahani, one of the best Estelle players as well.
Yeah, most definitely. I feel like that Atlas pick also being kind of a deny pick for the side of Fury, right? Fang being a really strong Atlas player as well, especially in a map like Night Market. His positioning just holds up on a very aggressive scale, and if you have an Atlas in Night Market, that does so much for you. So a smart pick away from Retirement Home, but the Estelle being a solid answer into that. Whether that's going to be in midfield or in goal, I would agree with you. I think that's likely to be a goalie Estelle, but Estelle, again, while continuously playing for core, is going to pump out damage on top of that Julie Amy, and it's just going to feel like this is going to be a pretty rough game to play for the side of Retirement Home. as there's so much KO potential from Yuri coming into this draft.
Yeah, I'm actually interested in what some of these characters will choose, right? Because mostly all of them benefit from the Super Switch and the 1-2. So, like, probably characters like the Juno and the Julie will go for the 1-2 punch. However, I'm actually looking at the Zentaro, right? Because the Zentaro 1-2 punch provides so much damage with your primary, secondary combos. But as a Super Surge, right, you get the range in your secondary a lot more. Basically, you can play a lot more for core as well, so definitely interesting.
Yeah, the same kind of question can be asked about the Amy pick, right? Both 1-2 punch and Super Surge doing wonders for that character. So, gonna be interesting to see what they're gonna pursue. I personally would be led to believe that the 1-2 punch find its way onto Zentaro simply just because Night Market is a map that has that speed gates that can make up for missing mobility. So not having that extra dash range on the Zentaro isn't going to be as detrimental. It is a heavy difference in terms of damage of how much that dash will do if you do pick up the Super Surge, but I feel like a 1-2 punch as a whole package is going to make up for that difference.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you. Like, this 1-2 punch just provides so much damage, and you don't really need that range, right? Because you have the Juno Estelle who can just get the core to you. But it's always nice to have this place so you can set up yourself with the Super Surge.
Most definitely. There's also an angle where, per coincidence, everyone opts in for the 1-2 punch, and Super Surge might find its way back into rotation, right? Because everyone that can't make use of Super Surge is gonna go 1-2 punch per default anyways. So it's really going to come down to this Amy, Juno, and Zentaro, potentially even Estelle pick if Super Surge is being picked, which we will see in just a moment loading into the game. Okay, almost everyone opts to go for the 1-2 punch. Lila, however, going for the Super Surge, making sure that's not going to find its way back onto Sake or Zar or Fang. So we'll see how this is going to pan out as we go into kickoff and the Juno pressure immediately showing.
I mean, we also do see, right, Zoe is not going for the pummelers, as she probably thinks that 1-2 punch, you don't need the pummelers, right, because you get a lot of knockback anyways on this map. So she does go for the Vambrace to stay alive, as enemy team will have a lot more damage.
Yeah, but both players are already down on the side of retirement home, and again, the Juno setting up Sake pretty nicely there. Sake obviously being extremely happy with being able to play something like a Zentaro with 1-2 punch on the map here as well, as they execute perfectly to find the first goal of this game. And again, it just feels pretty convincing from them so far, but it's still very early in the game. It can swing basically either side. Lila, however, down to half HP already. No evades either.
Lila is probably looking pretty dead, as Atsuro doesn't have the ultimate so far, and yeah, no base, looking staggered, but we'll see if Sake can finish it off.
Yeah, Zoe before trying to find that edge KO as well on that Julie pick, but just not quite able to do it. Sake having evades, having the positioning. The Vambrace is coming in clutch for Zoe though, giving her a little bit more HP back. Lila again still pretty low, flip in front of the barrier from Zar. The Zentaro not being able to find the KO on Lila just yet, but it feels like that's just a question of time, as Otsu's now making an aggressive move, trying to get the score in. A nice cyber strike from Lila almost puts it in, but a lovely flip from Fang will deny that just in time. As we're now open net versus open net. Zoe does find the KO, but immediately gets answered from the side of Sake as well, as we're now in a 2v2. Zoe in front of the net, is she going to be able to do anything? No, core goes into empty space and does get shot towards Fang, but the punch goes wide.
Yeah, I mean, both teams playing really well here, right? But Sake gets a really nice secondary here, gets the setup off the wall, and goes through the Atlas primary. And now this is looking really good for the size of PS3, as you're only one goal away to get some really good awakenings for yourself.
Yeah, and those awakenings can snowball this game even further, right? You're already doing so much damage as a baseline. Getting even more awakenings that are stronger, looking at stuff like the perfect form for the Zentaro, or even stuff like Hot Shots, right? That can go onto both Estelle and Juno are going to do so much for you. As a lot of damage is being dumped onto Sake, side of Retirement Home does try to find that kill, but is not quite able to do it. But Zoe does find it in the end. Now power play for the side of Retirement Home is to find the first barrier. Are they going to be able to set up the second one? Yes, a nice strike from Layla. Layla will get it right past Fang, as also now tries to walk up a bit, tries to apply pressure, but needs to be careful, right? That is a Juno you're dealing with. She can find a way past you if she's playing it properly. Socket back involved into the play, and now damage jumping into Zoe as much as possible. Zoe having a rough time staying alive.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe really low HP, but now Atsuro has to use the flip. Zoe on the offense, but now has no ability to score. Feng and Zara also have the flip, right? So they're really confident here that they're not gonna just get scored on that fast. But Lila has a flip of her own, almost gets a really nice setup. But now Zoe. Zara uses the flip to save it. Now Saka looking to KO Lila, but Lila is forced to flip away. Feng uses the flip just to score for himself, as Atsuro is not in a good position, and that's it. That's the first set for Fierce Spear.
Yeah, and you can kind of see as well the Juno being such a strong pick, the Juno and Zentaro both being strong picks into that Julie as well, because Zoe was trying to set herself up for an edge KO with that ultimate, but Juno just jumping right out of it, just essentially getting a free evade. Hotshot now finding its way onto Fang, as mentioned before, holding so much value for this Estelle pick. Stagger Swagger also going to Juno to allow herself a little bit more survivability and denying it off of the other side, as Zoe does opt to go for a spark here. There's already 3 sparks out, so not going to be an immense amount of value being found in that pick. However, cast the last on a Julie ain't all that either.
Yeah, interesting that Zoe decides to go for the spark instead of the knife edge. Just keeping it for more damage, but we still have 1 more sparks, right? So it could be a lot more damage in the end.
Yeah, it does look like the nice edge they did want to get onto Atsu, as you can already see how aggressive she's playing with her positioning here, right? Making use of that nice edge and just creating this 3-man offense. You can see the Atlas even being further up than the Amy at times, which is not something you're used to seeing from an Atlas, right? Being more of a midfielding position here, as the second barrier falls for the side of Fury. And they are now, Retirement Home is trying to get this last hit in, trying to get it past Fang. Zoe with a clean strike gets it past. The first goal for Retirement Home falls.
Yeah, I mean, really nice offense. Like, Atsuro just using the knife edge, proving me wrong at least, and just going forward, and they just keep the core forward. And yeah, just like that, getting both barriers. Now Zoe, really nice early KO onto Zar. Now 1 barrier falls. Can they get the second one? So he's trying to get it up in the corner.
The KO leader from Season 1 showing why she has that title and why she's deserving of it. As she finds a KO, she finds a barrier and finds another score. 2-0 for the side of Retirement Home. And I do feel like maybe we completely underestimated the value from Knife's Edge here. Atsu's doing so much, holding that defensive line up so far in the map that it's kind of difficult for Fury to really retaliate in time. Socket does find the first barrier though, the flip does go wide, Atsu uses the flip to clear it out, pops down the Atlas ultimate as well to keep herself alive. And now Lila's starting to struggle to stay alive for a little bit. Core bounces back and forth, but again, Atsu doing such a good job at just holding such an offensive line, and the entirety of Fury is just kind of squished into their own side, which they really just don't want, right? They thrive so much more if they have area to play with, if they have area to contest with those Blobos and let Zentaro play. So if you're just perma stuck in a little corner, it's so difficult to make those picks work. Barrier does end up dropping though, and clean strikes from Sake will take the goal, but again, another KO for Zoe, and that's XP that's going to start to stack.
I mean, Zoe really good at finding these edge KOs when people are just looking at the core trying to score, but Sake gets it in, so it doesn't matter that much.
And 2 barriers falling now, and that is massive for the side of Retirement Home, right? They need to just find this goal to get themselves a set win. And same for them as for Fury. In these Awakenings, there's going to be, in these drafts, there's going to be Awakenings that just make your life so much more easier, but the Juno will find the core speed to get it straight past Atsu to find the barrier, and Sake confidently flipping in front of net to find the goal, as we're now in 2-2, in a 2-2 situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is really important, I would say, point for both teams, because winning the set gets you an advantage in the next Awakening draft that could just win the whole game. And looking at energy, right? Atsuro has the flip, Lila really close, so we do have both flips right now. But Lila unfortunately misses the flip, and now Atsu are trying to get some damage onto Sake, who's really low on energy.
Yeah, and you can kind of see, it feels like the kickoff is so important for both of these teams, right? Whoever wins kickoff immediately gets into an attacking position that's so difficult to get out of. Barrier does drop on the side of Retirement Home. This flip has to come out from the side of Tsuro to keep on to this point, but the Blobos are just finding their way through both Lila and Atsu, and the second set goes to the side of Fury. Now it's starting to get a bit more difficult for Retirement Home. It did look like they had a winning game plan, but these Awakenings are not going to make it much easier. Rapid Fire likely to be the pickup for Fang here. But even then, you do have a Twin Drive on Atlas and potential size for Julie as well, so I don't think you're necessarily going to be mad at that.
When Fang goes for the Twin Drive to deny the Atlas, so Atlas is going to go with the Rapid Fire. Now Zoe opting for the Catalyst, as you know, you have a lot of blobs and a lot of Centauro abilities that gives you so much energy, and this Amy getting a lot of damage, so I feel like this draft is really good for Retirement Home if they can get some KOs going.
It's really good, but it's also really good for Fury. The Twin Drive on Estelle, obviously nothing bad for her either, which allows her to use that ability much more offensively as well. As you can see, she even used it for damage on Zoe right there. And obviously Team Player on Juno is just going to continue to accelerate the play even more. Core being held there and cleanly pushed in by Fang as well. And as we've seen with Atsu before, Fang now being in a position, being far up, trying to just assist with this play, with this push. The core does bounce around past Atsu just barely, the strike not finding itself on that core. Sake finds this important goal for them.
Yeah, really unfortunate bounce there from the corner, so the primary from the Atlas misses. But it's still not over, only first goal of the set. Now Tsuro trying to get the core up to Lila. Now Zoe misses her dash, so she's gonna be not looking for KOs for a while, but gets the first barrier. Lila trying to reposition, but now we see Sake getting the flip, but also taking a lot of damage, right? So now either have to invest in the flip for survivability, or we'll have to die. As now Zoe misses the dash punch, really nice usage of the passive of the Centauro there to block the dash punch, and now Sake can use the flip for offensive.
Yeah, the core slowly being marched all the way up, but Sake with a nice flip takes out Lila out of this game. We do have two flips on the side of Retirement Home. Are they going to be burning those for the defense? Also has to shoot it to the bottom to keep the core alive and keep the play alive. Zoe also using her flip here to stall a little bit more time. Lila now back on the field, but Zoe is about to die. So is Atsu. It's looking rather rough for Retirement Home to play. Lila needs to find some heavy core control here to keep the ball alive. As Zoe almost finds a KO on Zarhanif, but not quite able to do so. The 1-2 punch coming out from Juno together with that overtime, making it almost impossible to defend against. This barrier does end up dropping as well from the side of Fury. Core bounces back and forth to Juno Bobs, sending it to the back. A miscalculation on that angle as Zarhanif puts it in his own net.
Yeah, just a really fast core, and now Fang using all of the abilities, right, to help the offensive going, and now has no abilities to defend one of his own goals. So now we have an even set, which is really good for a Diamond Home, right? If they can get one more goal here, maybe get some advantage going.
Such an important goal to be finding here, but it still doesn't make your job easier, right? That goal happened due to misplays from the side of Fury. If they don't have more misplays like that, you're still working against a really oppressive force here. As again, they take both barriers. The primary from Atsu missing Sake, and Sake hits it right past. As now Fury is one goal away from taking a convincing 6-0 in this series.
Yeah, I mean, really nice passing play. Let's see if they can finish it. But now Zoe taking a lot of damage, might have to invest this flip into survivability, as now it's fully staggered. But Sake isn't looking for the KO, he's looking for the barriers. Now Atlas will save Zoe, and now can use the core flip to get some more offensive pressure going.
Course being continuously bounced back and forth. The barrier does end up dropping. There is a KO being found from Zoe though. Power play available for side of Retirement Home. Zoe in front of the net. Flip coming up from Fang, immediately dissolving the situation. The primary from Atlas holding on to this open goal though, but again everyone's open on the side of Fury again. They're ready to play, but Zoe doing what she does best, finds another KO on Zar here. as the flip comes out from Saki, trying to get an offensive play going. But Fury's just doing such a good job holding on to these barriers, holding on to the score control. They only drop one in the total of two power plays. As Zoe again finds a KO on Taranif. The third power play, but it doesn't matter. The core bounces around a bit too much. Saki with a clean passive will take this goal, take the set, and take the series victory.
Yeah, so we're doing what she can there, getting like 4 or 3 KOs in that one round, but just really nice defense there from Fang. Not losing the barriers, waiting for Tower to respawn, and then in the end just gets the core forwards. Saki in a good position to score. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Fury coming back with a statement series against Retirement Home, getting themselves a much deserved victory today, as they just seem to be just playing better today. But we shall see how the rest of the groups are going to be playing out, right? That is only one series. Retirement Home sitting at a 2-1, just like Fierce Fury now. So both of these teams still looking pretty strong to find their way into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams are going to be still top 3, so in the bracket, right? As you probably going to have a look later in the poll shows on the teams they're going to be matching up against soon in the next weeks, which is going to be definitely be interesting to see, right? Because we had some really good teams play each other, but the bracket is only not even halfway there.
Exactly. We only have had 3 weeks so far, and we have 4 more to be going over, as that was the last series for today. Overall, I feel like we've had a pretty good amount of series today, pretty good performances overall. Some convincing victories, others being more fought for. Do you got any opinions on the matchups today, Cookies?
I just feel like all matches were really interesting to see. I really enjoyed the third one, right? The first match we casted, just really back and forth, both teams playing so well. And yeah, this last game, just Fierce Fury showing that they're really one of the best teams in the league, and just a convincing duo.
Yeah, most definitely. But I do feel like that is it for our games today. We are not done just yet, though, as we're getting everything ready for a quick post show with some of the players that I've played today, and I've won some of the series today. So you do not want to miss out on that. Any closing words from your side, Cookies?
Oh, just thanks for watching. It was really nice to cast these games.
And thank you for being here and assisting us.
Thank you very
we will
much.
be going into a short break as we're getting everything ready. You don't want to miss post show. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes. And already back for us. Welcome. We are in the post-show section, and we were able to grab some of our victors today. Together with me in this little post-show section, we do have Venom Yami. Hello.
Hello.
Otta. How you doing?
Yo, what's up? Doing good.
And lastly, Zar, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
All right. I feel like we don't need to waste too much time with yapping. We can just go from back. First game of today, Fish, Tripod Fish against Eclipse. Venom Yami, how did it feel to play? Where you guys? What was your kind of your mindset going against Eclipse? Right, both of you are. We're 0-2 at the start of today. It's not really a comfortable position to be in. Were you worried at all that it's not going to go your way? That your playoff position might already be starting to get a little bit compromised, or were you guys as chill as can be going into today's series?
I mean, of course, the loss from the last week was a bit rough. 0-2 is not really a stat that you want to have. It's gonna look a bit narrow if we make it playoffs even, so we just have to improve from here on out. We were really confident to win against Eclipse, but in the end, you should never underestimate any person, because there's always that one certain anomaly that can just take the game home, even though maybe the other teams individually better. So it's always good to stay cautious and not see it as an auto win. Just play your best.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that angle of anything can happen kind of came up in game 2, right? Eclipse had a pretty strong start on that. I believe it was only Village game. Were you at any point worried that you're going to start losing that game, that maybe the Octavia pick wasn't the answer that you guys were looking for? Or were you consistently aware of the fact, hey, we have Octavia, we're going to scale anyways, it should be fine?
I personally was a bit indifferent about the drafting from the second game. But even though the first set was a bit rough, I wasn't really that worried. I was just okay, first 1 or 2 sets are probably going to be rough, and we just scale. Then we scaled from there on out.
Yeah, I mean, you did end up finding the victory, right? You are one of the only 2 2-0s that we've had today, and you definitely had a better showing today, finding your first victory, and I feel like it was a very deserved victory. And if we're making a rather large jump towards the end of the schedule, deserved victories, it was one for you as well, Zar. First of all, getting this convincing victory against Retirement Home, not dropping a single set, is that kind of another showing of, hey, we don't care, last week happened, whatever, we're here to take it all, don't underestimate us, because this is what we can do? Was it more a statement game for you as well, to make sure you're showing everything you can today?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, last week was definitely rough, but we're back into it, and we're just gonna keep on smashing through it now again.
Yeah, I mean, it's an important victory as well, right? Retirement Home was a team that people have been thinking about being within that top 4 area, depending on form. That's a team that you could be looking up for playoffs as well. So definitely an important victory for you to be taking here as well, especially considering that did start 2-0 to the season as well, handing them their first loss of the season. One thing that I do have to ask you about as well, because I feel like it would be unjust to not address it. What happened on that Druno play?
Yeah, what did happen? That's a good question. I redirected into my own blob. I had the perfect angle to score. I just kept spamming left click. I hit the corner and I just self-scored.
Yeah, I mean, hey, happens to the best of us. The core at that point was going so fast, so it's definitely a thing that can happen. And again, it's a goal, but in the end, it didn't really seem to matter. You guys just had a pretty convincing showing in the end. So again, hats off. You did what you needed to do. You showed people that you are going to be a competitor for the rest of the season. Talking about competitors of the rest of the season, I do feel like I'm gonna mainly talk to myself for a little bit, because we'll be talking about the TMCT Flames Kitten game. It seemed like it was a very competitive series overall, right? The first game being a little bit of back and forth, the game 2 getting extremely close, and then in game 3 being a little bit more convincing from the side of TMCT. I feel like overall that seemed to be a another statement game, even from the side of Flames Kittens, right? They didn't end up taking the victory, but I do feel like it's again a showing from them that shows, hey, we're here to compete, we're here to go into playoffs, because they were able to take a game off of TMCT. I'm just gonna kind of generally ask into the room, what were your guys' thoughts about that series? Was anything coming as a surprise? Do you feel like there might have been some mistakes that have happened that maybe oversell how that series went?
I would say, like, honestly, I'm not surprised that they were able to take a game. I feel like Flames Kittens have improved so fast. We beat them in the first week, but I'm not sure we could beat them now, honestly. They've improved so much, and yeah, it's definitely like a statement game for them, showing that they're actually a strong team that can compete with the others.
If they manage to like keep up this performance, if not improve on it, like the performance they showed last week and the performance they showed this week, they're definitely a huge contender to make playoffs.
Yeah, that's definitely right. They are now sitting at a scoreline of 1-2, but it doesn't really seem representative of what they've been doing, right? That week 1 against Fridge, they had a sub come in. It could be that might have been a difference maker there as well, but they did find a victory against Fish yesterday and brought the fight to TMCT. More so out of a TMCT player perspective, not going to be unbiased this time around. It felt incredibly difficult and surprising to play into them, which we didn't necessarily, like, we were never underestimating them. We were cautious of what they can be bringing to the table. But that game 2 seemed to be that little bit of extra difficulty that we were just not accounting for. On top of the fact that I sometimes just missed strike, but we moved past that. And then lastly, we had another series to go 2-3 games today. Alta, the Fridge against 3 Germans. A hard-fought victory. It did seem like your start was being a little bit more difficult to get everything going, but towards the end, everything seemed to move a lot more nicer. I mainly want to ask about that game 3 as well, as it was a large back and forth. What was the deciding factor for you to end up going for that rune pick? What made you feel like that rune was the right answer going into that game 3?
So there's actually like a bit to talk about here. Well, we knew, like, after last week when we got kind of swept by Retirement Home, we realized this match is going to be really important for us, and so started looking into how they play 3 Germans, and I did realize that they do play, like, Lucas likes to help out a lot in the defense, so they're pretty strong in the defense. And as a defensive player, I know very well that suffers if your teammates are getting killed. So we wanted to, we spent most of the week focusing on playing more for damage and chaos, to not very good success at scrims, because we were scrimming strong teams. So the original plan there was to play the Bite Breakers comp. The plan was for me to go Feeny on the 3rd game, but if you're playing Feeny into Asher forward, you can't defend at all. And since it was Siege, we decided that I should rather go for the rune so I can hold down a bit better, and we can still get some damage in while I defend. And also Rune does have, like, good burst damage as well, whenever he has Banish. But of course, also they had, like, a full healing comp, so not even if I went to Feeny, it might not have been, like, enough damage to keep up with that.
Yeah, and arguably that rune pick was what ended up winning you the series as well, right? He did so much holding up that core with those pillars, being as proactive as possible. And you kind of really saw how much of an issue that rune was to go through as well when we went into, I believe it was the 2nd draft of the game or the 3rd draft, where Lucas opted to deny the Timeless off of you over picking up a Monumentalist for himself, considering as well this is relevant because he's playing now, Monumentalist being such a huge awakening for that character. Do you feel like he ended up taking the right awakening there? Do you feel like that if you had Timeless, the game would have been decided at that point already? Or do you feel like he might have been able to get away with a Monumentalist to bring you more pressure in terms of core control?
Honestly, it's hard to say. Just like the size increase on pillars could have been a bit awkward. Because like Rekost was always playing like a bit outside of range to where he could deny my pillars being set up. So that size could have actually made it harder for me to set up the defense. Once it's set up though, it would be way stronger. So he maybe could have gotten away with it. But I definitely understand why he went for the Timeless there.
Do you think the game would have been a bit more lopsided or a little bit more one-sided if he did find that Timeless, or do you think the outcome would have roughly been around the same anyways?
I think it probably would have been around the same. Yeah.
All right.
Because you would just be changing more pressure from the now with more like stronger defense from me. I feel like it would not make that much of a difference to the end result.
All right. Yeah. And I mean, with that, we've kind of had a look at most of the games. Looking at the general standings, right? We don't have those already visually, but I can kind of just run them down. You now have TMCT sitting at the only team that is 3-0. Following suit will be Retirement Home, Fierce Fury, and the Fridge, all sitting at 2-1 as well. After that, you will be having, let me double check before I yap wrongly, 3 Germans, Flames Kittens, and Tripod Fish sitting at 1-2, and lastly Eclipse at 0-3. Just considering those standings, is there anything to each of you that you feel like is a major surprise, or maybe just a positioning that you feel like is just blatantly wrong as of right now? Asking you first, Venom.
Considering that we are looking at the other 2-1 teams, I think Retirement Home had the least strongest opponents, I would say, so far. So why they are a good team and why they are a top 4 contender, I think they look less threatening at 2-1 than Fierce Fury or Fridge 2.
All right.
But otherwise, I think also, of course, I consider my own team to be top 4. So 1-2 comes as a bit of a surprise. We weren't really expecting to lose against Flame Kittens, but I mean, in the end, it was deserving that they won that, because they just showed such an insane potential last week and this week. But otherwise, I think it kind of reflects the power level of this current league.
All right. Otto, do you have anything to add on to that? Maybe a team you want to have a quick discussion on, or just want to highlight maybe?
Yeah, I would once again like point to Flames Kittens. Like, I think they should like 1-2 is a bit deceiving. I think they're stronger than what that scoreline implies. Also, give Tanman the Dubu cowards. They will start winning.
Actually,
I don't know how many Dubu gives he has played. I know he played it against Fierce Fury, but that one's kind of doomed from the start.
I can have a quick look actually in terms of that Dubu pick. It is quite a bit of quite a bit of bans. So definitely a pick that is being respected across the board. The Tanman at this point has found himself in 3 Dubu games so far. So does get his hands on it quite a decent bit, but hasn't found the success on it just yet. And lastly, Czar, anything you would like to talk about? Anything that comes as a surprise, or maybe just a standing that you feel like is going to be changing throughout the season?
I mean, I also feel like Flames Kittens are gonna make top 4. To be honest, they're transforming into Flames Cats instead of Kittens because they're predators at this point.
Not wrong. Growing up and really showing the skill that they're acquiring throughout the series. Yeah. With that, I feel like we can also start looking towards next week, right? Next week is going to be another week of EUSL, not taking any breaks anytime soon. there's also going to be a decent amount of changes coming into it, right? We're going to be looking at the different map pools starting from week 4. You're not going to have Autumn City in anymore. You're going to have Amy's app. You're going to be removing Demon Dice for Clarion, and you're going to be removing Oni Village for Inkies. Are there any kind of map changes that you're just seeing or hearing now that you're looking forward to having them in the pool, or do you think it's just across the board maybe a worse choice to go off of now? We'll start with Zar this time.
I mean, now you have Stinkies, now you have Amy's app, which the bans are so predictable. I don't like the pool, I'll put it that way.
Atta, anything you want to add to that?
I'm really glad that Atten's gone, but like it doesn't change anything because Inkies is now in. So like, okay, well, the permaban just moved from the one very open map to the other very open map. I like Amy's app being in simply because I think it's probably Rune's strongest map, but it's also pretty volatile. And also, if we play that, I mean, it's kind of rough to ban the Rune though, so like we'll see how that one plays out. And I love Clarion. It's a fun map.
It is a great
I
map
think
for
it looks fine.
Yeah, Clarion, obviously a map that, I mean, I personally really enjoy playing as well, so happy to see that back in rotation. Venom, any words from your side?
I'm definitely looking forward to Amy being included, even though it's like, the predictable ban. If you're not first, you ban Rasmus. But yeah, we might have to switch our auto ban because I do not want to play a single Clarion game. I think it's the worst map in the game. So I slightly prefer the Sharp pool from week 1 to week 3 than the one we have now. Inky and Clarion, I don't really like that much Clarion, like I said, worst map in the game. I also was hoping maybe Night Market we can take out also my Clarion and Night Market, my least favorite maps. But yeah, there's still some maps that we like, so I wouldn't worry too much.
That sounds like a long session sitting down with the team and discussing, okay, which one of these maps are we going to be getting rid of now?
I'm fighting for the Clarion ban.
All right. And then the last point before I'll let you guys go. We obviously have matchups next week. We have for Game 1, the Fridge against Fury. Game 2, 3 Germans against TMCT. Game 3, Eclipse versus Flames Kittens. And Game 4, Tripod Fish against Retirement Home. Just looking at these matchups, can we give a quick rundown of like what do you just personally think about it? If you want to predict the winner, you can do that. But just generally speaking, what are like interesting points going into these matchups from your opinion? Starting with match 1, going through match 4, I'll just call on you, and you can just go through all 4 matches really quick and highlight what you feel like might be worth pointing out. We'll start with you, Otto. Any opinions?
On all the matches?
Yeah, just go through. If you feel like a match doesn't have anything you want to highlight specifically, you can just skip over it. Just looking at the 4 matches that we have next week, what are like the interesting points to you?
I mean, not to put myself down too much, but like match 1 is gonna be a sweep for Fierce Fury, I think. They really turned up into high gear after losing. Very noticeable in scrims at least. So not much to say there. The match I think is gonna be the most interesting is match 4 with Tripod Fish and Retirement Home. I feel like this is if Tripod Fish wants to contend for playoffs, they have to win that match. So I think that one's like the most interesting to look at.
All right, then let's move over to the person directly affected by that matchup. Venom, going up against Retirement Home next week is definitely not going to be the easiest of tasks. And like Otto already kind of mentioned, you guys are in a situation where you can't really be losing all too much. What's the mindset going up against them?
I mean, we are aware that we can't afford too many losses anymore, so we're definitely going into the match with the mindset that we want to win. I'm confident that we can win. We just have to not troll. But yeah, I think it's gonna be a close match. Otherwise, the other 3 matches are like probably the most one-sided week we've had so far. While Fierce Fury hasn't looked that crazy for the first and second week, this week and like the match just now, it definitely looked like the performance they had up in Season 1. So I think Fierce Fury will definitely win that. Then otherwise, yeah, TMCT will probably sweep 3 Germans and Flames Kittens will sweep Eclipse.
All right. And then lastly, Czar, anything that pops into your mind? Maybe any statements that you want to get out as well?
Not really. I think the only kind of interesting match will be match 4. And besides that, it's probably going to be very quick sweeps.
All right. Yeah, and with that, I feel like we should be getting to the end of the post show here. Again, thank you, Venom, Atta, and Czar, for joining me in this little section, allowing me to ask you a few silly questions and being truthful about answering those as well. Always happy to have you, and obviously you're always welcome to be back as well. But with that, we would be closing out today's stream of EUSL. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you everyone for watching week 3. Do stay tuned as we're continuing on next week. And again, a gentle reminder, tomorrow we will be hosting a Bulk Up Battlegrounds as well. That has been announced. The start of the G is open. So do remind to sign up if you wish to participate in that. Happy to have you guys here this week, and hopefully I'll see you guys either tomorrow or next week. In a bit.